Hey friends, tonight we're embarking on a gentle journey through some of humanity's most enduring stories while you relax in your comfy spot, maybe with some water nearby. Imagine it as going to see distant relatives you have never met but who have the same eyes, laugh, and propensity to worry about the same things that kept people up 3,000 years ago. So before I soothe you guys to sleep, if you don't mind taking a moment to like the video and let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you, I would appreciate it. Now pull up your blanket, adjust your pillow, and let's ease in together. Have you ever been looking through old photo albums and come across a picture that makes you stop and think? There are hints of stories you have never heard but somehow recognise in the faces, the clothing, and the way the light falls. When you venture into the realm of ancient myths, that is precisely what occurs. These are not merely dusty stories from long-gone societies. Rather, they are family portraits of the human spirit, glimpses of the things we have always feared, hoped for, and wondered about. Well, before there were textbooks, documentaries, or that one friend who always has the Wikipedia page open, there were storytellers. Imagine this. You're sitting around the first campfire in history when someone asked the question that started it all. So, how exactly did we get here? They had a lot of imagination too. The Enuma Elish is a wonderfully chaotic creation story that was told by the ancient Babylonians. Imagine the universe beginning with a family dispute that went totally wrong rather than with a big bang. Consider Tiamat, a primordial water goddess, to be the epitome of the helicopter parent who genuinely detests her children growing up and moving out. The younger gods, her children, are acting like teenagers with the ability to create universes, making too much noise and hosting cosmic parties. Tiamat literally becomes a nuclear parent after deciding that enough is enough. She makes monsters, and not just any monsters, but the kind that would make a director of a horror film cry with jealousy. They have serpent heads, scorpion tails, and dispositions that would drive a honey badger to retreat. Her scheme? Get rid of the young gods and bring some tranquility back to the universe. As is always the case with family drama, this is where things start to get interesting, and a little ridiculous. Marduk, her great-great-grandson, takes over. Young, ambitious, and equipped with divine weapons that would make any superhero envious, he is essentially the family's golden child. He has a net that can catch anything and winds that can topple mountains. If nature documentaries featured magic weapons and failed family therapy, the conflict between Tiamat and Marduk would be like watching a documentary about cosmic forces. Marduk defeats Tiamat not only by using physical force, but also by outwitting his elderly grandmother. He turns her body into the earth and the heavens by using her own chaotic waters against her. In divine real estate development, nothing is wasted. It's recycling on a global scale. The conflict between traditional and novel concepts, between the familiar chaos and the unpredictability of the order we could establish, is what makes this story so charming. Every family has a Tiamat, someone who recalls a time when everything was easier, even if that meant total chaos. The beginnings of the Norse people are delightfully strange in that specific Scandinavian way. Ginnungagap, which sounds like a dental procedure but is actually a cosmic void, existed before anything else. Imagine it as the universe's awkward adolescence, when it was unsure of its own identity. Muspelheim, a world of fire that would make a July Arizona day seem like a pleasant fall day, lay on one side of this emptiness. Niflheim, a world of ice and mist that would make a Canadian winter appear tropical, lay on the opposite side. You get what you would expect when fire and ice collide in the middle of these two extremes. There was a lot of steam, and Ymir, the first giant, came out of this cosmic sauna. Now, Ymir wasn't exactly a model citizen. He was more akin to that neighbour who lets his yard run amok and somehow manages to turn it into an ecosystem. He sweated a lot while he slept, and more giants emerged from his perspiration. It's disgusting, but strangely effective. Old-fashioned sweating suffices in the primordial world. Dating apps are not necessary. Since Ymir was taking up too much room and, let's face it, the hygiene situation was getting out of control, the gods finally decided he had to leave. His flesh became the earth, his blood the seas, his bones the mountains, and his skull the sky, and they killed him and used his body to create the world. It's the quintessential do-it-yourself project and explains why the Norse were so adept at maximising scarce resources. The Dreamtime, a concept that is a combination of geography, history, and an endless family reunion, is perhaps the most endearingly realistic creation story told by Aboriginal Australians. The dreamtime is about the moment the world was created, but it's also about the moment it's constantly being created. Imagine the landscape as a living library, with each hill, rock and water feature representing a chapter in a continuous narrative. One of the most significant dreamtime creatures, the rainbow serpent, not only made valleys and rivers, but she also drew up the rules for coexisting peacefully with the land. Like a cosmic interior decorator, she traversed the continent, locating water sources, establishing holy locations, and laying out guidelines for how people should interact with their surroundings. This viewpoint is lovely because it allows you to actively participate in the creative process. Every time you step outside, you're walking through the story itself, not just witnessing the outcomes of some cosmic event that happened ages ago. Every sunrise is the first sunrise of the day, as well as the sunrise of today. Each tree has a connection to both the original tree and all subsequent trees that will sprout from its seeds. There is a profound commonality among these creation stories. They acknowledge that beginnings are messy, complex, and frequently involve far more chaos than we would like. They acknowledge that making anything valuable, be it a universe or a good lasagna, involves getting your hands dirty, making mistakes, and occasionally beginning from scratch. Let's talk about heroes now that we've figured out how it all began, and what a delightfully messy affair that was. But not the kind that you see in superhero movies, where everything is expertly sculpted and they have the amazing ability to save the world without breaking a nail. Ancient heroes were more akin to that well-meaning friend who constantly breaks things and puts people in awkward situations, but somehow, by a combination of good fortune, obstinacy, and occasional genius, manages to save the day. Consider Gilgamesh. If you haven't heard of him, consider him the first action hero in history, complete with the emotional baggage and bad judgment that would define the genre for centuries to come. He ruled over Uruk, which was essentially the ancient world's equivalent of a large city, impressive but not without its share of urban issues. Gilgamesh possessed all the qualities a king could desire: wealth, power, magnificent architectural feats, and the assurance that comes from being two-thirds divine. However, he also possessed the social skills of a teenager who drinks a lot of coffee. He was that boss who shows up at parties without invitation, micromanages everything, and generally adds unnecessary complexity to everyone's lives. After growing tired of his antics, the people of Uruk complained to the gods, as anyone would in their circumstances. The gods, displaying the sort of divine wisdom that leaves you wondering how they were able to get their positions in the first place, decided that speaking with Gilgamesh about his actions and perhaps offering some management training was not the answer. Instead, they made someone who was as strong and unyielding as Gilgamesh, in the hopes that they would battle each other and leave everyone else alone. Enkidu came into the picture in this way. Enkidu was the antithesis of Gilgamesh. Whereas Gilgamesh was refined but annoying, Enkidu was wild but sincere. He knew the language of nature, lived among animals, and had never known the unique stress that comes with handling building permits or a city budget. When these two eventually crossed paths, they engaged in an epic wrestling match that likely damaged property across multiple city blocks, as you might expect from two alpha personalities. Then, however, an intriguing event occurred. They became best friends rather than destroying one another. Seeing two hurricanes collide and somehow create a nice breeze was like that. Both of them were changed by their friendship. Gilgamesh gained empathy and realized that, perhaps just possibly, being the strongest person in the room does not necessarily make you the best candidate for every position. Enkidu gained knowledge of civilization, but he remained skeptical of some of its more absurd features, such as the requirement to dress formally for formal meetings, or the social pressure to act as though small talk matters. They embarked on adventures together that were equal parts ridiculous and heroic. Indeed, they battled monsters, but they also faced the issues that arise in any friendship between two individuals who are accustomed to being the centre of attention. They argued over priorities, strategy, and, most likely more than a few times, whether they would be better off returning to their simpler, earlier lives. When they encountered Humbaba, the protector of the cedar forest, their friendship was truly put to the test. The ancient equivalent of a security system created by someone with severe trust issues, Humbaba wasn't just any monster. He had many faces, a roar that could be heard for miles and breath that could kill at great distances. In addition to being risky, fighting him was the kind of foolishness that leaves you wondering what they were thinking. The problem with heroes in ancient tales, however, is that they don't act in ways that are simple or logical. They perform them because no one else is willing to do so, and someone has to. Instead of using superior weaponry or cunning tactics, Gilgamesh and Enkidu defeated Humbaba by working together and displaying the kind of resolve that comes from having a loved one look out for you. Though life has a way of defying narrative conventions, the victory should have been the story's conclusion. The two friends were becoming too strong and self-assured, according to the gods, who apparently had not learned from their earlier interventions. In the most unjust and unheroic manner imaginable, they killed Enkidu, not in combat, not valiantly, but through illness. One of the most relatable scenes in all of ancient literature is Gilgamesh's response to his friend's passing. He didn't take it with stoic nobility, or use his sorrow to act morally. He completely collapsed. He was unable to eat, sleep, or comprehend how someone so vibrant could just vanish. He developed an obsession with figuring out how to bring Enkidu back, or at the very least, why death had to be involved. His quest to locate Utnapishtim, the keeper of the secret of immortality and a survivor of the Great Flood, was motivated by this obsession. The trip was lengthy, risky, and full of the kinds of challenges that make you wonder if the final destination is worth the journey. Driven by the simple, desperate hope that perhaps, just possibly, there was a way to undo the unfixable, he traversed underworlds, climbed mountains, and crossed deserts. He eventually located Utnapishtim, who listened to his story before telling him something that was precisely what he needed to know, but wasn't what he wanted to hear. According to Utnapishtim, death is what gives life purpose, and is neither a punishment nor an error. There wouldn't be any pressure to love, create, or make the most of our time if there were no endings. However, Utnapishtim also told Gilgamesh about a plant that could bring back youth because ancient tales recognize that wisdom without hope is simply depression. Not exactly immortality, but the opportunity to begin anew, to apply the lessons he had learned to a new phase of his life. The plant was discovered by Gilgamesh. He had the ability to turn back time, regain his youth, and have another chance at everything. Then, in a moment of utterly human negligence, he put it down during a bath, and a serpent took it from him. You might anticipate that this will be the last crushing blow, the point at which our hero surrenders. Gilgamesh, however, laughed instead, the rueful chuckle of someone who has finally figured out the punchline to a cosmic joke, rather than the bitter laugh of defeat. He came to the realization that he had been searching in the wrong places for immortality. He was immortal because of his tale, his friendship with Enkidu, and his quest to comprehend life and death. Long after his physical body was gone, they would be remembered and cherished, told and retold. You should see what our ancestors had to deal with if you think dating is difficult now, with its apps and algorithms and the never-ending debate over who should pay for coffee. Classic love tales make the drama of contemporary relationships seem like a friendly argument about who gets to do the dishes first. These were not merely stories about a boy meeting a girl, falling in love and leading a happy life. These were epic tales of passion that had the power to literally alter the terrain, jealousy that could spark conflicts, and romantic actions that needed either divine intervention or extremely high insurance. The world's first tragic love song, Orpheus and Eurydice, was brought to us by the Greeks. Orpheus was no ordinary musician. He was the type of artist who could persuade rivers to alter their course, cause trees to uproot themselves in order to follow his music, and most likely persuade animals to harmonize with his melodies. He was essentially the result of combining all of the greatest musicians in history and endowing them with superhuman powers. Because she understood the music behind the music, the silence between the notes that gave his art meaning, Eurydice was his ideal match, not because she was a passive recipient of his talent. They seemed to communicate in their own private language of glances and half-formed sentences, the kind of love that makes other people feel both jealous and a little queasy. Their happily ever after should have started on their wedding day. Rather, it served as the prelude to the sort of tragedy that makes you want to shout at the characters to just stay home and get takeout. Eurydice stepped on a snake while strolling across a meadow, doing just the kind of naive romantic thing that ancient story heroines ought to know better by now. Not just any snake, but the kind that only shows up in stories to sabotage idyllic moments. She was instantly killed by the bite, and Orpheus realized that all of his musical ability was useless if he couldn't use it to save the one person who meant the most to him. His grief wasn't the kind of subdued, quiet sadness you see in films. It was the unadulterated, desperate kind that pushes you to do things you never would have imagined you could. he made the decision to go to the underworld in order to retrieve her, something that no living person had ever tried. According to Greek mythology, the underworld was more than just a place of punishment. It was the cosmic counterpart of the most exclusive club on Earth, with a strict admissions policy that required death before one could enter. With only his lyre and the resolve that comes from having nothing left to lose, Orpheus appeared at the entrance, either the most romantic gesture in history or the most spectacular example of failing to know when to give up occurred next. The entire underworld wept when Orpheus performed for Hades and Persephone, the king and queen of the dead. His music was so exquisite, so full of real love and loss. The eternal punishments paused, the rivers of the dead ceased to flow, and death itself appeared to listen for a brief moment. Hades, who was presumably unmoved by anything in his life, struck a bargain. There was a requirement that Orpheus lead Eurydice out without turning around before she could return to the world of the living. He was unable to look over his shoulder for confirmation, to see if she was following, or even to catch a glimpse of her reflection. When someone you love is guiding you while you're walking in the dark, you have to have complete faith in them. Orpheus made it through the majority of the journey. He listened for the sound of her footsteps behind him as he walked steadily upward while guiding her with his lyre. Doubt, however, began to creep in as they got closer to the entrance to the world above. What if all of this was a cruel ruse? What if she wasn't actually present? What if the gods hadn't been moved by his love after all? Orpheus turned around at the last second, when freedom appeared within reach and sunlight was visible ahead. He saw Eurydice, real and beautiful, reaching for him, and then he saw her go away forever. There would be no second chances, no pleas for divine pity, and no cunning deals this time. They had lost everything because of his lack of faith at the last crucial moment. The narrative might conclude there, with Orpheus receiving a severe lesson in trust and living out the remainder of his days writing gloomy ballads. Simple morals, however, are insufficient to satisfy the love stories of the ancient world. Broken by his mistake and loss, Orpheus travelled the world performing melancholy music that moved people to tears for no apparent reason. The Maenads, Dionysus's followers, eventually killed him because they were offended by his loyalty to his deceased wife and his unwillingness to move on. But the love story went on even after death. Still singing, Orpheus's head drifted across the sea and down the river to the island of Lesbos, where it turned into an oracle. Even when death triumphs, some bonds are stronger than death, as demonstrated by the fact that his love for Eurydice literally outlasted his physical life. Norse love stories were similar to relationship counselling conducted by people who use axes to solve problems. If Greek love stories were complex, consider the tale of Sigurd and Brynhild, which somehow incorporates misidentification, memory loss, family conflicts, and the sort of magical meddling that leaves you wondering why the gods didn't have more enjoyable pastimes. As a typical Norse hero, Sigurd was strong, courageous, skilled with a sword, and exuded the confidence that comes from having divine ancestry and great publicity. He killed the dragon Fafnir, claimed a treasure that was cursed in its own way, and essentially made himself into the type of man that mothers warn their daughters about, but secretly hope will ask them to dance. One of Odin's choosers of the slain, Brynhild was a Valkyrie, a sort of warrior, psychopomp, and career advisor for fallen heroes. Odin had cursed her to sleep until a hero courageous enough to brave a ring of fire woke her up because she had erred by assisting the wrong person in a battle. It was similar to Sleeping Beauty, but it placed less focus on home arts and more on fighting skills. It was love at first sight, or at least at first awakening. When Sigurd discovered her, encircled by flames and looking strikingly beautiful in her enchanted sleep, with all the fervour and conviction of those who have never had to deal with the difficulties of truly cohabitating on a daily basis, they committed themselves to one another. However, complications arose because this is a Norse tale, and the gods get anxious when people are happy. A potion that completely erased Brynhild was administered to Sigurd, who married King Yuki's daughter, Gudrun, while under its influence. Try explaining magical memory loss to someone whose heart you just broke, even though it wasn't exactly his fault. In the meantime, Brynhild, who still thought Sigurd loved her, was duped into marrying Gudrun's brother Gunnar by means of a complex ruse in which Sigurd pretended to be someone else and obtained her hand in marriage on Gunnar's behalf. It's the sort of plot that makes you appreciate the relative simplicity of contemporary dating apps and necessitates a flowchart. The situation went from complicated to disastrous when the magic wore off, and everyone realised what had truly happened. Gudrun learned that her husband's heart belonged to someone else. Sigurd recalled his true love. Brynhild realised she had been duped, and Gunnar found himself married to a woman who was planning to murder his brother-in-law. Everyone died, but they did it with dignity and style, which is a quintessential Norse resolution. In order for them to die together, Brynhild planned Sigurd's murder and then took her own life. Gunnar lost both his brother-in-law and his wife. Gudrun was left a widow, and the entire tragic mess became the focus of epic poems that are still told today. Let's face it, the majority of these old love stories don't have happy endings, which isn't what makes them so captivating. It's their understanding that love is both the most potent and the most perilous force in human experience. Love has the power to motivate people to do unthinkable bravery and devotional deeds, but it can also lead them to make incredibly bad choices that have an impact on entire kingdoms in addition to themselves. Ancient storytellers recognise something that contemporary romance occasionally overlooks, that the intensity of love is directly correlated with its capacity for both creation and destruction. These weren't sterile fairy tales about meeting your true love and leading a conflict-free life. They were candid admissions that love is a complex, messy, often illogical and fundamentally human experience. Every family has that one relative who unexpectedly attends events, makes offensive jokes, breaks something priceless, somehow adds interest to the event, and leaves you wondering if you should give them a hug or keep the nice china for yourself the next time. These characters are known as tricksters in mythology. They're also more than just stories about bad behaviour or comedic relief. They are the changemakers and cosmic comedians who serve as a reminder that sometimes the most surprising answers lead to the best answers. Thanks to recent motion pictures, Loki is arguably the most well-known trickster of all time, but the Hollywood adaptation hardly captures his complexity. A villain with good cheekbones and daddy issues wasn't all that the Norse Loki was. He was the god of necessary complications, the divine representation of the idea that sometimes things must be broken in order to be properly fixed. Loki's relationship with the other gods was similar to that of a friend who always comes up with the most absurd solution to any issue, and somehow succeeds so frequently that people continue to listen to him. He wasn't inherently bad. Rather, he was the type of person who brings up awkward topics during family gatherings and calls out hypocrisy. When the gods decided that Asgard needed more security, they hired a builder who said they could create an impregnable wall in a single season. The cost? The goddess Freya, the moon, and the sun. The gods agreed because they were certain the builder couldn't possibly meet the deadline, even though it was clearly a bad deal. The kind of contract that makes you wonder if anyone actually reads the fine print. Naturally, the builder had a secret weapon, Svadilfari, a magnificent stallion capable of moving stones that should have taken an entire crew of workers. The gods realised they were going to lose some of their most precious possessions to what was effectively an extremely costly construction project, as the deadline drew closer and the wall got closer to completion. Loki's unique approach to problem-solving was helpful in this situation. In a typically unorthodox move, he changed into a mare and enticed Svadilfari away just in time to prevent the builder from completing the wall. The plan was successful, but it had an unintended consequence. Loki gave birth to Sleipnir, an 8-legged horse that became Odin's mount, and possibly the most peculiar addition to any family tree in mythological history. Tricksters are willing to pay personal costs to solve problems that everyone else is too proud, too dignified, or too traditional to handle, as the story demonstrates. Not only did Loki save the gods from a bad deal, but he also effectively and strangely embodied the solution. Tricksters, however, are not exclusively Norse. Of all the Chaos agents, Anansi the Spider, the West African custom, is arguably the most endearing. Anansi was more of a purpose-driven strategic troublemaker than Loki, whose tricks frequently had unexpected repercussions that descended into cosmic drama. He redistributed resources, power and knowledge from those who hoarded them to those who needed them, rather than causing chaos for its own sake. Not merely a family tragedy, the story of Osiris's death and resurrection became a model for comprehending how life can emerge from death, how chaos can be brought back to order, and how love can overcome destruction with perseverance, wisdom, and truly amazing magical abilities. In addition to reviving her husband, Isis changed the Egyptians' perception of death and what possibilities lay beyond it. Compared to the gods of the Greeks and Egyptians, the gods of the Hindu tradition were both more cosmic and more intimate. These were not merely strong creatures with human-like personalities. They were facets of a divine reality so vast and intricate that it needed to take on several forms in order for human minds to understand it. Depending on which story you were hearing and what lesson needed to be taught, Krishna, one of the most adored Hindu gods, was able to be a cosmic principal, a mischievous child, a romantic hero, a wise teacher, and a divine warrior all at once. During his childhood, he gained notoriety for stealing butter, concealing clothing from women who were bathing, and generally acting like the most endearing young criminal in the world. As an adult, he served as the warrior Arjuna's charioteer and spiritual mentor in the Bhagavad Gita, imparting some of the most profound philosophical lessons in human history as arrows flew past them on a battlefield. Krishna stories are lovely because they cover the whole range of human experience. He is more than just a distant divine being giving advice from above. As a grown teacher, he is aware of the weight of duty and moral responsibility, the complexity of love and relationships as a young man, and the joy of stealing candy as a child. He literally possesses multitudes, and his tales serve as a reminder that, if we know how to seek it out, divinity is woven throughout every moment of life and is not distinct from the everyday human experience. The Celtic Bridget, however, is arguably the most intriguing deity from any tradition. She was able to be both a pagan goddess and a Christian saint without anyone seeming to find this particularly odd. She was the goddess of healing, smithcraft, and poetry, 3 disciplines that may not seem connected until you consider that they are all about transforming raw materials into something more complete, beautiful, or useful than they were before. Bridget's forge was more than just a place to shape metal. It was a place to pound words out of inspiration, to strengthen broken objects, and to turn the commonplace materials of life into something that could be used for both utilitarian and religious purposes. She realized that when spiritual work and daily work are done with love, skill, and attention, there is no real difference between the two. The stories of Bridget did not vanish when Christianity arrived in Ireland. Rather, they changed somewhat. The goddess was transformed into St. Bridget, and for centuries nuns cared for her sacred fires in convents, though they were no longer regarded as the abilities of an ancient Celtic deity. The talents she bestowed, poetry, craftsmanship, and healing, were now recognised as gifts from the Christian God. It was the pinnacle of cultural adaptation, respecting both traditional knowledge and contemporary insights without asking anyone to give up what had always worked for them. Let's now discuss monsters, which are essential to any good story and were present in some genuinely amazing ancient mythologies. However, these weren't merely arbitrary frightening objects meant to give people nightmares. They were fears given shape, anxieties disguised as scales, claws, and multiple heads, and issues that needed heroes, magic, or at the very least, excellent running shoes, because they couldn't be resolved with common sense. The Sphinx, a riddle with wings and a very short fuse, was a gift from the Greeks. Imagine what would happen if someone asked a committee of nightmare designers to create the most challenging client. Imagine a creature that has the head of a woman, the wings of an eagle, and the body of a lion. In addition to eating people, the Sphinx required them to pass a test, and failing it meant they would perish. Not only was her well-known riddle, what walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs in the evening? A clever wordplay exercise. It was a question about the state of humanity, how we evolve over time, and the phases of life that everyone must experience if they are fortunate enough to live that long. The monster was defending a basic reality about life, not just a city. The Sphinx became so irate at having her riddle solved that she threw herself off a cliff when Oedipus gave the right response, that humans crawl as infants, walk upright as adults, and use canes in old age. Although it's a dramatic response, you have to respect her dedication to her work. She was more than a monster who enjoyed riddles. She was the embodiment of the questions that haunt people at night, and her mission was accomplished once those questions were resolved. But Medusa, whose tale has been repeated and reinterpreted so many times that it's easy to forget the original tragedy, was perhaps the most psychologically complex monster in Greek mythology. She was not born a monster. Rather, she was made into one as retribution for being attacked in the temple of Athena. Rather than punishing her assailant, Athena punished the victim by transforming her lovely hair into snakes and cursing her with a look that would make anyone who saw her turn to stone. Take a moment to consider the horror of Medusa's existence. She was isolated in a way that most people can't comprehend, rendered literally untouchable and unable to look at another person without killing them. She became the embodiment of both female anger and female helplessness. She was dangerous to everyone who came into contact with her, but she was unable to turn that danger into anything positive. It took cunning and divine help for Perseus to kill her in the end, not bravery or strength. He effectively turned her own power against her by using a mirror shield to get close to her without looking into her eyes. However, Medusa was not helpless even in death. Her blood turned into a poison that killed, and a medicine that healed, and her image became a symbol of protection, reminding evil that some types of suffering give one strength that is unbeatable. Like everything else in Norse mythology, the Norse had their own unique perspective on monsters, and it was more nuanced and ethically dubious than you might think. One of Loki's children was the world's serpent, Jörmungandr, which was so big that it encircled the entire world and held onto its own tail. It wasn't intentionally malevolent, it was simply so massive that its very existence posed an inherent threat to the stability of the universe. The god of thunder, Thor, was destined to battle Jörmungandr at the end of the world, Ragnarok. Both would perish in the conflict, the serpent from Thor's hammer and Thor from the serpent's poison. It was a perfect illustration of the Norse understanding that sometimes there are no winners in conflicts, and that the best course of action is to make sure that destruction serves a greater good. However, Fenrir, the wolf and one of Loki's offspring, was arguably the most fascinating Norse monster. Knowing from prophecy that Fenrir would ultimately kill Odin, the gods chose to bind the wolf with an unbreakable chain, rather than attempting to stop this fate with wisdom or kindness. It took cunning to bind him. They persuaded Fenrir that it was a test of his strength, and then wouldn't let him go when he demonstrated that he couldn't escape. The tale of Fenrir is the ideal example of how attempting to avert a future that is feared can actually bring it about. Even though the wolf had done nothing wrong, the gods' treatment of him, chaining him, was precisely the kind of injustice that would incite the wrath required to carry out the prophecy. Because they were afraid of him, they made their own enemy, demonstrating that sometimes the most dangerous monsters are the ones we create for ourselves. The Banshee, arguably the most psychologically complex monster of all, has Celtic roots. She was grief personified, the embodiment of loss that some families experience over many generations, but she wasn't evil in the traditional sense. Death was announced by her wailing, but she did not cause it. She only recognised it, gave it a voice, and made it impossible to downplay or ignore. The Banshee recognised a crucial aspect of human nature. We require our sorrows, losses and pain to be seen as genuine and noteworthy. She was dreadful not because she brought death, but rather because she made people face their mortality, and the knowledge that everyone they cared about would eventually pass away. However, she was also consoling in her own way. Her presence demonstrated that death had purpose, that the universe did not disregard loss, and that there was someone whose responsibility it was to grieve for the deceased in a dignified manner. She was the cosmic counterpart of the friend who attends funerals, brings casseroles to bereaved families, and ensures that no one must go through life's darkest times alone. As our journey through the world of ancient stories draws to a close, it is worthwhile to pause and reflect on the kind of magic that didn't require heroic quests or divine intervention. The commonplace enchantments that made everyday life a little more bearable, a little more meaningful, and a little more connected to the greater mysteries of existence. The most significant magic occurs in the pauses between the dramatic moments, in the everyday rituals that bind us to one another and to the cycles of nature. This is something that ancient peoples understood, but we occasionally forget in our haste to separate the logical from the miraculous. This is beautifully illustrated by the Japanese concept of kami. Often translated as gods or spirits, kami are actually more like the divine essence that permeates everything, including every tree, rock, river, mountain, well-made tool, act of kindness, and instance of flawless attention to a straightforward task. The word itself implies something above or superior, but not in the sense of being far away or unreachable. Instead, it's the characteristic that, when experienced with the appropriate level of awareness, elevates ordinary things to extraordinary. A master potter does more than simply mould clay. They work with the fire, the kami of the earth, and their own hands to create something useful and beautiful. By learning to work with weather, soil and seasons in ways that respect both ecological balance and human needs, a gardener engages in the continuous dialogue between human intention and natural processes. This insight transforms every activity into a possible spiritual practice, every beautifully crafted item into a form of prayer, and every encounter with nature into a chance to connect with something greater than personal worries. It's transformation without the drama, magic without the fireworks, and transcendence found in giving whatever task at hand your whole attention. Through its understanding of thin places, places where the line separating the everyday world from the other world becomes permeable, where magic is not only possible but nearly inevitable, the Celtic tradition provides a similar viewpoint. These could be ancient groves or stone circles, but they could also be wells, crossroads, or even specific times of day when the light falls in a particular way and everything seems more significant, alive, and interconnected. The realization that thin places aren't merely specific places but rather states of consciousness that can be developed anywhere, however, was the most significant realization in Celtic spirituality. When you learn to approach everyday situations with the same level of reverence and attention, typically reserved for formal religious practices, the real magic happens. Taking care of a fire becomes a means of taking part in the cosmic dance between order and entropy. Cooking becomes an offering to the spirits of the home, and washing dishes becomes a meditation on the element of water. The knowledge that everything, location and creature, has a spirit and a story of its own, and that wisdom arises from learning to listen to these stories with humility and respect, is derived from Native American traditions. A rock is more than just a mineral formation. It is an elder who has seen innumerable seasons and has its own wisdom about patience, endurance, and the gradual change of landscapes over time. This viewpoint completely changes how people interact with nature. You start to see yourself as a part of a continuous dialogue that has been going on for thousands of years before you arrived and will continue long after you leave, rather than as a collection of resources to be used or challenges to overcome. Finding your place in this conversation and adding your voice while paying attention to everyone else's is more important than trying to control or dominate it. Something similar but even more thorough is encapsulated in the Aboriginal Australian concept of country. The living system of relationships between land, water, plants, animals, ancestors and descendants defines your identity and responsibilities. It is not just the place you happen to live, in the sense that your identity is inextricably linked to the network of relationships that supports all life. You are country, not just from it. Because everything you do has an impact on the overall system's balance and health, this knowledge makes every action meaningful. Taking water from a spring is more than just a practical issue. It's a way to communicate with the water spirits and calls for appreciation, acknowledgement, and close attention to reciprocity. Foraging is only one aspect of gathering food plants. Another is engaging in a relationship that necessitates understanding the seasons, migration patterns, soil conditions, and the requirements of all other organisms that share resources. Developing the sensitivity and wisdom to live in harmony with all the forces, both visible and invisible, human and more than human, that enable life is what all these traditions have in common, rather than gaining control over the world. They acknowledge that, rather than existing independently of nature, humans are merely one species within a complex web of interdependence that necessitates ongoing care, support, and care. Supernatural abilities or drastic changes are not promised by this type of commonplace magic. Rather, it provides something perhaps more valuable, a way of life that acknowledges the sacred aspect of everyday life, that finds connection and meaning in the most basic activities, and that turns everyday life into a continuous spiritual practice without requiring anyone to give up their obligations or withdraw from society. You may be wondering what exactly we're supposed to do with all these stories of gods and heroes, monsters and tricksters, tragic love stories, and creation myths that start with chaos as our journey through these old tales comes to an end. These aren't merely amusing artifacts from the early days of humanity. They are inheritance records, psychological maps, and guides to navigating the intricacies of life that haven't evolved as much as we may believe. The ancient storytellers recognized something that our modern culture occasionally finds difficult to grasp. Wisdom isn't just about learning new things or using cunning to solve problems. It involves cultivating the ability to live with uncertainty, to find purpose in flaws, to hold on to hope when loss is unavoidable, and to acknowledge the sacred aspects of everyday life. Think about the beginnings described in the creation stories. They make no guarantees about the neatness, orderliness, or predictability of beginning anything worthwhile, be it a new way of life, a relationship, a universe, or a creative endeavour. Rather, they recognize that all significant creations come from some kind of chaos, necessitate the dismantling of earlier plans, and entail some trial and error that cannot be prevented by better planning. According to the Babylonian tale of Marduk and Tiamat, sometimes progress necessitates a direct confrontation with the past, not to destroy it out of resentment or impatience, but to respect what it has given us while making room for new opportunities. We are reminded that every beginning entails letting go of something else, and that this letting go is a necessary part of the process rather than a result of poor planning, by the Norse understanding that creation necessitates sacrifice, that Ymir's death was required for the world's birth. Perhaps the most advanced interpretation of all is provided by the Aboriginal concept of the dream time, which holds that creation is ongoing, present, and occurring in every moment of focus and intention, rather than occurring once in the distant past. Your decisions, focus, and relationships are all a part of the cosmic creative process, and you're not merely living in a created world, you're actively contributing to its continuous creation. The hero tales offer equally useful advice for dealing with the difficulties of adulthood. They are not guides to immortality or enduring happiness, quite the contrary in fact. They are sincere admissions that in order to grow, you must confront things you would rather avoid, that courage is the choice to act in spite of fear rather than the lack of fear, and that the most significant successes are frequently hidden from everyone but the person who achieves them. We learn from Gilgamesh's journey that while the desire to resist change and loss is normal and understandable, it is ultimately pointless. His desire for immortality isn't realized in the way he envisions, but his readiness to love profoundly, grieve openly, and live on in spite of death's inevitable conclusion produces a different kind of immortality. The kind that endures in tales, in our impact, and in the transformations we bring about in other people's lives. The love stories provide guidance that is both transcendent and useful. They recognize that love is the most potent and perilous force in human history, able to inspire both the most amazing creations and the most spectacular catastrophes. They contend that cultivating the wisdom to love well in spite of difficulties is more important than finding a love without problems. We learn from Orpheus and Eurydice the value of faith in things we cannot see or control, the necessity of trust in relationships, and how doubt can sabotage even the strongest bonds. They also teach us how love transcends physical proximity, and how caring for someone profoundly alters you in ways that last long after they are gone. Perhaps the most useful advice for surviving in the modern world can be found in the trickster stories. They remind us that the best solutions sometimes come from those who aren't invested in keeping the status quo, that change typically comes from unexpected directions, and that those in charge don't always know what they're doing. Kyoto, Loki, and Anansi all show how important it is to challenge authority, to be prepared to break rules that don't really benefit anyone, and to acknowledge that every solution leads to new issues. They acknowledge that change is messy and unpredictable, but they also highlight how resilient, creative, and humorous people can be in the face of adversity. Power, responsibility, and the human propensity to establish authorities and then berate them for their flaws are all explored in the tales of gods living among humans. With all of their trivial jealousies and bad judgment, the Greek gods serve as a reminder that those in charge of significant matters are frequently just as perplexed and conflicted as the general populace, and that power does not always translate into wisdom. However, the stories also imply that the divine is not something distant and unfathomable, but rather is interwoven with everyday life in ways that become apparent when we look closely. The Hindu conception of Krishna as both a butter-stealing child and a cosmic principle suggests a spirituality that accepts the whole range of human experience, rather than attempting to transcend it. Perhaps the most advanced psychological advice of all is found in the monster stories. Although they admit that fear is a natural part of the human experience, they also contend that our monsters frequently reveal crucial details about the things we need to confront, the things we're avoiding, and the things we haven't yet figured out how to integrate. Even when that power seems more like a curse than a gift, Medusa serves as a reminder that some types of suffering can give rise to power. The Sphinx implies that rather than being adversaries that must be vanquished, the monsters we face are frequently questions disguised as puzzles that must be solved. Fenrir shows us how fear can produce the very futures we're trying to avoid, and how treating someone as dangerous can actually make them dangerous. Most significantly, these old tales have a deeper understanding of time than our culture does. They don't have an obsession with linear progress, which is the belief that things are always improving, that issues can be resolved once and for all, or that better methods or technologies can radically alter human nature. Rather, they acknowledge that human existence is cyclical, that the same basic problems arise in every generation, and that wisdom is not in finding a permanent solution to these problems, but rather in creating the abilities, viewpoints, and behaviours that enable each generation to face them with dignity, ingenuity, and support from one another. We are reminded that destruction and creation are partners in an eternal dance, that loss and renewal are part of the same process, and that every ending contains the seeds of new beginnings by the seasonal cycles that occur in so many mythologies, from Persephone's yearly journey between worlds to the Norse understanding of Ragnarok as both ending and beginning. Compared to our achievement-oriented culture, this cyclical view of time offers a different relationship to both success and failure. It implies that difficulties frequently precede periods of growth, that setbacks are not irreversible defeats, but rather organic components of larger patterns, and that the objective is not to reach a perfect state, but rather to acquire the fortitude and insight necessary to face whatever lies ahead. When you close this collection of stories and go back to your own life, with its unique blend of routine tasks and sacred moments, ordinary responsibilities and extraordinary possibilities, you take with you the wisdom of thousands of generations who have grappled with the same basic questions you do. How do you find meaning in an uncertain world? How can you accept loss and still love deeply? How do you remain hopeful when you recognize the challenges? In the vast network of relationships that binds all life together, how do you find your place? The solutions these tales provide are neither straightforward nor definitive. Rather, they are moulded by the wisdom of innumerable individuals who have persevered in facing the unavoidable difficulties of human life and have been tested by time. They serve as a reminder that we are not alone in our difficulties, that the same questions that keep us up at night are the same ones that have always kept people up, and that participating in such an age-old discussion can be both humbling and consoling. The knowledge that the journey itself is significant, that the questions are just as significant as the answers, and that each generation has the chance to contribute its own voice to the grand ongoing narrative of what it means to be human in a mysterious and great universe, are perhaps the things that the myths offer more than simple answers or happy endings. You can therefore rest in the knowledge that you're surrounded by stories as well as blankets as you turn off the light and go to sleep. These stories are held in place not only by your immediate surroundings, but also by the collective wisdom of all those who have ever gazed at the same stars, pondered the same mysteries, and managed to turn their confusion and longing into stories that continue to comfort and guide those who follow them. Your life, with all its everyday magic and everyday heroism, is one of the newest chapters in this timeless book. The ancient stories are still being written. Rest easy knowing that you are a part of something far more expansive and exquisite than you could have ever dreamed when you first opened these pages. Sweet dreams, fellow human being on the eternal journey. Word count. About 7,000 words. Anansi's strategy of stealing fire from the sky god is a prime illustration of it. Nyame, the sky god, owned fire and kept it locked away for his exclusive use. Humans had to fumble around in the dark after the sunset, were cold, and were unable to properly prepare their food. Niam simply didn't understand why anyone else needed access to something so potent and potentially hazardous. It wasn't that he was intentionally cruel. The obvious solution to this problem, in Anansi's opinion, was to steal the fire and give it to humanity. He thought hoarding useful items was essentially foolish, not because he harboured any particular animosity toward Niami. Instead of being left unused in some cosmic storage unit, fire was intended to be shared and improve everyone's quality of life. The actual theft was a masterwork of preparation and creativity. Among other things, Anansi was one of the greatest storytellers in history, and he persuaded Niame to allow him to visit by promising to share some of his well-known tales. Anansi was able to smuggle some fire into a tiny pot he had concealed in his web, while Niame was preoccupied with an especially captivating story about why mosquitoes buzz in people's ears. For a spider, even a magical one, crossing the sky to get the fire to Earth was no easy task. Anansi had to use ingenuity for navigation, transportation, and maintaining the fire throughout the trip. Additionally, he had to stay out of Niame's sight when the sky god eventually found out about the theft and came to look for his belongings. However, Anansi was successful, and fire spread like, well, fire among people. Cooking, staying warm, working after dark, and generally improving one's quality of life were all made possible. Initially incensed, Niami was forced to acknowledge that fire was far more beneficial when it was being used as opposed to being stored. In fact, the the theft increased rather than decreased the value of the gift. The way that Anansi stories reinterpret stealing and breaking the law as acts of social justice is fantastic. Anansi redistributes resources because he sees a world where good things are kept from those who need them, not because he is avaricious or malevolent. He resembles a cosmic Robin Hood, but he has better jokes and more legs. Another example of the art of necessary mischief is Coyote, the trickster of many Native American traditions. Whereas Anansi was endearing and determined, and Loki was complex and occasionally destructive, Coyote, however, was like that friend who has good intentions but no sense of proportion. He would flood a valley while watering your garden, then move mountains to help you find a misplaced earring. There is a common pattern to Coyote stories. Coyote sees a problem, devises what appears to be a clever solution, enthusiastically puts the solution into practice, and then faces consequences that are typically far more significant and bizarre than anyone could have predicted. He is the divine representation of both the necessity of trying new things, even when you are unsure of how they will turn out, and the law of unintended consequences. His attempt to introduce salmon to the Columbia River's inhabitants is among the most charming of Coyote's tales. According to this version, a family of creatures had constructed a dam across the river and was hoarding all the salmon, refusing to share them with anybody else. Coyote determined that people's hunger was intolerable. As usual, he offered a straightforward solution. He would break the dam and release the salmon. Easy, efficient, and sure to lead to complications he hadn't yet considered. Coyote was skilled at the destructive aspect of problem-solving, so the dam breaking itself went without a hitch. The salmon, however, had to be equitably shared with all the various communities along the river once they were free. This was the point at which Coyote's lack of administrative abilities clashed with his good intentions. Immediately overwhelmed by the logistics, he appointed himself coordinator of salmon distribution. They couldn't agree on seasonal schedules, had different fishing traditions, and wanted different numbers of fish. The world's first fisheries management crisis resulted from what should have been a straightforward resource-sharing issue. Coyote ultimately resolved the issue by essentially stating that salmon would migrate in cycles, arriving in large quantities for a portion of the year before departing to spawn. Although it wasn't the sophisticated long-term fix he had hoped for, it did the trick. Everyone received salmon. The salmon was able to procreate and carry on the cycle, and Coyote gained insight into the distinction between destroying and repairing things, the understanding that change is messy, progress frequently comes from unexpected directions, and sometimes the best solutions come from people who aren't invested in maintaining the status quo, is what makes trickster stories so timeless. Tricksters don't use meticulous planning and risk assessment to solve problems the way experts and authorities do. When they're tired of the status quo and open to trying something new, they solve problems the same way regular people do. They also acknowledge that good intentions do not always translate into successful outcomes, that every solution leads to new issues, and that sometimes it is more important to simply start the process of change, even if you have no control over its direction. Trickster energy, the willingness to ask questions, try new things, and break rules that need to be broken, feels more relevant than ever in a world that frequently feels trapped in patterns that don't benefit anyone. Ancient people's conceptions of their gods have a wonderfully human quality. These were not the far-off, unfathomable beings of later theology, emanating perfection from some inaccessible celestial throne, with the ability to transform their negative emotions into natural calamities. These divine beings shared all of our problems, small grievances, and dubious decision-making abilities. Specifically, the Greek gods were like a dysfunctional family that just so happened to govern the natural forces. Mount Olympus was not so much a place of God, as it was the most exclusive gated community in the world, inhabited by beings with limitless power and the emotional maturity of reality TV contestants. They had sibling rivalries that could literally change the landscape, harboured resentments for centuries, and fell in love in inappropriate ways. As the alleged ruler of the gods and universe, Zeus devoted most of his time to resolving issues that he had caused. His solution to his attraction to mortal women was to change into different animals and entice them, which resulted in a constant flow of demigod offspring with complex parental problems. When the king of the gods chose to court the women in the form of a bull or a swan, his wife, Hera, spent just as much time being enraged about these affairs and exacting revenge on the women as if they had any say in the matter. It was like watching a soap opera with characters who could throw lightning bolts when they were angry. When the next crisis arose from precisely the same pattern of behaviour, everyone would act shocked. Zeus would have an affair, Hera would discover it, and innocent people would be cursed with terrible fates or turned into trees. Of all the Greek gods, Hades was arguably the most relatable since he was forced to hold the position that no one wanted, that of ruler of the underworld. Hades received the basement office of the cosmos, while his brothers Zeus and Poseidon were given the exciting realms of the sky and the sea, complete with dramatic weather patterns and amazing power displays. Although his work managing the dead was significant, it wasn't exactly the kind of thing that attracted a lot of favourable press. It's possible that Hades received the least glamorous assignment because he was the most responsible of the three brothers. He managed his realm effectively, kept to himself most of the time, and showed up for work every day. Even that story becomes more likeable when you consider that he was likely just lonely and didn't know how to ask someone out when your job required you to spend all of your time with dead people. His biggest PR disaster was kidnapping Persephone to be his wife. Given that it was negotiated by those who had the authority to wipe out all life on Earth if they didn't get their way, the solution to Persephone's predicament, where she spends part of the year underground with Hades and part of the year above ground with her mother Demeter, was actually a fairly reasonable compromise. Hades received company during the dark months, humanity received an explanation for the seasonal changes, and Demeter received her daughter back for the spring and summer. If you don't consider the kidnapping aspect too much, everyone kind of won. The gods of Egypt approached divine behaviour differently. The Egyptian gods were more like cosmic principles with personalities than the Greek gods, who were basically immortal humans with superpowers. They were more than just strong creatures. They represented the basic elements of life, such as death, rebirth, order, chaos, the flooding of the Nile, and the sun's journey across the sky. Making sure the sun rose each day was perhaps the most significant duty performed by the sun god Ra in the Egyptian pantheon. To do this, he had to travel across the sky every day in a solar bark, and then go through the underworld every night to defeat the serpent Apep, who stood for chaos and truly didn't want the sun to rise again. It wasn't as simple as flipping a cosmic switch. Take a moment to consider the weight of that responsibility. Ra was required to successfully navigate celestial waters, lead a crew of divine beings, and then engage in a cosmic battle against the forces of entropy on a daily basis. The sun wouldn't rise and civilization would come to an end if he had a bad day, became ill or distracted, or simply didn't feel like putting up with Apep's nonsense. What's amazing is that Ra was able to stick to this routine for thousands of years without ever taking a day off. He either needs to learn about work-life balance or is the most dependable employee in the universe because of his commitment to routine. However, the interconnectedness of existence was also something that the Egyptian gods understood. Every element of Egyptian cosmology was affected when Set killed his brother Osiris out of jealousy, a family drama that makes Greek divine dysfunction seem mild. Set ruled over chaos in the desert, Osiris became the god of the dead and the afterlife, and their sister wife Isis became the goddess of healing and magic as she sought to protect their son Horus and bring her husband back to life. The narrative of The first voice came not with thunderous clarity, but as a whisper easily mistaken for wind through the garden. I was 13, gathering herbs behind my father Jacques d'Arc's house in Domremy. Most people remember me describing the voice as appearing with blinding light at noon, but the truth differs. It was actually dusk, the hour when shadows transform into something else entirely. Jahan, it said, my name in the old tongue. It was familiar, not commanding nor frightening, like someone who had known me before I knew myself. I dropped my basket, herbs scattering across soil, still warm from the day's sun. No one had prepared me for this moment, even though our priest, Father Verfronte, frequently spoke about saints and visions. People imagine I was overcome with religious ecstasy, but my initial reaction was irritation. I had chores to finish before dark, and Mother would scold me for dallying. Only when the voice came again, 3 days later while I tended our sheep, did I begin to understand. It was Michael, the archangel, though he did not announce himself grandly. He simply began speaking as if he were continuing a long-established conversation. Our village existed in perpetual anxiety. The English and Burgundians raided regularly, forcing us to flee with our livestock to the nearby fortified island of Vaucouleurs. My father served as a village official, Dean they called him, and I watched how the weight of protecting others bent his shoulders. When he returned from burying neighbours killed in raids, he'd sit silently by our hearth, staring at nothing. This was the inheritance of every child in Lorraine, the knowledge that safety was temporary, violence inevitable. The voices, Catherine and Margaret joined Michael eventually, did not immediately speak of saving France. They spoke of me, how I must remain pure, how I must listen carefully. People think I was a simple girl, but simplicity was impossible in our border region, where language, loyalty and custom blurred. We spoke a dialect that was neither purely French nor German. We pledged allegiance to lords whose names changed with the seasons. You will recognise the Dauphin, they told me once, though I had never travelled beyond our valley and had never seen nobility save for occasional passing knights. How? I inquired, my ignorance weighing heavily on my mind. You will know, was all they answered. Mother taught me to sew and spin, not knowing these domestic skills would later serve me well in army camps. Father taught me to manage our few acres and to recognise when rain threatened the hay harvest. These mundane lessons proved as crucial as anything the voices imparted. I hid the voices from everyone, especially my dear friend Orviette. We gathered flowers for the church altar together, gossiped about village boys, and waded in the Meuse River during summer's heat. Normalcy became my disguise. When my mother spoke of arranging a marriage with the son of a nearby farmer, I neither agreed nor objected, though the voices had already commanded my virginity be preserved. I simply continued spinning wool, kneading bread, and appearing unchanged while something profound transformed within me. The summer I turned 16, English forces pushed deeper into our region. I watched refugees stream through Domremy, women carrying whatever possessions they could save, men with haunted eyes and children too exhausted to cry. They brought stories of villages burned, of harvests destroyed, and of casual cruelties inflicted by mercenary soldiers who fought for coin rather than cause. One night while our family sheltered in the church during a raid, I watched a woman rock her dead infant, refusing to acknowledge the child had stopped breathing hours before. Something hardened in me then, a resolve that matched the voice's growing urgency. It is time, Michael told me as autumn leaves fell, as France bleeds, the king's son hides while the kingdom crumbles. I am a girl who cannot read, I answered. I've never held a sword. Yet you will lead armies, Catherine replied. I laughed aloud at this absurdity, earning a questioning look from my brother Pierre as we gathered kindling in the forest. You were chosen before birth, Margaret added, not for your knowledge, but for your heart. As winter approached, Burgundian soldiers burned part of our village. I helped neighbours salvage what remained of their homes by digging through ash for cooking pots and for anything usable. The voices grew more insistent, speaking not just in quiet moments, but during daily tasks, during mass, and during rare moments of village celebration. Go to Vaucouleurs, they commanded. Speak to Robert de Baudricourt, I knew the name, the garrison commander, a gruff soldier loyal to the uncrowned Dauphin. What I didn't know was how a peasant girl might gain his audience, how I might convince him of the divine messages only I could hear. But the voices left no room for doubt. I would go, I would speak, I would begin this impossible journey. So I plaited my hair one final time before cutting it away, trading a daughter's life for something without precedent. My cousin Durand Lassois thought I was insane when I asked him to escort me to Vaucouleurs. A practical man with calloused hands and a perpetual furrow between his brows nonetheless agreed, perhaps out of curiosity about what had transformed his once quiet cousin into someone who spoke with unnerving certainty. 3 times you will knock on the captain's door, Catherine had told me. Twice he will refuse you. The 3rd time he will listen. During the January journey to Vaucouleurs, my feet became numb from wearing worn leather shoes. Frost glazed the bare trees like spun sugar, beautiful and bitter. I'd never travelled so far from home, a mere 20 miles that stretched like a pilgrimage. Durand filled silences with nervous chatter about his vineyard and about village gossip, carefully avoiding questions about my purpose until we crested the final hill. What exactly will you say to him? He finally asked as Vaucouleurs' stone walls came into view. The truth seemed both too simple and too extraordinary. Voices from heaven commanded me to seek an audience with the garrison commander, so that I could eventually lead the Dauphin to his coronation at Reims. Instead, I said only, "What God wishes me to say." Baudricourt's guards snickered at the sight of me, a peasant girl in a homespun dress requesting an audience with their commander. But something in my demeanour made them hesitate to simply turn me away. Perhaps it was the way I stood, as if inhabited by something larger than myself. They brought Baudricourt to the courtyard rather than admitting me to his quarters, a public humiliation intended to discourage further persistence. "The Heavenly Lord has a messages concerning the welfare of France," I announced, borrowing formality I'd never needed in Domremy. Baudricourt, bearded, broad-shouldered, perpetually armoured even in peacetime, laughed. Not cruelly, but with the weariness of a man besieged by people claiming special knowledge in desperate times. "Return to your father, child," he said. "Learn to improve your thread-spinning skills instead of telling stories." I did not argue. The voices had prepared me for rejection. Durand looked relieved as we left, believing the matter concluded, but I remained in Vaucouleurs, staying with distant relatives, the kindly wheelwright Henri and his wife Catherine Leroyer, who took me in despite their confusion about my purpose. Daily I attended Mass at the Chapel of Sainte Marie, kneeling on stone floors that bruised my knees. Townspeople began noticing the strange girl who prayed with unusual intensity. Some mocked me. Others, sensing something beyond ordinary faith, began asking for blessings, for prayers specific to their troubles. "I have no power to bless," I told a woman who brought her feverish child. "I am only a messenger." Yet I placed my hands on the child's forehead, feeling heat radiating through papery skin, and prayed anyway. When the fever broke 3 days later, whispers about me changed tenor. I was back at Baudricourt's door 6 days after my initial rejection. This time he received me properly in his chambers, curious about rumours circulating through his town. I stood before his massive oak desk, my shadow small against the stone wall behind me. "You claim heaven speaks to you," he said, not bothering with a greeting. "Not claims, truth." The steadiness in my voice surprised even me. "Today, near Orléans, our forces have suffered defeat. A skirmish near a place called Rouvray. The ambush targeted men carrying Lenten fish and provisions for the besieged. You will receive confirmation of the situation in days." I had not known these words would come from my mouth until they emerged. The voices had whispered to them moments before I was to enter his chamber. Baudricourt's expression changed from scepticism to guarded caution. "If the story proves true," he began. "When it proves true," I corrected, "you will provide me an escort to Chinon." He dismissed me without commitment. Messengers confirmed the Battle of the Herrings 4 days later. While my prediction was not particularly detailed, its verification startled Baudricourt into taking me seriously. On my 3rd visit, he listened fully. "I must dress as a man," I explained. "The journey is dangerous, and I have been promised protection if I maintain my virtue." What I didn't say is that the voices sometimes revealed to me glimpses of what awaited. Roads crawling with Burgundian patrols, English archers in forest clearings, and rivers swollen with winter melt. A woman travelling would face dangers beyond enemy soldiers. The voices promised safety but required prudence. Baudricourt commissioned male clothing for me, a dark woolen tunic, leggings, and boots that needed stuffing at the toes. Baudricourt cut my hair even shorter, cropping it close to my scalp. When I dressed in these garments for the first time, the Leroyer watched with troubled fascination. Henri crossed himself. Catherine wiped tears. "You look," Henri started, unable to find appropriate words. "Like God's instrument," I finished for him, though I felt only like myself, simply clad differently. Jean de Metz and Bertrand de Poulengy, 2 of Baudricourt's men, volunteered to accompany me to Chinon. Both later claimed divine inspiration moved them to offer an escort, but I saw more earthly calculation in their eyes. Curiosity about whether the strange girl might truly have heavenly favour, whether their fortunes might rise by proximity. The night before departure, Baudricourt summoned me once more. The chamber's single candle cast dramatic shadows across his face, deepening already severe features. "If you are deceiving us, if you lead my men into danger through false prophecy—" He let the threat hang unfinished. "I move only as directed," I answered. "Your men's safety is precious to heaven." He handed me a sword then, not ceremoniously, but with a practicality that acknowledged the dangers ahead. "Can you use this?" I had never held a sword before. Its weight surprised me, the pommel cool against my palm. "I will not need to," I said. "Others will fight. I carry the standard." This answer, so specific yet so odd, seemed to finally convince him. He nodded once, reclaimed the sword, and uttered words that would become famous, despite their lack of theatrical flair in their actual delivery. "Go then, and let come what comes." The following morning, February 23rd, I departed Vaucouleurs with my small escort. Townspeople gathered to watch, some touching my garments as if I were already a saint. A woman pressed a rosary into my hand. A blacksmith crossed himself as I passed. I did not look back at the town's gate, even though homesickness was already pulling at me, not for Domremy, but for a simplicity that I had now irrevocably lost. Ahead lay 11 days of hard travel through enemy territory, and beyond that challenges I could scarcely imagine. But Michael's voice accompanied me, steady as my heartbeat. France's liberation begins with each step you take. The journey to Chinon tested faith more than physical endurance. We travelled mainly at night, avoiding main roads where English and Burgundian patrols sought travellers to rob or ransom. During daylight hours, we hid in abandoned shepherds' huts or dense woodland. Jean de Metz and Poulengy initially insisted I sleep separate from them to protect my virtue, but practicality soon dissolved such courtesies. We huddled together for warmth in February's biting cold, my male attire and their honour providing sufficient barriers. My companions' attitudes toward me evolved during our journey. Initial scepticism transformed into cautious reverence after we narrowly avoided a Burgundian patrol that should have intercepted us. The wind shifted, Poulengy remarked, not connecting the sudden weather change to my silent prayer moments before. Later, when we reached a swollen river that maps showed no crossing for miles, a local boy appeared as if conjured, guiding us to a hidden ford. My escorts exchanged meaningful glances, but I knew these were not miracles, merely the everyday workings of divine guidance. "Will you truly recognise the Dauphin?" Joan asked one evening, as we warmed our hands over a small, carefully shielded fire. "They say he often hides among his courtiers to test visitors." "God will identify his anointed," I answered, though privately I wondered how this recognition would manifest. The voices remained frustratingly vague on practical details. We reached Chinon on March 6th, but 2 more days passed before gaining entrance to the castle. We lodged in the town below, where I endured the first of many examinations by church officials Borzin sent to determine whether my claims were divine inspiration, demonic influence, or simple madness. "How can we know God speaks through you?" demanded an elderly priest with yellowed fingers and breath sour from fasting. "By the signs that follow," I replied, remembering Catherine's coaching. "God does not ask for blind faith, but provides confirmation for those who truly seek. What signs have you performed?" "None yet. Signs are not tricks of the conjurer, performed on demand. They unfold as needed." He seemed satisfied with this answer, which surprised me. Later I learned he reported favourably on my orthodoxy, noting, "I answered questions about faith with simple clarity, rather than elaborate theological constructions that might suggest educated heretical influences." When I eventually gained entry to the castle, I faced a planned challenge. Charles, not yet crowned and increasingly doubtful of his legitimacy, had arranged for another man to sit on the throne while he stood among dozens of richly dressed courtiers. The great hall blazed with hundreds of candles, their light reflecting off jewelled fingers and golden threads woven through noble garments. The assembled court watched expectantly, many smirking at the prospect of a peasant girl's confusion. I had never seen such finery, such concentrated wealth. For a moment my confidence wavered. These were people whose everyday garments cost more than my family earned in years. What arrogance brought me here? Then Margaret whispered, not in my ear, but directly within my mind, "Remember your purpose. You were not sent to be dazzled by earthly riches." Without hesitation, I walked directly through the crowd toward a plainly dressed man standing among the courtiers. Kneeling before him, I said what the voices prompted. "God gives you life and glory, gentle Dauphin." Charles's face registered shock, quickly controlled. "I am not the king," he protested, maintaining the charade. "I did not call you king," I answered. "You are the Dauphin, but you will be king when properly consecrated at Reims, as is God's will." The court murmured. Charles gestured for seclusion, guiding me to a window ledge where we could converse discreetly. "If you truly come from God," he said quietly, "tell me something only divine knowledge could reveal." I repeated words Michael had given me during our journey. "You made a private prayer at All Saints last November, asking God for confirmation of your right to the throne, questioning whether your mother's reputation spoke truth about your birth. God answers now. You are the legitimate heir to France. Your suffering is seen. Your doubts are understood, but you must claim what heaven has preserved for you." Charles paled visibly. He later confirmed that he had prayed this prayer in solitude, that I knew its contents convinced him when nothing else might have. Yet despite this private conviction, Charles remained publicly cautious. I was subjected to further examinations, including 3 weeks of questioning by theologians at Poitiers who probed for heretical beliefs or signs of demonic influence. They examined my body for witches' marks, questioned my insistence on male attire, and tested my knowledge of Christian doctrine. What history rarely records is the humiliation of these examinations and the indignity of learned men debating whether my virginity indicated divine protection or simply a lack of opportunity, as well as whether my voices were angels or clever demons. One elderly theologian suggested I might simply suffer from female hysteria due to my unmarried state. "Perhaps," I replied evenly, "but does hysteria typically predict military outcomes or recognise disguised kings?" During these weeks of examination, I grew increasingly frustrated by delays. Orléans remained under siege, its situation deteriorating. The voices became more urgent, sometimes waking me from sleep with commands to move quickly. "Time slips away," Michael warned. "France's heart weakens with each passing day." I petitioned Charles repeatedly for action, facing resistance from his advisor Georges de la Trémoille, who viewed me as a threat to his influence. "The maid makes bold claims," he told Charles within my hearing, "yet prophecies are cheap while soldiers' lives are dear." "Prophecies may be cheap," I countered, "but the price of ignorance is the fall of your kingdom." Charles wavered between believing my divine mandate and fearing the consequences of following an unproven visionary. What finally convinced him was pragmatism. All conventional military strategies had failed. His treasury emptied while English territory in France expanded. What harm could come from allowing me to attempt lifting the siege at Orléans? Should I fail, my losses would be minimal compared to the daily losses already incurred. If I succeeded, the reward was incalculable. In late April, after nearly 7 weeks of delay and examination, Charles finally granted me my mission. I was provided armour made to my measurements, lightweight plates that nonetheless felt foreign against my body. The sword given to me was serviceable but ordinary, not the special blade I had described seeing in my visions. "There is a sword meant for me," I explained to Charles, "buried behind the altar at Sainte Catherine de Fierbois. It bears 5 crosses on its blade and has lain there since Charles Martel's time." Charles, still testing the limits of my strange knowledge, sent men to investigate this oddly specific claim. They indeed found an ancient sword buried exactly where described, its existence unknown to the local priests. This sword became my physical token of divine sanction. However, I primarily carried a standard instead of wielding weapons. The standard was my design, a white field adorned with fleur-de-lis, bearing the names Jesus Maria, and depicting God holding the world with angels at his side. This banner would precede me into battle, a visible reminder that our cause carried heavenly blessing. Before departing Chinon, I dictated a letter to the English commanders surrounding Orléans, warning them to depart France or face divine judgment. The scribe who recorded my words kept glancing up in disbelief as increasingly forceful language flowed from the peasant girl before him. "Surrender to the maid sent by God, the King of Heaven. You will not hold the kingdom of France from God, the King of Heaven, Son of St. Mary, King Charles, the true heir. Will hold it, for God wills it." When read aloud afterward, the words sounded strange to my ears, both mine and not mine, carrying an authority I'd never possessed in Domremy. The courtiers exchanged troubled glances, uncertain whether they witnessed inspired prophecy or dangerous delusion. However, Charles had chosen to support my journey. Charles had gathered equipment and assembled troops. The impossible campaign was about to begin. On the evening before our departure for Orléans, I stood alone on the castle ramparts, watching spring stars emerge. Homesickness washed over me unexpectedly, not for my village specifically, but for anonymity, for the peace of tending sheep on quiet hillsides. "Having doubts?" Catherine asked, her voice gentle within my mind. "No doubts," I answered silently. "It's simply a conscious understanding of what you can't take back." "The path narrows before you," she acknowledged. "But remember why you were chosen, not for skill with sword or strategy, but for perfect faith in God's plan." I nodded, though no human eyes witnessed this private exchange. Perfect faith. It was not blindness to danger nor an absence of fear. but a willingness to proceed despite both. With that understanding, I descended to prepare for departure, ready to transform from examined curiosity to battlefield commander. We departed Tours on April 27th with supplies and reinforcements for the besieged city, but conflict emerged immediately between military commanders and me, a teenage girl claiming divine guidance. The army's veteran captains, Jean de Dunois, La Hire, and Etienne de Vignoles, regarded me with open scepticism. They had weathered years of defeats and developed cautious strategies: avoid confrontation, preserve remaining forces, and accept that Orléans would eventually fall like other strongholds before it. God did not send me to follow cautious men, I informed them during our first council. Orléans will not fall. We will not merely deliver supplies, we will break the siege entirely. La Hire, a notorious soldier known for creative profanity, stared at me in disbelief. With what? Divine wind to blow the English away? They outnumber us. They have secured their positions. They outnumber David against Goliath, I replied. Numbers mean nothing against God's will. These exchanges established our working relationship. They planned according to military experience, and I insisted on more aggressive action than conventional wisdom suggested was prudent. The compromise that emerged involved approaching Orléans from an unexpected direction, crossing the Loire rather than confronting the stronger English positions directly. This decision, portrayed in chronicles as my strategic brilliance, actually resulted from practical necessity combined with fortunate timing. Spring rains had made the river higher than usual, limiting crossing points but also focusing English defensive positions. My inspiration to approach from the east simply utilised terrain the English had deemed too difficult to defend heavily. We reached the Loire's southern bank on April 29th, where I dictated another letter to the English commanders, this one delivered by herald directly to their lines. You men of England who have no right in this kingdom of France, go away into your country in God's name. And if you do not do this, await tidings from the maid, who will come to see you shortly to your very great injury. The English soldiers who heard this message reportedly laughed, asking if the French had grown so desperate they now sent girls to fight their battles. William Glasdale, their commander, sent back a message threatening to burn me as a witch and hang those who followed me as heretics if captured. Fear clenched my stomach upon hearing this, not of burning specifically, but of failure, of leading others to death through misplaced confidence. That night I prayed longer than usual, seeking reassurance from my voices, who had grown somewhat quieter since my departure from Chinon. The English threatened fire, I whispered to the darkness of my tent. All human flesh fears flames, Margaret answered compassionately. But remember, the true fire is God's purpose burning through you. It consumes doubt and illuminates the path. On April 30th, we successfully transported supplies into Orléans via river barges, bringing desperately needed provisions to the city's defenders. I entered that evening during a rainstorm, soaked and physically exhausted but filled with strange exhilaration. Citizens lined the narrow streets despite the weather, reaching to touch my armour or standard as if I carried a tangible blessing. Jacques Boucher, the city treasurer, offered his home for my lodging. His daughter Charlotte, closest to my age among the household, helped remove my armour that first evening. She gasped, seeing bruises already forming where metal had pressed against my skin during the long ride. "Does it hurt terribly?" she asked, applying herbal salve to the worst marks. "Less than fear hurts this city," I answered. The truth was, I barely noticed physical discomfort. My focus had narrowed to a single purpose, fulfilling what the voices promised. The following days brought increasing frustration. Military commanders insisted on gradual approaches, small gains, and careful conservation of resources. I demanded immediate, decisive action against key English fortifications. Each war council became a battle itself, me against experienced soldiers who saw my urgency as naivete. On May 4th, while commanders deliberated yet another cautious plan, I napped briefly in the chamber. Within dreamlike moments, Michael appeared with unusual clarity. "They attack the eastern gate," he stated without preamble. "Now!" I woke instantly, calling for my squire to help with armour. Charlotte, who had been mending nearby, looked startled at my sudden urgency. "What happens?" she asked. "Eastern gate," was all I managed, while struggling through my padded undergarment. "Fighting has begun." Indeed, while commanders planned, English forces had launched a surprise assault against Saint-Lô, one of the city's eastern fortifications. By the time I reached the area, French defenders were already retreating in disarray. Without waiting for formal orders, I rode directly toward the conflict with the standard raised high. Soldiers later described the events as miraculous, noting how retreating men turned back upon seeing me, and how their broken courage transformed into a determined advance. The reality was less mystical but no less effective. In the confusion of battle, a symbolic focal point, a distinctive figure on horseback with an unmistakable banner, provided a rallying point and renewed purpose. "Who retreats when heaven fights alongside us?" I called, my voice carrying surprisingly well across the din of combat. "Forward! God has delivered them into our hands." The battle turned. By evening, Saint-Lô had fallen to our forces. This victory, while modest in strategic terms, transformed perceptions. Soldiers who had doubted began viewing me with superstitious awe. Commanders who had dismissed my counsel became more willing to listen. Yet challenges to authority continued. On May the 5th, Dunois attempted to exclude me from councils, planning operations without my knowledge. Upon discovering this, I confronted him directly. "Do you believe you can conceal God's battle from his messenger?" I demanded, interrupting their closed meeting. "Why do you plot in shadows when heaven watches regardless?" Dunois, intelligent, politically astute, recognized the changing mood among troops. "We sought only to spare you the technical details," he offered diplomatically. "Spare me nothing," I countered. "I was not sent to be spared, but to lead." The following day, the assault on Saint-Jean-le-Blanc and the Augustin fortress took place. This incident was one of the key events that solidified my reputation among common soldiers. English defenders had positioned archers to cover the main approach. As our forces hesitated under the deadly rain of arrows, I rode forward alone, standards held high. An arrow struck her armour, witnesses later reported, yet she continued as if untouched. In truth, the arrow glanced off my shoulder plate, bruising but not penetrating. More significant than this minor miracle was the psychological effect of my advance. Soldiers, shamed by a girl's courage, surged forward. The fortification fell by evening. May 7th brought the decisive assault against Les Tourelles, the main fortress controlling Orléans' river crossing. Here my legend and reality most dramatically intersect. Historical accounts describe me taking an arrow to the shoulder, having predicted this injury the previous day. The wound was real, an English longbow arrow penetrating between neck and shoulder armour. But my prediction had been more general. Blood will be drawn tomorrow, but not all of it French. The pain nearly caused unconsciousness. I was pulled from battle briefly while the arrow was removed, not ceremoniously as depicted in romantic paintings, but with brutal efficiency by a field surgeon who feared wound fever would set in if the barbed head remained embedded. He poured boiling oil into the wound to cauterize the bleeding, pain that exceeded the original injury. "Wine," I gasped afterward. "Just a little." Instead of wine, they gave me consecrated bread, communion without formal ceremony, battlefield sacrament. The pain receded enough that I could stand again, though using my right arm remained impossible. Military commanders, seeing my condition, ordered a retreat for the day. The assault would resume tomorrow, they decided, without consulting me. I heard this decision while having my wound bandaged. "No," I countermanded, struggling back into partial armour despite Charlotte's protests. "We finish today. The English resolve dwindles with each passing hour." Returning to battle with the wound still fresh became the defining moment witnesses remembered. The injured maid refusing retreat. Standard transferred to my left hand while my right arm hung useless, rallying troops for the final push as daylight began fading. What's rarely recorded is how fever already began clouding my thoughts, how each movement sent waves of nausea through me, and how the voices seemed to speak from an increasingly enormous distance. Yet purpose carried me forward when physical strength should have failed. The English commander Glasdale, who had promised to burn me as a witch, died during this final assault when a makeshift bridge collapsed beneath him. He drowned in the Loire, weighed down by the very armour meant to protect him. Soldiers on both sides viewed his death as divine judgment, superstitious fear spreading through remaining English forces. By nightfall, Les Tourelles had fallen. The siege that had strangled Orléans for 7 months broke in just 4 days of concerted action. The following morning, May 8th, remaining English troops retreated from positions they'd held since October, abandoning equipment and supplies in their haste. Orléans erupted in celebration. Church bells rang continuously. Citizens who had expected either starvation or massacre instead found themselves liberated. They credited the maid, the peasant girl from Domremy who had promised deliverance and, against all rational expectation, delivered it. That night, fevered and weak from blood loss, I struggled to understand what had truly happened. Had God performed miracles through me? Or had my presence simply catalysed human courage that already existed, waiting only for symbol and purpose to crystallise action? Both, Catherine whispered, as I drifted between consciousness and dream. The greatest miracles work through natural channels, not to pipe them. Citizens began calling me La Pucelle d'Orléans, the Maid of Orléans, a title that would follow me through history. Yet alone in prayer that night, I remained simply Jeanne, aching, feverish, wondering what further price fulfilling heaven's commands might require. By nightfall, Les Tourelles had fallen. The siege that had strangled Orléans for 7 months broke in just 4 days of concerted action. The following morning, May 8th, remaining English troops retreated from positions they'd held since October, abandoning equipment and supplies in their haste. Orléans erupted in celebration. Church bells rang continuously. Citizens who had expected either starvation or massacre instead found themselves liberated. They credited the maid, the peasant girl from Domremy who had promised deliverance and, against all rational expectation, delivered it. That night, fevered and weak from blood loss, I struggled to understand what had truly happened. Had God performed miracles through me? Or had my presence simply catalysed human courage that already existed, waiting only for symbol and purpose to crystallise action? Both, Catherine whispered, as I drifted between consciousness and dream. The greatest miracles work through natural channels, not to pipe them. Citizens began calling me La Pucelle d'Orléans, the Maid of Orléans, a title that would follow me through history. Yet alone in prayer that night, I remained simply Jeanne, aching, feverish, wondering what further price fulfilling heaven's commands might require. Throughout this journey, I maintained my male attire and slept fully armoured most nights, surrounded by guards. This practice, later used as evidence of impropriety during my trial, served practical purposes beyond the voice's commands. Travelling with thousands of soldiers while identifiably female invited dangers obvious to any woman, divine protection notwithstanding. The armour provided a physical barrier against casual assault. Male clothing minimised unwanted attention during necessary activities. We reached Reims on July 16th. The city welcomed Charles without resistance, its citizens lining streets to witness what many had thought impossible months earlier. I wrote to Philip of Burgundy that same day, urging reconciliation with Charles, calling on him to make good peace that will last with the rightful king. This letter received no immediate response but represented my growing political involvement beyond battlefield leadership. The coronation ceremony on July the 17th exists in popular imagination as a triumphant culmination, the maid standing proudly beside her king as divine prophecy is fulfilled. Reality contained more nuance. I indeed stood near the altar holding my standard, but experienced the ceremony with complicated emotions. Initially, relief predominated. I had accomplished the primary mission the voices had given me. Charles knelt before the archbishop, received sacred anointing from the holy ampulla, and rose as King Charles VII, his legitimacy no longer questionable. As the archbishop placed the crown on his head, I spontaneously broke into tears. Now God's work is accomplished, I told him afterward, during the celebration feast where I was granted a position of honour. You are the true King of France by holy coronation as well as by birth. Charles, emotionally moved despite his typically reserved nature, asked what reward I desired for my service. Courtiers leaned forward, anticipating requests for titles, lands and wealth, the normal currency of royal gratitude. Grant tax exemption to Domremy, I requested instead. My people are poor and have suffered much from the war's passage. This modest request enhanced my reputation for saintly disinterest in worldly gain, as it cost the crown almost nothing and showed my lack of personal ambition. The voices never promised a personal reward for completing heaven's tasks. My future remained conspicuously absent from their pronouncements. That evening, alone in chambers provided within the Archbishop's palace, I experienced something unprecedented, silence from the voices that had guided me since age 13. I prayed for hours, seeking their familiar presence, but encountered only ordinary stillness. "Have I failed in some manner?" I finally asked aloud, desperate for a response. Catherine's voice, when it finally came, sounded distant, as if speaking across enormous separation. "The path divides before you. One direction leads to earthly glory but spiritual peril. The other is bodily suffering but heavenly triumph." Which should I choose? I begged, but received no answer. The voice's diminishing clarity troubled me deeply as we departed Rams on July 20th. For years they had provided unmistakable direction. Now, at the moment of greatest public acclaim, their guidance grew ambiguous precisely when political complexity demanded the clearest understanding. Charles and his advisers favoured consolidating recent gains, negotiating with Burgundy and avoiding confrontation with primary English forces. I advocated for an immediate advance on Paris, aiming to strike while our momentum remained strong and English authority appeared weakest. These divergent strategies reflected fundamental differences in perspective. Charles thinking in political terms of alliances and sustainable power, and me still operating from a divine mandate to drive foreign forces from France entirely. God did not deliver victory at Orléans so you could stop halfway to complete liberation, I argued during councils. Paris is the kingdom's heart, reclaim it and the English position collapses. What I couldn't share was my growing fear that time was running out, and that the fading of the voices signalled an impending end to divine favour. This created urgency I couldn't fully explain to military commanders accustomed to deliberate campaigns. As we travelled through recently liberated territories, common people flocked to see me, reaching to touch my armour, begging blessings for children, and offering tokens of appreciation. Women wept openly, seeing in me something that transcended conventional limitations placed on our gender. Men removed caps respectfully, as if in the presence of something holy. This veneration discomforted me increasingly. "I am not a saint," I told Charlotte d'Albret, a noblewoman who had joined our travelling court and attempted to collect my discarded garments as relics. "I am only God's messenger, nothing in myself." "Yet God chose you," she countered. "That distinction itself makes you extraordinary." This growing cult of personality served immediate political purposes, rallying support for Charles, demonstrating divine favour for his rule, but created complications I was ill-equipped to navigate. Each miraculous attribution, each story embellished in retelling, placed me further from the simple girl who had left Domremy, believing heaven's instructions were straightforward. By late July, Charles had begun secret negotiations with Burgundy, seeking diplomatic resolution while publicly maintaining military pressure. This strategy made political sense, but contradicted the voice's increasingly sporadic instructions for complete liberation through direct action. The resulting tension manifested in council debates, where my previously decisive guidance now competed with experienced political advisors offering conventional alternatives. "You were not sent to negotiate half measures," Michael told me during rare communication. "We must fully cleanse France of foreign presence." Yet when I repeated such sentiments to Charles and his councillors, they increasingly regarded them as militarily unrealistic and politically naive. The maid had served her purpose in delivering coronation. Now practical governance required compromises heaven seemed unwilling to acknowledge. This divergence would soon lead to Paris, and decisions that would alter my path irrevocably. August found us advancing incrementally toward Paris while Charles simultaneously pursued negotiations with Burgundy. This contradictory approach, military pressure paired up with diplomatic outreach, created strategic confusion. Were we truly attempting to recapture Paris, or merely demonstrating military capability to strengthen Charles's negotiating position? The Duke of Bedford, English regent for their child King Henry VI, recognised our momentum and retreated from direct confrontation, reinforcing Paris while yielding smaller surrounding territories. On August 14th, Charles signed a 15-day truce with Burgundy, supposedly creating space for peace negotiations, while actually providing English forces critical time to strengthen Paris's defences. I opposed this truce vehemently, sensing opportunities slipping away. "While you exchange pleasant messages, our enemies rebuild walls and restore courage," I warned Charles. "The moment for decisive action passes with each day of delay." The voices, though less frequent, reinforced this urgency. "Paris must not remain in enemy hands," Margaret insisted during prayer. "The city's liberation will break English resolve completely." Charles wavered between my continued insistence on divine mandate and his counselor's emphasis on political reality. The compromise that emerged satisfied no one. Our forces would advance to Paris's outskirts but avoid full assault while negotiations continued. By late August, we established positions at Saint-Denis, within sight of Paris's northern walls. The city's proximity affected me strangely. After months of campaigning focused on this objective, actually seeing its towers and spires created an almost physical yearning to complete what the voices had promised. Daily, I rode reconnaissance along positions facing the city, studying defences, planning approaches, and praying for clear instruction that came with decreasing reliability. The truce with Burgundy expired without meaningful agreement. On September 8th, I convinced our commanders to attempt an assault against Paris's defences near the Saint-Honoré Gate, despite Charles withholding full support for the operation. This partial commitment meant attacking with insufficient forces against prepared positions, a military mistake justified only by my increasingly desperate insistence that heaven would provide necessary advantage. God will blind their gunners, I promised troops assembled for the assault. Divine protection covers us as we reclaim the kingdom's heart. The attack commenced at noon. Initial progress seemed to confirm divine favour. We reached the outer moat with minimal casualties and established positions within bow range of the walls. I led a contingent testing depth at the inner moat, seeking crossing points while carrying my standard forward as visible inspiration. Then reality asserted itself brutally. Paris's defenders had prepared thoroughly during the negotiation delays. Cannon and crossbow fire rained down upon exposed positions. The moat proved deeper than expected, its bottom studded with sharpened stakes invisible beneath muddy water. Men died attempting crossings that proved impossible without proper equipment we lacked. Near dusk, a crossbow bolt struck my thigh, penetrating deeply. Unlike the Orleans injury, this wound immediately incapacitated me. I continued shouting encouragement from where I fell, insisting the attack continue despite my condition. But commanders ordered retreat upon seeing the standard-bearer down. Soldiers carried me from the battlefield as darkness fell, our forces withdrawing in frustration rather than defeat. We had never established positions from which victory was possible. The wound itself, while painful, would heal cleanly. The spiritual injury proved more significant. For the first time I had promised divine intervention that failed to materialize. "Why?" I whispered that night while surgeons extracted the bolt using methodical cruelty necessary to prevent festering. Why was Paris denied to us when Orleans was granted? The voices remained silent through hours of pain. Their absence felt more painful than physical harm. Had they abandoned me due to some failure? Had I misunderstood heaven's intent all along? Charles, receiving news of the failed assault, ordered immediate withdrawal from Paris's vicinity. In my view, this sensible military decision represented a personal betrayal as it abandoned divine purpose in favour of political convenience. When I was finally permitted an audience 3 days later, I found that he was already reframing recent events for the courtiers. "The maid accomplished what God sent her to do," he explained smoothly. "Orleans liberated, coronation achieved. Perhaps heaven never intended Paris's immediate recovery." "You speak for heaven now," I challenged him, struggling to stand straight despite the pain in my bandaged leg. "The mission remains incomplete while Englishmen occupy French soil." Charles regarded me with a complex emotion, gratitude for past service tempered by growing political inconvenience of my unyielding position. "France's restoration will require years, not months," he said gently. "Even heaven must recognize earthly limitations." This exchange marked a fundamental shift in our relationship. Where Charles had once needed my perceived divine sanction to legitimize his rule, successful coronation now provided independent authority. The maid remained useful symbolically, but increasingly problematic practically, as military campaigns transitioned toward diplomatic solutions requiring compromise and voices prohibited. Through autumn, I accompanied the royal court as it withdrew to safer territories along the Loire. My wound healed gradually while my position diminished subtly, still honoured ceremonially, but increasingly excluded from meaningful councils. Charles granted me noble status in December, providing arms depicting a sword supporting the crown beneath a fleur-de-lis, recognition that pacified my supporters while effectively sidelining me from direct military command. This period marked my most difficult spiritual challenge. The voices returned intermittently, but spoke with disturbing inconsistency. Michael demanded continued aggressive action, while Catherine counselled patience. Margaret sometimes suggested accepting a ceremonial role within Charles's court, but she also insisted that my work remained unfinished. These contradictions created profound doubt I had never experienced during the clarity of earlier missions. Had some of the voices I heard been false all along? Was I now mishearing divine instruction? Or was heaven itself divided on France's proper path forward? Christmas 1429 found me in ceremonial attendance at court celebrations, outwardly honoured but inwardly conflicted. I watched elaborate pageantry commemorating Charles's coronation, performances that already incorporated stylized depictions of the Maid as a semi-mythical figure guiding France's resurgence. The actual Johanne, still bandaged, increasingly isolated, observed her transformation into a symbol with growing discomfort. That night, kneeling alone in the castle chapel long after formal services concluded, I experienced the voices with unusual clarity after months of ambiguity. "Your time grows short," Michael stated without preamble. "You must continue the fight while freedom remains yours." "The king no longer heeds my counsel," I protested. "Commanders follow his direction, not mine." "Then you must act independently, Viro," came the reply. "Better capture by enemies than surrender to comfortable irrelevance." Although troubling, this guidance offered direction that I had been lacking for months. As 1429 ended, I resolved to escape the increasingly gilded constraints of court life and return to direct action, even without royal sanction. This decision, tactically questionable, politically naive, would determine my fate in ways the voices never clearly revealed. The new year began with me effectively sidelined at court while Charles pursued diplomatic arrangements with Burgundy. I chafed at inactivity, sensing precious time wasting, while the voices grew increasingly urgent about continuing France's liberation. By March 1430, I could bear ceremonial confinement no longer. Without royal permission, technically desertion, though my status remained ambiguous, I departed secretly with a small company of loyal followers. We rode for Compiègne, a strategically vital town threatened by the Burgundian forces north of Paris. This decision reflected both military logic and the voices' insistence that action could not await royal convenience. My departure created political complications for Charles, who neither officially condemned nor endorsed my independent operation. This ambiguity proved ultimately fatal. Had I remained clearly under royal protection, subsequent events might have unfolded differently. We reached Compiègne in April, where the town's governor, Guillaume de Flavy, welcomed reinforcement despite its unofficial nature. Burgundian forces under Jean de Luxembourg had been methodically isolating the town, capturing surrounding positions. Our arrival boosted defender morale temporarily, but the strategic situation remained precarious. On May the 23rd, I led a sortie against Burgundian positions at Margny, initially achieving surprise. However, enemy reinforcements arrived quickly, forcing retirement toward the town. As our forces retreated across the single bridge into Compiègne, disaster struck. The drawbridge raised prematurely, stranding rear guard defenders, including my cive, outside the walls. Accounts of this moment vary dramatically. Some claim deliberate betrayal by Flavy, who supposedly ordered early closure knowing I would be captured. Others suggested simple miscommunication during confused withdrawal. The voices had warned of betrayal for months. Trust only heaven, not changeable men, Michael had cautioned repeatedly, but provided no specific protection against this development. Burgundian soldiers surrounded me, and after a brief battle, they pulled me from my horse. A minor nobleman, Lionel of Wandonne, claimed my surrender, technically capturing me by laying hand on my leg, according to contemporary accounts. My sword, raised to continue resistance, lowered upon recognition that futile struggle would only result in unnecessary deaths among my few remaining companions. "I am worth more alive for ransom than dead," I told Wandon in a practical manner, even though I knew that the ransom would likely never materialize. The voices had never specifically predicted capture, but had indicated great suffering lay ahead as part of heaven's plan. Initially, captivity seemed relatively benign. Luxembourg treated me as a valuable prisoner rather than a criminal, housing me reasonably at his castle at Beaulieu. I made one escape attempt, nearly succeeding by squeezing between wooden bars, before being recaptured and transferred to more secure confinement at Beaurevoir Castle. There, Luxembourg's Aunt Jeanne and wife Jeanne Bonne treated me with unexpected kindness, providing female clothing and gentle encouragement to abandon male attire and military aspirations. Their compassion, the first feminine companionship I'd experienced since leaving Domremy, tempted me toward compromise I knew the voices would forbid. "Why must I maintain a male appearance now that fighting has ended?" I asked during prayer, receiving Catherine's uncompromising response. "Your mission hasn't changed with capture. Male attire remains both practical protection and a visible sign of a divine exception to worldly constraints." News reached me at Beaurevoir that Compiègne's situation worsened daily. In desperation, I attempted a second escape in October, this time jumping from the tower window approximately 70 feet above ground. The fall should have proved fatal. That I survived with only bruising and temporary unconsciousness was later presented as either a miracle or evidence of demonic protection, depending on the interpreter. By November, political machinations surrounding my captivity clarified horribly. The English, recognizing my symbolic value, arranged a purchase from Luxembourg for 10,000 livres, a substantial sum indicating my importance to their strategy. Charles made no counteroffer, effectively abandoning me to the enemy's judgment. The English faced a dilemma regarding my disposition. Simple execution of a captured enemy combatant would risk martyrdom, potentially strengthening French resistance rather than weakening it. A more complex strategy emerged: systematic destruction of my divine claims through ecclesiastical condemnation for heresy. This approach would not only eliminate me physically, but, more importantly, delegitimize everything I represented: divine sanction for Charles's rule, and heaven's support for French resurgence against English occupation. In December 1430, they transferred me to Rouen, firmly within English-controlled territory. Conditions deteriorated immediately. I was placed in secular prison, rather than ecclesiastical custody, normally accorded those facing religious charges, confined in iron shackles, and guarded continuously by common soldiers whose behaviour ranged from verbal abuse to attempted assault. "Why does heaven permit such treatment?" I asked during increasingly desperate prayers. "What purpose does this suffering serve?" "Remember Christ before Pilate," Margaret answered. "Truth remains truth, even when power condemns it." The trial officially began February 21st, 1431, under Bishop Pierre Cauchon, whose appointment revealed the proceedings' predetermined nature. He was a known English sympathiser with personal animosity toward me. Assessors and judges were carefully selected to ensure the desired outcome. Although it was technically an ecclesiastical court, the proceedings were entirely controlled by English authorities. Looking back now across time's distance, I see legal complexities I couldn't recognise then. My request for balanced representation from both English and French clerics was denied. My appeal to the Pope, technically my right under church law, was ignored. Most cruelly, highly educated theologians denied me counsel, twisting simple statements into heretical formulations. "Do you believe yourself to be in God's grace?" Cauchon asked early in the proceedings, a theological trap. Answering yes would imply a presumption that is condemned by church doctrine, while answering no would indicate an admission of guilt. "If I am not, may God put me there," I replied, after a moment's thought. "If I am, may God keep me there." This answer frustrated the interrogators, but I simply expressed my actual understanding, showing unexpected theological sophistication. Grace remained God's province, not mine to claim absolutely. For 5 months, interrogation continued, sometimes publicly before a full tribunal, sometimes in private prison questioning. My male attire became the central focus, providing tangible evidence of defiance against natural order. Voices were dissected endlessly. Were they angels or demons? Why did they speak to an uneducated girl rather than through the established church hierarchy? I recorded and examined each of my answers for inconsistencies and potential heresies. What records don't capture the physical deterioration during this period? Prison conditions, continuous shackling, poor nutrition, sleep interrupted by guards' harassment, gradually weakened a body already compromised by previous wounds and hardship. By May, I suffered recurring fevers, dramatic weight loss, and periods of confusion during longer interrogations. The voices remained present but changed character. Less commanding, more comforting. They spoke increasingly of heavenly reward rather than earthly victory, preparing me for an outcome that seemed increasingly inevitable. "Will I burn?" I asked directly during one night's prayer. "The body is temporary," Catherine answered gently. "What matters is truth maintained until the end." On May the 24th, I was taken to the Rouen cemetery, where scaffolds had been erected, one holding officials who would witness my anticipated recantation, another displaying instruments of execution should I refuse. Exhausted physically and isolated completely, I briefly wavered when presented with a document I was told contained a simple abjuration of male clothing and independent interpretation of voices. What I was unaware of was that the actual document contained a comprehensive admission of fraud, demonic influence, and heretical intent, completely repudiating everything I had experienced and represented. Unable to read, I trusted partial translations provided by clerics, whose deceptions served their predetermined purpose. I signed with a simple crossmark, unaware that I was giving my enemies exactly what they needed, an apparent admission that everything I had claimed about divine guidance was false. This temporary weakness, a product of extreme duress rather than a genuine change of heart, provided legal justification for what followed. Returned to prison rather than transferred to ecclesiastical custody as promised, I found myself still surrounded by hostile guards, still denied female companionship that would have made feminine clothing practically sustainable. When my clothes were taken while I slept and only male attire was left available, I faced an impossible choice: remain naked among male guards or don forbidden garments. The voices spoke with unusual clarity that morning. Better modest impropriety than immodest vulnerability. I dressed in male clothing, knowing this relapse provided the final justification enemies sought. When judges returned to document this transgression, I formally recanted my previous abjuration, stating clearly that voices were indeed divine, that the mission had been heaven-sent, and that temporary weakness had betrayed truth. I would rather do penance once, with death, than bear imprisonment suffering continuously, I told them with renewed clarity, despite knowing the consequence. On May the 30th, 1431, the final sentence was announced. Declared a relapsed heretic, I would face public execution by burning, the most painful death authorities could legally impose, deliberately chosen to create maximum suffering they hoped would produce a final public confession. That morning I made a final confession to a sympathetic priest and received communion despite being formally excommunicated, a small act of compassionate defiance by a cleric who recognised injustice unfolding. Wearing the traditional long white garment for heresy executions, a cart transported me through Rouen's streets toward the old marketplace, where execution awaited. The crowd's mood surprised me, not triumphant but sombre, many openly weeping. These were not my French compatriots, but Norman subjects under English rule, yet something about my situation transcended political loyalty. Later accounts would claim English authorities grew concerned that sympathy might transform into riots, and that martyrdom was being created despite their careful legal manoeuvring. At the execution ground, officials had me a final opportunity to recant before tying me to a tall stake erected atop a substantial pyre. The method was deliberate. Slow death by suffocation and burning rather than quicker execution methods available. Jesus! I called repeatedly as flames were lit, no longer concerned with appearing strong before enemies, simply seeking comfort in the name that had guided my journey from its beginning. The voices spoke one final time as smoke began rising. Your suffering ends today. Your vindication begins. The physical agony that followed transcends description. Historical accounts claim my heart remained intact among ashes afterward, a symbolic detail probably invented by later chroniclers seeking miraculous elements for potential canonization. What mattered wasn't physical preservation, but the truth maintained until the end, that simple faith could withstand elaborate machinations of power, and that divine purpose worked through unlikely instruments. 25 years later, Charles VII, firmly established as France's legitimate king, would order an investigation that formally nullified my conviction, declaring the trial prejudiced and illegitimate. In 1456, a rehabilitation trial formally cleared my name of heresy charges, yet full vindication waited nearly 5 centuries, until May 16, 1920, when the Catholic Church declared me a saint. Official recognition that voices condemned as demonic had indeed been divine. History remembers outcomes: Orléans relieved, Charles crowned, France eventually liberated from the English occupation. These visible victories obscure the internal journey that began with a garden whisper and ended in marketplace flames. The voices never promised earthly reward or personal glory. They offered only purpose, direction, and the chance to serve as an instrument for something larger than myself. They called me Maid of Orleans, dubbed me a miracle worker, labelled me a witch and a heretic, and eventually recognised me as a saint. Yet through all the transformations, I remained Johanne from Domremy, a simple girl who answered when voices called, who held to truth heard within more firmly than to comfort offered without. Perhaps that represents the most enduring legacy, that extraordinary purpose may inhabit ordinary lives, that divine participation in human history rarely follows expected channels, but instead works through unlikely vessels willing to say simply, "Here am I, send me." Picture yourself settling into your favourite chair with a warm cup of tea, because we're about to embark on one of the most extraordinary detective stories nature has ever served up. This isn't your typical whodunit. It's a who was it that took over 5,000 years to solve. It all began on a perfectly ordinary September day in 1991, when two German hikers decided to take what they thought would be a pleasant stroll through the Ötztal Alps between Austria and Italy. Helmut and Erika Simon were the kind of people who probably packed extra sandwiches and checked the weather forecast 3 times before leaving home. They certainly weren't expecting to stumble upon what would become one of the most significant archaeological discoveries of the 20th century. You know how sometimes you're cleaning out your attic and find something unexpected behind an old box? Well, imagine that. But instead of finding your college yearbook, you discover a perfectly preserved 5,300-year-old human being. That's essentially what happened when the Simons noticed something odd poking out of the melting ice. At first glance, they figured they'd found some poor modern hiker who'd gotten lost in a blizzard. The Alps, after all, have claimed their share of adventurers over the years. But the specimen wasn't just any frozen traveller, this was Otzi, though he wouldn't get his catchy nickname until much later. The Simons were looking at the oldest naturally mummified human ever discovered in Europe, a man who'd been flash-frozen in time like the world's most incredible historical snapshot. The discovery sent ripples through the scientific community faster than gossip at a small-town coffee shop. Here was a window into the Copper Age, a time when humans were just figuring out that banging rocks together could produce more than just noise. Otzi lived during a period when your biggest life decisions involved whether to hunt mammoth or gather berries, and the most advanced technology was a sharp stick. What made this find so remarkable wasn't just Otzi's age, though 5,300 years is certainly nothing to sneeze at, but his incredible state of preservation. The high altitude, constant freezing temperatures, and dry mountain air had turned him into nature's own time capsule. While most people from his era had long since returned to dust, Otzi looked like he could wake up at any moment and ask for directions to the nearest Starbucks. The initial recovery was something like a carefully choreographed dance between excitement and extreme caution. Scientists descended on the site like bibliophiles at a rare book sale, each one more thrilled than the last. They knew they were handling something precious, not just scientifically but humanly. The subject wasn't just a specimen, this was someone's ancestor, a person who had lived, loved, and ultimately met his end on a lonely mountain pass. As you drift off tonight, imagine the moment when researchers first laid eyes on Otzi's belongings scattered around the ice. His copper axe gleamed dully in the alpine sun, while his leather quiver held arrows that had been ready for action since before the pyramids were built. It was like discovering a Bronze Age Swiss Army knife, complete with everything a well-prepared traveller might need for a journey through the ancient world. The mountains had kept Otzi's secret for over 5 millennia, waiting patiently for the right moment to reveal their treasure. And on that September day in 1991, they finally decided it was time to let their ancient guardian tell his story. Now that you're comfortable and ready to learn more about our icebound friend, let's dive into what scientists discovered when they began their careful examination of Otzi. Think of it as reading the world's oldest autobiography, written not in words but in skin, bones and belongings. First things first, Otzi wasn't exactly what you'd call imposing. Standing at about 5 feet 3 inches tall and weighing roughly 110 pounds, he was built more like a marathon runner than a linebacker. But don't let his modest stature fool you. This was clearly a man who knew his way around the mountains. His legs were muscled from years of climbing steep terrain, and his lungs had adapted to the thin air of high altitudes. Otzi was essentially the ancient world's equivalent of those annoyingly fit people who post photos from their weekend hikes. The scientists examining him were like detectives with the ultimate cold case, literally. Every inch of Otzi's body told a story, and these researchers were determined to read every chapter. They discovered he had brown eyes and brown hair, though the hair was more of a memory by the time he was found. He also sported what might have been Europe's first man bun, because apparently some fashion choices are truly timeless. But here's where things get really interesting, and slightly uncomfortable if you happen to be squeamish about ancient medical procedures. Otzi was covered in tattoos. Not the kind you might get after a few too many drinks in college, but deliberate, purposeful. These markings served a very different function. These weren't artistic expressions or symbols of rebellion. They were therapeutic tattoos, placed precisely over areas where Otzi suffered from arthritis and other ailments. Imagine that. 5,300 years ago, people were already practicing a form of acupuncture that involved permanent body modification. Otzi had 61 of these therapeutic tattoos, created by making small cuts in his skin and rubbing charcoal into the wounds. It's like ancient pain management, with a permanent reminder of every ache and pain you've ever had. Modern medicine cannot match the commitment level found in Copper Age healthcare. The contents of Otzi's stomach read like a prehistoric meal plan that would make modern nutritionists weep with envy. His last meal included ibex meat, red deer, grains and various plants. Basically, he was eating organic, free-range, locally sourced food long before it became trendy. No processed foods, no artificial preservatives, just pure mountain-to-table dining. Considering the circumstances of his death, one could argue that his final meal resembled a Last Supper, more than a carefully planned nutritional choice. Scientists also discovered that Otzi wasn't just a random wanderer who got caught in bad weather. The man had serious gear. His equipment list reads like the inventory of a well-prepared outdoor enthusiast. A copper axe with a U-handle, a flint knife, a bow made of yew wood, a quiver full of arrows, and a fire-starting kit complete with tinder fungus. He even had a first aid kit of sorts, including what appears to be prehistoric aspirin made from birch fungus. Perhaps most remarkably, Otzi was wearing what can only be described as the ancient world's most sophisticated outdoor clothing system. His outfit included a leather loincloth, leather leggings, a coat made of woven grass, a bearskin cap, and waterproof shoes stuffed with grass for insulation. It was essentially a 5,300-year-old version of high-tech mountaineering gear, designed by someone who understood that staying warm and dry was the difference between life and death in the mountains. As you settle deeper into your evening routine, consider this. Otzi's belongings represent some of humanity's earliest examples of specialized tools and clothing designed for extreme environments. He wasn't just surviving in the mountains, he was thriving there, equipped with everything he needed to navigate one of the world's most challenging terrains. Pull that blanket a little closer, because we're about to discuss the darker side of Otzi's story. What started as a remarkable tale of preservation became something much more sinister when scientists began to examine exactly how our mountain man met his end. For years following his discovery, researchers believed he had succumbed to exposure due to a sudden storm. It seemed like a reasonable explanation. The mountains are unpredictable, and even experienced travellers can find themselves in deadly situations when the weather turns nasty. But as technology advanced and scientists could examine Otzi more thoroughly, they discovered something that changed everything. An arrowhead lodged beneath his left shoulder blade. This wasn't death by misadventure, this was murder. Someone had shot Otzi in the back with an arrow, and that shooter had done so with deadly precision. The arrow had severed a major artery, causing Otzi to bleed to death on that lonely mountain pass. Suddenly, the find wasn't just an archaeological discovery, it was a 5,300-year-old homicide case. The plot thickened when scientists examined Otzi's hands and found fresh cuts on his palms and fingers. These weren't old scars from years of mountain living, they were recent wounds, suggesting that Otzi had been in a fight shortly before his death. Someone had attacked him, he had fought back, and ultimately he had lost. The evidence painted a picture of a man who'd been running for his life through the mountains, only to be cornered and killed by his pursuer. But who would want to kill Otzi? And why? At this point, the narrative becomes as intricate as a mist-covered mountain trail. Scientists discovered that Otzi's copper axe was remarkably advanced for its time, the kind of tool that would have been extremely valuable in the Copper Age. Some researchers theorized that Otzi might have been a trader, carrying precious goods across the mountain passes that connected different communities. Perhaps he was robbed and killed for his valuable possessions. Others suggest that Otzi might have been fleeing from tribal conflict. The Copper Age wasn't exactly known for its peaceful dispute resolution methods, and territorial battles were as common as modern traffic jams. Maybe Otzi belonged to a group that had lost a war, and he was trying to escape to safety when his enemies caught up with him. There's even a theory that Otzi might have been some kind of shaman or spiritual leader, targeted because of his special status in society. Those therapeutic tattoos and his knowledge of medicinal plants suggest someone who understood healing arts, perhaps making him a person of significant importance in his community. Political conflicts often caught spiritual leaders in the crossfire in ancient societies. The most intriguing aspect of Otzi's murder is what happened after he died. Whoever killed him made no attempt to retrieve the valuable copper axe or any of his other possessions. Suggests either that the killer was interrupted, or that the murder wasn't motivated by robbery. Maybe it was personal, maybe it was revenge, maybe it was just being in the wrong place at the wrong time 5,300 years ago. What's particularly haunting is how quickly Otzi was covered by snow and ice after his death. The mountain conditions essentially freeze-dried him within hours or days of his shooting, preserving him perfectly for over 5 millennia. His killer probably never imagined that their victim would one day become famous, studied by scientists around the world, and featured in museums and documentaries. The ancient crime scene also revealed something else intriguing. Otzi had been positioned carefully after his death. His body was found lying on its stomach with his left arm extended, almost as if someone had arranged him that way. Whether the arranging was done by his killer or by natural processes as he fell remains a mystery that adds another layer to an already complex story. As you contemplate this ancient mystery from the comfort of your modern world, remember that human nature hasn't changed much over the millennia. The same emotions that drive conflict today, greed, jealousy, fear, and revenge, were just as powerful 5,300 years ago. Otzi's story reminds us that even in the most remote and beautiful places on Earth, human drama has always found a way to unfold. Let's take a break from the mystery and travel back in time to understand what life was actually like during Otzi's era. Imagine waking up tomorrow morning, but instead of reaching for your phone to verify the weather, you step outside and read the sky like an open book, because your life literally depends on getting the forecast right. Otzi lived during what archaeologists call the Copper Age, a time when humans were just beginning to figure out that certain rocks, when heated just right, could produce shiny, malleable metal. It was like the early days of any new technology, exciting, experimental, and occasionally explosive. While most people were still using stone tools, the copper axe found with Otzi represented cutting-edge technology. He was essentially carrying around the iPhone of his era, if iPhones were made of copper and used primarily for chopping wood and defending yourself from both wild animals and unfriendly neighbours. The world Otzi inhabited was simultaneously more dangerous and more beautiful than anything we can easily imagine today. There were no roads, no maps, no GPS systems, just animal trails, word-of-mouth directions, and an intimate knowledge of natural landmarks passed down through generations. Getting lost wasn't just inconvenient, it could be fatal. Yet people like Otzi regularly travelled hundreds of miles through some of the most challenging terrain on Earth, guided by nothing more than experience, instinct, and probably a healthy dose of courage. His community would have been small, perhaps no more than a few dozen people living together in a settlement that might relocate seasonally depending on food availability and weather conditions. Everyone knew everyone else, and privacy was probably about as rare as a hot shower. Your neighbours weren't just the people next door. They were your survival network, your entertainment system, your medical team, and your security force all rolled into one occasionally irritating but absolutely essential package. Food was whatever you could hunt, gather, grow, or trade for, and meal planning required skills that would make modern survival show contestants weep. Otzi's people had domesticated some animals, sheep, goats, and cattle, but hunting still provided much of their protein. They cultivated grains such as einkorn wheat and barley, and they collected wild fruits, nuts, and medicinal plants with a depth of knowledge that would embarrass modern botanists. Every plant had a purpose, every season brought different opportunities, and nothing edible was ever wasted. Clothing was entirely handmade from materials you either raised, hunted, or gathered yourself. Otzi's sophisticated outfit represented countless hours of work by skilled craftspeople who understood exactly what was needed to survive in harsh mountain conditions. His grass cloak alone would have required specialised knowledge of which grasses provide the best insulation and waterproofing, plus the weaving skills to turn raw materials into functional garments. It was like wearing a custom-made technical climbing suit, except it took months to create, and couldn't be replaced with a quick trip to the outdoor gear store. Medicine was a combination of practical knowledge, plant-based remedies, and what we might charitably call experimental procedures. Those therapeutic tattoos covering Otzi's body weren't just ancient acupuncture. They represented a sophisticated understanding of pain management and the willingness to try permanent body modification as treatment. When your back ached from years of carrying heavy loads over mountain terrain, you didn't pop an ibuprofen. You had someone cut patterns into your skin and rub charcoal into the wounds, hoping it would provide relief. The spiritual world was as real and immediate as the physical one. Stories, rituals, and relationships with supernatural forces helped us understand natural phenomena that we explain with science. Mountains, rivers, weather patterns, and animal behaviours all held meaning beyond their practical implications. Otzi's journey through the mountains wasn't just a physical expedition. It was a spiritual passage through a landscape alive with powers and presences that demanded respect and careful navigation. Perhaps most remarkably, people like Otzi possessed a kind of environmental literacy that's almost extinct in our modern world. They could read animal tracks like stories, predict weather changes from subtle shifts in wind direction, identify edible and medicinal plants by touch in complete darkness, and navigate vast distances using only natural landmarks. Their minds were libraries of practical knowledge, accumulated over lifetimes of careful observation, and passed down through generations of oral tradition. As you rest in your comfortable, climate-controlled environment tonight, consider what it must have been like to live so intimately connected to the natural world that your survival depended on understanding its every mood and movement. Now, let's dim the lights a bit more and explore how modern science transformed Otzi from a curious discovery into a treasure trove of information about ancient life. It's like having a conversation with someone from 5,300 years ago, except instead of words, they're speaking through DNA, isotopes, and microscopic traces of pollen. When scientists began studying Otzi, they had to invent entirely new ways of extracting information from ancient remains without destroying them. Imagine trying to read a book that's so fragile it might crumble if you look at it too hard, but you know it contains secrets that could rewrite history. Every test had to be planned meticulously, every sample precious and irreplaceable. The first breakthrough came from studying the contents of Otzi's digestive system, essentially giving him a posthumous medical exam that would make even the most thorough doctor jealous. Scientists could identify exactly what he had eaten and when, creating a timeline of his final hours that read like a prehistoric travel itinerary. His last meal of ibex meat and unleavened bread told them he had stopped to eat in the valleys before climbing to the pass where he died. Even more remarkably, they found hop hornbeam pollen in his stomach, which only flowers in spring, helping to pinpoint not just where he had been, but when he had been there. Isotope analysis opened up another dimension of detective work that would make Sherlock Holmes green with envy. By studying the ratios of different chemical elements in Otzi's teeth, bones and hair, scientists could map out his movements over the years and months before his death, like a GPS tracking system that worked across millennia. They discovered he had spent his childhood in one valley, lived as an adult in another, and had travelled extensively throughout the region. His body was essentially a chemical passport, stamped with the signature of every place he had lived and every source of water he had drunk. DNA analysis revealed even more personal details about our ancient mountain man. Scientists determined that Otzi had brown eyes and type O blood, and that he was probably lactose intolerant, meaning he couldn't drink milk without some uncomfortable consequences. They also discovered he carried genetic markers associated with increased risk of heart disease, which might explain why his arteries showed signs of atherosclerosis despite his active lifestyle. Even 5,300 years ago, genetics was playing its role in human health. Perhaps most fascinatingly, researchers were able to extract and study bacteria from Otzi's stomach, discovering that he carried a strain of Helicobacter pylori that's most closely related to Asian populations. This tiny detail provided evidence for ancient migration patterns and trade connections that linked Europe to Asia thousands of years before the Silk Road became famous. Otzi's gut bacteria were telling a story about human movement and cultural exchange that spanned continents. The analysis of Otzi's clothing and equipment revealed sophisticated technologies that challenged assumptions about Copper Age capabilities. His leather was processed using complex tanning methods, his textiles showed advanced weaving techniques, and his tools demonstrated metalworking skills that were more sophisticated than previously thought possible for the time period. Each item represented not just individual craftsmanship but complex supply chains and specialized knowledge networks that connected communities across vast distances. CT scans and 3D imaging allowed scientists to examine Otzi's internal structure without causing any damage to his remains. They could see healed fractures from old injuries, evidence of arthritis in his joints, and the exact path of the arrow that killed him. It was like performing an autopsy with the most advanced medical technology available, but on someone who had died before the invention of writing. The forensic analysis of his murder became increasingly sophisticated as technology advanced. Scientists could determine the type of bow used to shoot him, the direction from which the arrow came, and even estimate how long he survived after being wounded. They found traces of blood from 4 different people on his weapons and clothing, suggesting that Otzi had been involved in multiple conflicts shortly before his death. The evidence painted a picture of a man who had fought several battles, treated his wounds, and then climbed into the mountains, where he was finally ambushed and killed. Most remarkably, advances in ancient DNA research have allowed scientists to identify living relatives of Otzi. Through genetic analysis of modern populations in the Alps, they've found people who share genetic markers with our 5,300-year-old Iceman. It's as if Otzi reached across 5 millennia to tap someone on the shoulder and say, "Hey, we're family." As you settle into sleep tonight, consider how this intersection of cutting-edge science and ancient mystery has allowed us to know Otzi more intimately than we know most people from just a few centuries ago. Modern technology has made him more real, more human, and more relatable than any historical figure who left behind only written records. As we near the end of our journey with Otzi, let's explore how this ancient mountain man has become one of the most famous people who never lived to see his celebrity status. From his refrigerated home in an Italian museum to his appearances in documentaries, books, and even video games, Otzi has achieved a kind of immortality that would probably bewilder him if he could understand it. The South Tyrol Museum of Archaeology in Bolzano, Italy, has become Otzi's permanent address, a far cry from the nomadic lifestyle he once knew. He rests in a specially designed cold chamber that maintains the exact temperature and humidity conditions needed to preserve his remains, essentially living in a high-tech version of the glacial conditions that saved him for over 5 millennia. Visitors from around the world line up to peer through a small window at this ancient celebrity, making Otzi probably the most viewed person who died before the invention of agriculture. But Otzi's influence extends far beyond museum walls. He has revolutionized our understanding of Copper Age life, proving that our ancestors were far more sophisticated, mobile, and technologically advanced than previously imagined. Before Otzi, many archaeologists assumed that people from his era lived in small, isolated communities with limited technology and little long-distance travel. Otzi shattered those assumptions with his advanced equipment, evidence of extensive travel, and sophisticated medical treatments. His impact on medical research has been particularly profound. Those therapeutic tattoos have inspired modern studies of the relationship between acupuncture points and areas of chronic pain. Some researchers believe Otzi's tattoos correspond remarkably well with traditional Chinese acupuncture maps, suggesting that ancient healing traditions might have been more widespread and sophisticated than previously thought. It's as if Otzi was carrying around a 5,300-year-old medical textbook written on his skin. The forensic techniques developed to study Otzi have advanced archaeological methods worldwide. The careful, non-destructive analysis methods pioneered with his remains are now standard practice for examining other ancient discoveries. Every mummy, every preserved remain, and every ancient artifact that gets discovered today benefits from the scientific techniques refined through decades of Otzi research. He pioneered an entire field of study, and his contributions to archaeological methodology continue to yield benefits with each new discovery. Environmental scientists have used Otzi's story to understand ancient climate patterns and glacier behaviour. His discovery site has become a natural laboratory for studying how climate change affects alpine environments. The fact that Otzi emerged from the ice in 1991 after being hidden for over 5 millennia tells us something significant about warming temperatures and changing glacier patterns. Strangely, Otzi's emergence from the ice serves as a dramatic illustration of environmental change, making him a spokesman for climate awareness. The legal implications of Otzi's discovery created international precedents for handling archaeological finds that cross national borders. Found on the border between Austria and Italy, Otzi's ownership became a diplomatic issue that required careful negotiation. The resolution that he belongs to Italy but with special provisions for international research collaboration has become a model for managing similar discoveries around the world. Otzi has also become a cultural icon, inspiring everything from novels and documentaries to children's books and video games. National Geographic specials, BBC documentaries, and numerous educational programs have featured him. There's something about his story that captures the imagination, perhaps because he represents both our connection to the ancient world and our fascination with mysteries that can be solved through science. The ethical questions surrounding Otzi's display and study have sparked important discussions about the treatment of human remains in archaeological research. How do we balance scientific inquiry with respect for the dead? What rights do ancient people have in our modern world? These questions don't have easy answers, but Otzi's case has helped establish guidelines that now influence how archaeologists approach similar discoveries worldwide. Perhaps most significantly, Otzi has made the ancient world feel accessible and human in ways that pottery shards and stone tools never could. Through him, we can imagine what it felt like to live 5,300 years ago, the daily challenges, the sophisticated knowledge required for survival, the dangers of travel, and the ever-present reality that life could end suddenly and violently. He's not just a specimen, he's a person whose story resonates across the millennia. Educational programs around the world use Otzi's story to teach everything from ancient history to modern forensic science. Students who might perceive archaeology dry and dusty suddenly become engaged when they learn about the man who emerged from the ice with a full complement of gear and a mystery that scientists are still solving. He's become the ultimate teaching tool for demonstrating how much we can learn from careful scientific analysis. As you prepare for sleep, consider how Otzi has bridged the vast gap between the ancient and modern worlds, making the distant past feel immediate and personal in ways that few archaeological discoveries ever achieve. As our evening journey with Otzi draws to a close, let's settle in for some final reflections on what his remarkable story means for us today, and how this ancient mountain man continues to whisper secrets about human nature across the vast expanse of time. There's something profoundly moving about Otzi's story that goes beyond the scientific discoveries and forensic mysteries. This man lived and died in a world so different from ours that it might as well have been another planet, yet his remains show that the fundamental experiences of being human haven't changed as much as we think. He felt pain and sought relief through those therapeutic tattoos. He prepared carefully for dangerous journeys, carrying everything he might need to survive. He faced violence and fought back. He died far from home, alone on a mountain pass, but his story would eventually reach millions of people who would come to know him more intimately than they know most of their contemporaries. The mountains that preserved Otzi for over 5 millennia serve as a poignant metaphor for the relationship between human ambition and natural forces. He was travelling through some of the most spectacular and dangerous terrain on Earth, armed with nothing more than Copper Age technology and accumulated wisdom about survival in extreme conditions. The same mountains that killed him also saved his story for posterity, turning him into an accidental time traveller who could teach us about both ancient life and our own human nature. Modern visitors to the Ötztal Alps often follow hiking routes that pass near where Otzi was discovered. They carry GPS devices, wear high-tech clothing, and have emergency rescue services available if things go wrong. Yet they're essentially doing the same thing Otzi was doing 5,300 years ago, challenging themselves against the mountains, seeking adventure, and perhaps seeking some deeper connection with the natural world. The technology changes, but the human impulse to explore and test ourselves remains constant. Scientists continue to study Otzi, and new discoveries emerge regularly as technology advances. Each new discovery enriches his story and contributes to the understanding of ancient life. Recent research has revealed more about his diet, his travels, his health, and even his family relationships. It's as if we're slowly getting to know him better, year by year, building a relationship with someone who died 53 centuries ago, but whose story grows more complete with each passing season. The mystery of Otzi's murder may never be completely solved, and perhaps that's fitting. Some questions are more powerful than their answers, and the uncertainty surrounding his death allows us to project our understanding of human nature onto his story. Was he a victim of random violence, a casualty of ancient warfare, or the target of a personal vendetta? Each possibility reveals something different about how we understand conflict, survival, and the challenges of life in harsh environments. What remains constant is Otzi's humanity. Through all the scientific analysis and forensic investigation, what emerges most clearly is the portrait of a real person who faced real challenges with intelligence, preparation, and courage. His meticulous attention to equipment and clothing demonstrates a person who understands the importance of details when survival hinges on preparation. His willingness to travel through dangerous terrain suggests either necessity or adventure-seeking that would be familiar to anyone who's ever taken a calculated risk. His evidence of past injuries and ongoing health problems reveals someone who persevered through pain and physical challenges. The therapeutic tattoos covering his body tell perhaps the most human story of all, the eternal quest to obtain relief from chronic pain and discomfort. In our modern world of advanced pharmaceuticals and medical procedures, we sometimes forget that humans have always sought ways to ease suffering and improve quality of life. Otzi's tattoos represent a kind of ancient hope, the belief that marking and treating the body could provide relief from the aches and pains of a physically demanding life. As you drift off to sleep tonight, imagine Otzi on his final journey through the mountains, carrying his carefully crafted tools and wearing his precisely designed clothing, unaware that he was about to become one of the most famous people in human history. Picture him pausing to rest in the high alpine meadows, perhaps sharing a meal with fellow travellers, maybe gazing at the same stars that shine down on us today. Even with the most advanced technology, we can't fully understand the mysteries and complexities of every human life, as his story reminds us. We know more about Otzi's daily life, his health, his diet and his movements than we know about most people who lived just a few hundred years ago. Yet the essential mystery of who he was, his thoughts, his dreams, his fears, his hopes, remains as unknowable as ever. In the end, Otzi's greatest gift to us might not be the scientific knowledge he's provided, or the archaeological methods his study has advanced. It might simply be the reminder that human stories matter, that individual lives have meaning that can echo across millennia, and that sometimes the most profound discoveries come from the most unexpected places. A chance encounter with melting ice revealed a man whose story would captivate the world, proving that history isn't just about kings and battles and monuments. It's about real people facing real challenges with whatever tools and wisdom they could gather. Sleep well, knowing that somewhere in the Italian Alps, Otzi rests in his climate-controlled chamber, still guarding secrets we haven't yet learned to ask about, still teaching us what it means to be human in a world that's both dangerous and beautiful, still wandering the mountains in our imagination as surely as he once wandered them in life. Imagine spending the night in that ideal position where your mattress has adapted to your unique shape over the years, pulling your covers up to your chin. You sigh with satisfaction after stretching out and possibly wriggling a little to find a cool spot on your pillow. Isn't this nightly routine as instinctive as breathing? Here's something that might literally make you sit up in bed. For the majority of human history, people would have assumed you were either dead or insane based on your horizontal sleeping position. You heard correctly. For centuries, our ancestors slept upright, leaning against headboards, walls, or specially made sleep chairs that resembled medieval torture devices more than furniture. Imagine attempting to explain your memory foam pillow and California King mattress to a person from the 1600s. They would most likely start organising your funeral by calling the local physician. Now, before you start to feel proud of your contemporary sleeping arrangements, keep in mind that these were not primitive people who had not yet mastered the art of lying down. The issues they were facing would make your worst Monday morning seem like a day at the spa. When you realise what they had to contend with, you may come to value their resourcefulness. They had good reasons for staying up all night. It wasn't an overnight change from sitting to lying down. Superstitions, medical theories that would make a fortune teller blush, and social customs so deeply embedded that shifting sleep positions was practically revolutionary were all part of this slow, centuries-long shift. Consider it the slowest rebellion in history, waged one pillow at a time. You see, back then, sleep was more than just rest. It was linked to beliefs about health, religion, social standing, and even survival. Depending on where you slept, you might be viewed as wealthy or impoverished, healthy or ill, or virtuous or sinful. It was similar to social media, except that instead of sharing photos of your breakfast, people were making snap judgments about how you spent your unconscious hours. The rules that governed the medieval world were entirely different from those that govern us today. Plague, infection, starvation, or even just your neighbour's goat running loose and trampling on your turnip garden were all potential causes of death. Every choice, including how you positioned your body for those valuable few hours of rest, carried weight in such a precarious world. They were being realistic in ways we can hardly fathom now, not being dramatic. The interesting part is that sleeping upright wasn't a peculiarity of Europeans. Similar customs were independently developed by cultures in Asia, Africa, and the Americas. This implies that the difficulties our ancestors encountered were universal, which is why sitting up at night seemed like the sensible option. It was adaptation to conditions that we are grateful to have left behind, not ignorance. You're taking part in a relatively new human experiment as you lie there tonight, horizontal and comfortable. As a result of centuries of incremental change, medical progress and social evolution, your sleeping habits are truly revolutionary. You're living the kind of luxury that ancient kings and queens could only imagine every time you turn your pillow to the cool side or change your blanket. Indeed, sweet dreams. Let's take a moment to explore the medieval mind. Suppose you lived in a world where the only thing you knew about medicine was how to balance your humours, not the kind that make you laugh, but the enigmatic bodily fluids that were supposed to regulate your health. The four horsemen of medieval medicine, blood, phlegm, yellow bile and black bile, were more difficult to balance than putting together IKEA furniture without the manual. The learned physicians of the day believed that lying flat dangerously disturbed these humours. They held that horizontal stretching caused blood to pool in the wrong places, causing imbalances that could cause disease or even death. It was similar to the medieval game of Operation, except that you might actually die in place of a buzzer going off. According to the doctors, sitting upright maintained the delicate balance required for life by allowing your humours to flow correctly. However, the medical issues extended beyond the enigmatic fluid management. Medical professionals actually thought that lying flat exposed one to night vapours, which were poisonous gases that were said to rise from the earth and enter houses through floor cracks. Since these vapours were believed to be heavier than air, they gathered close to the ground. Like a human periscope avoiding toxic clouds, sleeping upright literally lifted you above the danger zone. Not that this was all superstition. Homes from the Middle Ages weren't exactly ventilation marvels. Imagine sharing your living space with animals for warmth, in a building that is a combination of a house and a barn. With fumes from animal feces, smoke from poorly ventilated fires, and the general mustiness of damp stone walls, the air quality was likely suspect. Even though the justification for sitting up was wildly incorrect, it's possible that it improved breathing and air circulation. The implications for religion were just as strong. According to medieval Christianity, the dead lay flat, and imitating death while you slept was a sign of tempting fate. By implying that you were prepared for eternal rest, you were effectively inviting the Grim Reaper. According to church doctrine, the righteous should always be on guard, even when they are sleeping, prepared to pray or run at any time. Lying down was regarded as spiritually hazardous because it suggested a state of vulnerability and relaxation. Additionally, think about the practicality, or lack thereof, of medieval bedrooms. Unlike you, most people did not have private sleeping quarters. Guests, servants, and families shared a room and frequently a bed. Only the very wealthy could afford privacy, and even then it was a luxury. Sitting up in such crowded conditions was a matter of space management, not merely health or religion. If everyone slept upright, leaned against walls, or shared big chairs made for several people, you could fit more people in a room. Additionally, the fear of unexpected death while sleeping was incredibly useful. People died suddenly and often in a time before modern medicine. The sick and dying, those too weak to sit up, were thought to lie down. By sleeping upright, healthy individuals showed that they were still strong enough to keep their posture while they were unconscious, demonstrating their vitality. It served as a nightly affirmation that I'm still here, still fighting, still ready for whatever dawn might bring. As you unconsciously sink into your horizontal position tonight, keep in mind that you are doing something that your forefathers would have regarded as either courageous or foolish, or perhaps both. Your readiness to lie down demonstrates how much we've learned about safety, health, and the basic art of getting a decent night's sleep. You may be asking yourself, what exactly were they sitting on if everyone was sleeping upright? Depending on your stance on comfort versus functionality, the medieval furniture industry had to get inventive in ways that would make contemporary ergonomic designers cry with envy, or horror. The sleep chair is the equivalent of a recliner in medieval Europe, but it lacks the cup holders, the reclining feature, and pretty much every other feature that makes modern furniture bearable. These devices had the appearance of someone marketing them as bedroom furniture after crossing a church pew with a torture device. A high, straight back, armrests at precisely uncomfortable angles, and occasionally a tiny ledge or platform to place your feet on were all features of the basic design. Obviously comfort was not the main issue. Of course, fancier versions were owned by the wealthy. In addition to being upholstered with fabrics that cost more than the average person's yearly income, their sleep chairs were carved from pricey woods and occasionally had tiny storage spaces for personal belongings. Consider them the luxury vehicles of the world of sitting sleep. They are still essentially uncomfortable, but they do so in a stylish way. In a time when one-size-fits-all was the norm, some had adjustable backs that could tilt slightly, providing what amounted to customization. The interesting part, though, is that these chairs served as status symbols in addition to being useful pieces of furniture. Your sleep chair's design and quality made your social standing as obvious as driving a Ferrari today. Nobility displayed ornate pieces that looked more like thrones than sleeping furniture, while wealthy merchants might have chairs with modest carving and comfortable padding. The impoverished, on the other hand, used crude wooden stools or simply leaned against walls, transforming any level surface into a makeshift bed. The extremely wealthy slept in rooms made especially for standing. Imagine hallways with built-in benches, walls with tapestries and cushions for leaning against, and unique alcoves carved into the stone that would allow several people to sit and sleep comfortably. They resembled human parking garages, made to hold bodies in their vertical resting position, rather than bedrooms as we know them. Some clever furniture makers made communal sleep benches, which are long, church pew-style seats that can hold whole families or groups of tourists. Picture yourself arriving at a medieval inn, finding yourself seated on a bench beside total strangers, and spending the night together like birds on a wire. It was obvious that personal space was an unimagined luxury. In fact, these pieces were incredibly well crafted. In the absence of power tools or contemporary methods, medieval woodworkers produced elaborate supports, precisely measured angles, and joints that could sustain human bodies for decades at a time. They had a deeper understanding of structural integrity, balance, and weight distribution than some contemporary furniture. Even though they slept on pieces made to last for centuries, your ancestors may have slept upright. It's interesting to note that some sleep chairs had clever features that contemporary furniture designers might find appealing. Detachable cushions allowed for seasonal comfort adjustments, adjustable footrests accommodated varying leg lengths, and hidden compartments protected valuables while you slept. Some even had little tables attached so that you could easily access prayer books, candles, or water at night. The wealthy, who could afford to try out new sleeping arrangements, were the first to gradually move away from sleep chairs. Sleep chairs did not vanish overnight as lying-down beds gained popularity. Some families kept them as emergency furniture for visitors or in case of illness, and many were repurposed as everyday seating. Relics of an alien civilization that somehow managed to sleep while simultaneously defying comfort and gravity can be found in museums today. You may be horrified to learn that for the majority of human history, privacy while sleeping was practically unheard of. Your ancestors lived in a world where sleeping was a social activity, similar to eating dinner or going to church, except that everyone was unconscious. This contrasts with your own luxury of having your own room, bed, and space to sprawl however you like. Imagine a normal medieval home. In addition to sharing houses, families also shared sleeping quarters with apprentices, servants, extended family, and frequently overnight travellers. Every evening, the great hall of a manor house would be transformed into a human dormitory, with people lining up along benches and walls in a manner reminiscent of medieval airport seating during flight delays. However, the delay persisted each and every night. Sitting upright was not only morally or medically right in these crowded sleeping arrangements, but it was also practically required. You'll see why lying down wasn't an option if you try to picture cramming 15 people into an area meant for 8. Everyone had to make the most of their vertical space, which made sleeping a human geometry exercise. Like knowing how to fix clothes or preserve meat, the ability to sleep while seated evolved into a survival skill. The social dynamics of sharing a bed were intriguing and intricate. Unwritten rules dictated who was allowed to lean against which walls, who was given priority near the fire, and who was forced to make do with the drafty spots by windows. The nightly seating arrangements were influenced by physical condition, age, and social standing. It was similar to musical chairs in the Middle Ages, except that no one won and everyone had to sleep where they ended up. Taverns and inns elevated communal sleeping to a whole new level. People from various towns, social classes, and backgrounds would spend the night next to each other, sharing body heat and likely more germs than anyone would want to consider. It was simply good business to pack as many upright sleepers as possible into each room, because innkeepers charged by the space rather than the person. You didn't pay for privacy or comfort. You paid for a place on a bench or against a wall. In fact, this system produced its own social mores and manners. Rules about snoring, changing positions, and what to do if your sleeping neighbour began talking in their sleep or having nightmares were developed. Protocols for sharing blankets, keeping modest in close quarters, and handling the inevitable personality conflicts that occur when strangers are compelled to spend night after night in close quarters were all in place. Even though their sleeping arrangements were far more comfortable, the wealthy were not completely immune to communal sleeping either. For convenience and security reasons, noble households continued to have servants sleep in the same rooms as their masters. Even affluent families frequently shared sleeping quarters, with parents, kids, and occasionally grandparents each finding a place in the family sleeping chamber. These arrangements were made even more complex by seasonal variations. People naturally huddled closer together in the winter to stay warm, but in the summer they positioned themselves strategically close to windows and doors to take advantage of any breezes. Most people had to make do with the same space year-round, changing their positions and arrangements according to weather and temperature, while the wealthy might have had the luxury of seasonal sleeping chambers, different rooms for different times of the year. Although germ theory was not yet sufficiently understood for people to be concerned about it, disease transmission in these settings must have been spectacular. Everyone in the sleeping chamber was likely to get a cold after someone else did. Although people blamed illness on bad air or divine punishment rather than the obvious problem of dozens of people breathing on each other all night, plague outbreaks most likely spread through communal sleeping arrangements like wildfire. The wealthy were the first to gradually transition to private sleeping. Families started to divide sleeping arrangements by generation, then by gender, and finally by personal preference as wealth and homes grew. The fact that you can sleep by yourself, in your own room, and in your own bed is a testament to centuries of economic and social advancement that your forefathers could hardly have dreamed of. How then did people go from sleeping upright for centuries to the horizontal free-for-all you see today? Everyone deciding to roll over and try lying down at the same time wasn't a sudden revelation. The gradual change from a communal survival strategy to the private, comfortable experience you know today was fueled by advancements in architecture, medicine, and social attitudes. Like most revolutions, this one started with the rich. Some aristocrats and rich merchants had started experimenting with lying down sleep by the late medieval era, though at first it was considered a luxury rather than a common practice. These early adopters, who were prepared to forego the purported spiritual and medical risks in favour of comfort and novelty, were essentially the beta testers of horizontal sleeping. Think of them like the original smartphone buyers, who were initially viewed as crazy until everyone wanted one. The ancient theories of humours and night vapours were gradually disproved by new concepts about medicine and the human body that emerged during the Renaissance. When doctors noticed that wealthy people who slept on their backs weren't dying in frightening numbers, they started to wonder if sitting up straight was really necessary for good health. Medical texts began to imply that lying flat might be helpful for some ailments, especially for those with back pain or respiratory issues. It took decades for the radical idea to become widely accepted. This transition was made possible in large part by architecture. Families could now afford to use entire rooms for sleeping, as homes grew bigger and more upscale. People no longer had to share sleeping quarters with strangers, servants, and extended families thanks to the invention of separate bedchambers. experimenting with various sleeping positions without social scrutiny or space constraints was made possible by privacy. At last, you were able to extend your body without pushing your neighbour in the ribs. Equally significant was the development and enhancement of appropriate beds. When there were beds in the Middle Ages, they were frequently just mattresses with straw on wooden frames. The fact that these were not very comfortable for lying down likely contributed to the preference for sleeping upright. However, lying down became more and more desirable as mattress technology developed. Yes, there was such a thing as mattress technology in the pre-industrial world. Horizontal sleeping became not only feasible, but also enjoyable thanks to feather beds, better textiles, and enhanced frame construction. During this time, religious views also changed. Many medieval Catholic teachings, including some of the superstitions surrounding sleeping positions, were contested by the Protestant Reformation. Protestant theologians were more interested in the pragmatic issues of rest and health than they were in the symbolic meaning of lying flat. This change in religion allowed people to try different sleeping positions without worrying about endangering their eternal souls. These changes were hastened by the printing press, which disseminated novel concepts regarding health and sleep more rapidly than in the past. Advice regarding appropriate sleep positioning started to appear in medical texts, home management manuals, and even popular literature. For the first time in history, written information about bedroom layout, sleep hygiene, and the advantages of various sleeping positions was available to the general public. Information that had previously only been accessible to academics and doctors became widely accessible. During this time, social perceptions of rest and vulnerability also changed. New perspectives on the significance of adequate sleep for well-being and productivity started to replace the medieval emphasis on ongoing alertness and preparedness. Over time, lying down, once interpreted as a sign of spiritual laxity or weakness, became linked to wisdom and self-care. People started to realize that getting enough sleep was not a luxury or an indulgence, but rather necessary for both physical and mental well-being. Not every social class or geographical area experienced the shift in the same way. Compared to rural farmers or the urban poor, wealthy urban populations adopted horizontal sleeping much earlier. Because they lacked the resources to alter their sleeping habits, some remote communities continued to practice upright sleeping well into the modern era, not because they liked it. Sleeping positions have changed over time, reflecting larger trends in social and economic development that still influence our way of life today. Horizontal sleeping had become so commonplace by the time your grandparents were born that most people had forgotten it had ever been a topic of debate. The medieval world's communal sleeping arrangements and sleep chairs appeared as antiquated as any other historical oddity, fascinating but unrelated to contemporary living. Given that, for the majority of history, owning a bed was equivalent to owning a luxury car, something that unmistakably indicated that you were not struggling to survive, the evolution of beds from basic sleeping platforms into the ornate kingdoms of comfort you know today is a tale worth telling. The development of bed technology reflects the larger changes in privacy, comfort, and our evolving relationship with sleep in general. When there were early beds at all, they were basically raised platforms made to keep people off of damp, cold floors and away from different animals that like to live on the ground. These were useful answers to environmental problems, not the comfortable havens you hide away to every night. A wooden frame, any available stuffing material, straw, feathers if you were lucky, or just extra blankets folded for padding, and some rope or leather strapping for support. Comfort wasn't a design objective, it was a happy accident. Naturally, long before beds were comfortable, the wealthy used them as status symbols. With intricately carved posts, pricey fabrics, and curtains that could outstrip the cost of most people's homes, medieval noble beds were symbols of craftsmanship and wealth. These beds were furniture pieces intended to both rest and impress guests. The curtains, also known as bed hangings, had several uses. They kept body heat during chilly evenings, offered seclusion in shared sleeping quarters, and showcased the owner's wealth through their design and quality. The interesting thing is that even these ornate beds weren't made with lying down in mind. Assuming that people would sleep sitting up, or at least somewhat upright, supported by pillows and bolsters, many medieval beds were built. Compared to more recent models, the mattresses were frequently fairly firm, and the pillows were smaller and less flexible. Although technically feasible, lying flat on these early beds would have been uninviting, akin to camping on a wooden platform with little padding. A key factor in the lying down revolution was the advancement of mattress technology. From basic sacks filled with straw, medieval mattresses developed into increasingly complex structures made of feathers, down, and even early spring systems. A single bed in a wealthy home may have several layers of mattresses on it, providing a sleeping surface that is sufficiently soft to allow for truly comfortable horizontal rest. In reality, the term sleep tight refers to the practice of tightening the rope supports beneath mattresses in order to maintain the right firmness. Imagine having to tune your bed like a guitar every night before bed. The first private sleeping areas in history were made possible by privacy curtains surrounding beds, which served as more than just decorative accents. Couples and families could finally enjoy the luxury of sleeping in privacy inside these curtained beds, free from the prying eyes of guests, servants, and extended family. Because of this privacy, people could try out various sleeping positions, including the radical idea of lying down, without worrying about being judged by others. Beds turned into private realms where people could disregard the norms of social conduct. The Renaissance introduced fresh concepts for designing bedrooms that prioritized privacy and comfort. Instead of serving several purposes, bedrooms started to be designed with sleep in mind, and beds took centre stage in these spaces. With better proportions, enhanced support systems, and accessories made especially for horizontal sleep, furniture manufacturers created specialty bed designs that were optimized for lying down. The entire sleeping environment was redesigned around the idea of cozy, private rest, and pillows got bigger and softer. Blankets also got more elegant. The art of making beds was turned into a mass production industry during the Industrial Revolution. For the first time in history, middle-class families could afford comfortable beds thanks to springs, metal frames, and standardized sizes. The modern bedroom as you know it started to take shape as what had been luxury items turned into necessities for the home. For the first time, people could afford beds made especially for sleeping on their backs, complete with cozy surfaces and appropriate support systems. To your ancestors, modern mattress technology would have seemed like magic. Beds are now highly engineered comfort devices thanks to memory foam, temperature control, adjustable firmness, and specialized support systems. It's likely that your mattress has more technology than whole medieval homes. Medieval kings could never have dreamed of the degree of personal luxury that comes with being able to alter the temperature and firmness of your sleeping surface to suit your own tastes. You're savouring the result of centuries of human ingenuity in the quest for better sleep when you get into your bed tonight, with its precisely calibrated firmness, climate-controlled comfort, and private sanctuary atmosphere. Your bedroom is more than just a place to sleep. It's a private haven furnished with extravagances that no king or queen has had access to for the majority of human history. And now, at the conclusion of our exploration of the strange history of human sleeping positions, you are lying comfortably horizontal and learning about ancestors who would have viewed your current position as either morally dubious or medically dangerous. Isn't that quite a change? The modern marvel of sprawling across a king-size mattress without giving a thought to humours, night vapours, or spiritual vulnerability has replaced centuries of sleeping upright. When you consider the irony of our current sleeping conditions, it's delicious. The majority of the issues that necessitated upright sleeping have been resolved. We have comfortable mattresses, clean air, private bedrooms, and medical knowledge that would have amazed medieval doctors. But we have also created completely new sleep problems. While your ancestors were concerned about spiritual threats and night vapours, you're concerned about screen time, caffeine consumption, the ideal temperature of your room, and whether the final episode of your favourite show will keep you up with plot twists. Additionally, we've developed sleep issues that would have completely perplexed medieval people. Millions of people who have access to the most comfortable sleeping conditions in history suffer from sleep disorders like sleep apnea, restless leg syndrome, and chronic insomnia. The hardware issues of sleep, such as furniture, privacy, and safety, seem to have been resolved, but new software issues relating to stress, lifestyle, and the fast-paced nature of contemporary life have been introduced. You might be lying awake wondering whether you remembered to set your alarm, or whether that work email was important enough to reply to right away, just as your ancestors fell asleep from physical exhaustion. The economic power of the sleep industry today would have astounded medieval furniture makers. We've transformed rest into a consumer category, with countless subcategories, including memory foam, adjustable bases, sleep tracking devices, customized pillows for all possible needs, white noise machines, blackout curtains, and even apps that optimize your sleep cycles. While medieval people only had one sleep chair, you now have hundreds of mattress options to choose from, all of which promise to transform your sleeping experience. Some medieval practices have been validated by modern sleep science, while others have been refuted. It turns out that some conditions, especially acid reflux and sleep apnea, can benefit from sleeping a little higher. For some people, sleeping in adjustable beds or recliners relieves back pain or breathing issues. Your ancestors were not wholly incorrect about the advantages of sleeping upright. They simply lacked the medical knowledge to comprehend why it occasionally worked, or the alternatives that would have made lying down more secure and comfortable. Intriguingly, the social dimensions of sleep have also resurfaced. Even though we now have privacy and separate sleeping areas, loneliness and isolation related to sleep are still problems for many people. Medieval communal sleeping arrangements automatically met the human need for comfort and connection during sleep, which is reflected in co-sleeping with partners, pets, or even weighted blankets. Although we now have more control over where we sleep, we occasionally miss the social aspects of sharing a bed. Our sleeping habits are still being altered by technology in ways that medieval observers would find enchanted. A level of individualized sleep optimization never before seen in human history is represented by smart mattresses that automatically change their firmness, sleep tracking devices that keep an eye on everything from heart rate to room temperature, and apps that wake you up during the best times to sleep. You are interacting with an advanced technological ecosystem that is intended to improve your quality of sleep, not just lying down to sleep. Think about the amazing journey that led humanity from upright, communal sleeping to your own private, horizontal luxury as you get ready for bed tonight. Your private bedroom, your cozy mattress, and your freedom to lie down without worrying about dying or receiving a punishment from God are all symbols of centuries of human development, invention, and shifting societal perceptions of leisure, privacy, and comfort. In fact, one of the most revolutionary human behaviors of the last millennium is the simple act of falling asleep, something you do without thinking. Your horizontal position symbolizes freedom from social restraints, freedom from medieval anxieties, and access to comforts that have been out of reach for the wealthiest people for the majority of human history. Dreams, sweet dreams, sleeper of revolution. Your ancestors would undoubtedly be impressed by your mattress, jealous, and perhaps a little concerned about your soul. George Washington's formative years unfolded against the rustic backdrop of mid-18th century Virginia. While popular culture might depict him as an almost mythic hero from the start, he was, in reality, shaped by the day-to-day concerns of a frontier society and a family struggling for greater prosperity. Born on February 22nd, 1732, in Westmoreland County, he was part of a sprawling network of half-siblings, uncles, aunts, and cousins who formed a complicated social web in the colony. His father, Augustine, sought to expand the family's holdings through tobacco farming, land speculation, and the occasional foray into iron mining. These early pursuits carved out the environment where young George would learn about risk, reward and the challenges of shaping one's destiny in a new world. Contrary to apocryphal stories, Washington's childhood was not defined by toppling cherry trees or sporting wooden teeth. It was, however, marked by loss. His father died when George was only 11, throwing the family's finances into uncertainty. His half-brother Lawrence, considerably older, stepped in as a paternal figure. It was Lawrence who introduced George to polite society in Virginia and instilled in him an admiration for military achievement. Lawrence had served under the British flag in the Caribbean, a detail that quietly stoked George's aspirations towards soldiering. Through Lawrence, he was exposed to the idea that honour, discipline, and loyalty could earn a young man respect in the British colonies. Despite these influences, necessity often guided Washington's early path. Formal schooling was piecemeal at best, tutors came and went. Young George's mother, Mary Ball Washington, strove to keep the family afloat. But educational opportunities remained sporadic. This patchy instruction did not deter him. It forced him to become largely self-taught, an approach that would define his later life. He was, from his teenage years onward, a voracious note-taker and letter-writer, constantly refining his penmanship, grammar, and mathematical skills. Writing itself became a window into the adult world he hoped to master. One of his initial breakthroughs came in the realm of surveying. a skill both profitable and adventurous in colonial Virginia. Land in those days was currency, and individuals who could map uncharted territories were in high demand. Washington's early forays into the wild frontiers, often in the company of rugged backwoodsmen, introduced him to the complexities of dealing with Native American tribes, unscrupulous land speculators, and the raw challenges of nature. These expeditions were no mere camping trips, nights spent in crude shelters, rainy days measuring difficult terrain, and the ever-present threat of disease built up his resilience. By the time he turned 17, he had already secured appointments to survey large tracts of land in the Shenandoah Valley, a testament to his growing reputation for diligence. During this phase, Washington also observed firsthand the tensions brewing between French, British, and native interests. The Ohio Valley to the west was a patchwork of claims and counterclaims, with British colonists, French trappers, and indigenous peoples all jostling for control. Though Washington was only a teenager, these experiences lit a spark. If he could prove himself an effective leader, especially in regions where boundaries were contested, he might ascend socially and financially. Colonial Virginia had its share of privileged families, but upward mobility was possible for those who possessed skill, connections, and an unrelenting work ethic. Beyond surveying, Washington's adolescent years were also a period of subtle social schooling. He learned the art of conversation and manners, so important in an era governed by strict codes of honour, by memorising the rules of civility and decent behaviour. This pamphlet, copied diligently in his youthful handwriting, offered guidelines for everything from posture in polite company to showing respect for superiors. Though it might seem quaint now, these rules exemplified the polished veneer that colonial society demanded of any young man aiming to rise in rank. By the time Washington approached adulthood, he was neither a wide-eyed farm boy nor a pampered aristocrat. He was a tall, physically strong young man, comfortable on horseback, capable with a musket, adept at mathematics, and cognizant of how crucial alliances could be. He held quiet ambitions that revolved around land, local military distinction, and acceptance among the elite. But events on the horizon, imperial rivalries that would ignite the frontier, would soon catapult him onto a larger stage. In that transitional zone between surveying in the wilderness and attending genteel dances along the Potomac, George Washington was preparing, without fully knowing it, for trials that would define his future and reshape a continent's destiny. Washington's transformation from a surveyor to a soldier was not the result of random events or a meticulously planned strategy. It was, instead, triggered by the turbulent geopolitics of the mid-18th century. At the time, the British and French empires vied for dominance over North America's lucrative territories. The frontier regions of the Ohio Valley, thick with forests and fur-bearing wildlife, became a flashpoint for competing claims. Indigenous nations, far from passive onlookers, leveraged these rivalries in pursuit of their interests, forging and breaking alliances as circumstances demanded. In 1753, Virginia's Lieutenant Governor, Robert Dinwiddie, sought someone intrepid and resourceful to deliver a warning to French forces building forts near the forks of the Ohio. The young George Washington, then just 21, volunteered. This mission would catapult him into international intrigue for which he had limited formal training. Undeterred, he set off with a small party in wintry conditions, navigating difficult terrain and uncertain receptions. He reached the French outpost and handed over Dinwiddie's demand that they abandon their incursion. The French officers responded politely but refused to budge. Washington's return journey was harrowing. He nearly drowned crossing an icy river, only surviving by grabbing onto a piece of driftwood and hauling himself onto a small island. Yet that near-fatal ordeal did little to shake his resolve. Upon returning to Williamsburg, he penned a report detailing his observations. The account, published and widely distributed, burnished Washington's name. His straightforward prose, describing the hazards of the journey, and the French refusal to retreat, resonated with colonists hungry for news and British officials eager for evidence of French defiance. Washington emerged from anonymity, suddenly recognised as a figure capable of undertaking difficult assignments at the Empire's margins. Not long afterward, Dinwiddie promoted him and dispatched him back to the frontier with a modest force to secure strategic points. In 1754, tensions erupted into outright conflict at a site Washington hastily fortified and named Fort Necessity. An attack by French and indigenous allies forced him to surrender under humiliating conditions. The engagement, while a setback militarily, taught Washington sobering lessons about leadership, discipline, and the unpredictability of war. The British press twisted the episode in contradictory ways. Some painted him as a plucky colonial undone by minimal support, others as a foolhardy officer stumbling into a larger conflict. Amid this swirl of opinions, Washington's internal drive to prove himself only intensified. Soon, the conflict expanded into what Europeans would call the 7 Years' War, and Americans would dub the French and Indian War. Washington served as a provincial officer under General Edward Braddock, a British commander charged with seizing French forts. French troops and their indigenous allies ambushed British forces during the disastrous Braddock expedition near the Monongahela River in 1755, decimating them. In the chaos, Washington distinguished himself by rallying survivors and organising a fighting withdrawal. Though he was beset by illness and almost had multiple horses shot from under him, he emerged from the carnage with a reputation for courage under fire. Yet, for all his valour, Washington grew frustrated with British arrogance toward colonial officers. He witnessed British regulars disregarding local intelligence and ignoring suggestions from men like himself who knew the frontier. This snobbery, combined with logistical incompetence, fueled deep resentments. He realised that colonial troops often received second-class treatment, lesser pay, and fewer provisions. This personal exposure to British condescension would later shape his willingness to challenge imperial authority, though that moment lay years ahead. By the war's end, Washington had resigned his commission and returned to Mount Vernon, the estate he inherited following Lawrence's death. The war had left him with real combat experience and the seeds of an emerging identity, part loyal British subject, part colonial leader increasingly sceptical of imperial attitudes. Over the ensuing decade, he would focus on his plantations, dabble in local politics, and marry Martha Dandridge Custis, a wealthy widow whose fortune helped shore up his finances. Washington transformed Mount Vernon into a profitable enterprise, experimenting with new crops, analysing agricultural techniques, and exerting influence in Virginia's House of Burgesses. Yet the memory of the frontier battles never fully dimmed. He had seen how tenuous British authority could be on American soil, how alliances shifted, and how local knowledge often outstripped distant orders. He also observed the subtle changes stirring among colonists, growing populations, expanding commerce, and a sense of collective identity not solely anchored to Britain. While Washington did not yet foresee a complete break with the crown, the stage was quietly being set for a more profound clash. Looking back, his French and Indian War experiences were something of a dress rehearsal, granting him the on-the-ground insights that would prove indispensable in the larger crisis looming on the horizon. Following the French and Indian War, Washington spent the 1760s and early 1770s deeply immersed in the rhythms of plantation life at Mount Vernon, managing labour, maintaining his reputation as a local squire, and serving intermittently in the Virginia House of Burgesses occupied much of his time. He meticulously oversaw the cultivation of crops, initially tobacco, later diversifying into wheat and other staples, adapting to market trends and soil conditions. But economic security remained tenuous. British trade regulations, shipping monopolies, and mercantile restrictions often pinched colonial planters. Washington found himself confronting debts, currency shortages, and a constraining imperial bureaucracy that dictated how goods could be exported or imported. Amid these challenges, Washington's perspective on British authority gradually evolved. Early on, he had desired nothing more than to climb in status within the British imperial framework. He had admired British military traditions and social customs, but he began to see the practical constraints that came with living under a distant parliament that issued edicts without consulting colonial assemblies. The Stamp Act of 1765, imposing taxes on printed materials, galvanised discontent among colonists. Washington, who used legal documents frequently for land transactions, saw the act as a direct affront to local autonomy. While not the most fiery rhetorician in Virginia, figures like Patrick Henry captured that honour. Washington expressed measured indignation. He argued that taxation without representation violated the rights of Englishmen, a stance that resonated among fellow planters, merchants, and small farmers alike. In 1769, the Virginia House of Burgesses responded to new British taxes on glass, paper, paint, and tea by passing resolves condemning these impositions. When the royal governor dissolved the assembly, the delegates, Washington included, met informally at the Raleigh Tavern in Williamsburg, drafting non-importation agreements. These pacts vowed not to purchase British goods until colonial grievances were addressed. Though not as flamboyant as protests in Boston, these Virginian measures underscored how deeply resentment had taken root among even the more conservative landholding class. Washington's letters from this period reveal a measured but firm tone. He spoke of the encroachments of Parliament and the need for unity among the colonies. Not one to relish public speaking, he employed his reputation as a balanced, pragmatic figure. People listened when Washington spoke because they trusted his sense of responsibility and fairness. Privately, he worried about violence escalating, yet he also felt that the colonies should not yield to intimidation. This blend of caution and resolve was a hallmark of his character. Tensions escalated to a critical level by 1774. The Boston Tea Party and subsequent punitive British measures prompted the formation of the First Continental Congress. Washington was chosen as one of Virginia's delegates, solidifying his role as a national figure rather than just a regional voice. He travelled to Philadelphia, where representatives from across the colonies debated how far to push back against British encroachments. While radicals like Samuel Adams advocated more extreme measures, others sought a compromise or hoped for a restoration of harmonious relations. Washington's presence signalled that Virginia, the largest and most populous colony, was prepared to stand alongside New England in protesting imperial overreach. Washington's military background was not overlooked during those Congress sessions. He was one of the few delegates with first-hand experience in large-scale combat operations. Though overshadowed by the fiery oratory of John Adams or Patrick Henry, he projected a quiet confidence that could unify disparate factions. He seldom took the floor for dramatic speeches, but in committee meetings, delegates consulted him about potential military scenarios if the standoff with Britain escalated. How might a ragtag colonial militia confront the most formidable army in the world? Events soon compelled everyone to take action. In April 1775, the battles at Lexington and Concord unleashed open conflict. British soldiers and colonial militiamen had exchanged shots, and the war was effectively underway. By the time the Second Continental Congress convened, the question was no longer whether to resist militarily, but how. John Adams, recognizing the need to draw the southern colonies more tightly into the cause, nominated Washington to lead the newly formed Continental Army. With reluctance, Washington accepted, declaring he would serve without pay. He stressed that he was neither the most qualified nor seeking personal glory, yet he would do his duty if called upon. In that moment, the diligent Virginia planter and local politician found himself thrust onto a stage with no script. Leading a revolution against the crown seemed audacious, even reckless, but Washington believed the colonies had reached an irreversible point. He saddled his horse and departed for Massachusetts, determined, if unsure, about the trials that lay ahead. His leadership would soon be tested in ways few could have imagined, both by the might of British forces and by the fractious nature of a fledgling nation still discovering its collective identity. Washington's appointment as the Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army paved the way for a challenging battle against the most formidable military force of the era. Arriving in Cambridge, Massachusetts, in July 1775, he took command of a collection of militias besieging British-held Boston. What he found was a disorganized force lacking supplies, uniforms, and consistent discipline. Militias from different colonies held different loyalties, varied drastically in training, and often viewed each other with suspicion. Washington realized that to stand any chance against the British, he had to forge these disparate units into a cohesive army with a shared purpose. Early on, Washington faced a series of strategic dilemmas. Despite the often romanticized notion of the Continental Army's underdog valor, the reality was messy. Disease, desertions, and short-term enlistments undercut the stable force he desperately needed. British troops in Boston were well supplied by sea, so a direct assault seemed suicidal. Instead, Washington imposed discipline, orchestrated siege lines, and introduced stricter regulations. Over time, he acquired cannon from Fort Ticonderoga, famously transporting them across difficult winter terrain under Henry Knox's oversight. By March 76, artillery on Dorchester Heights forced the British to evacuate Boston. Although it was a bloodless victory for the Americans, Washington understood that the war had barely begun. The British Navy and Army could and would strike at more critical ports. Washington's next trials unfolded in New York. Anticipating a major British offensive, he shifted his army to defend Manhattan and its surroundings. The British arrived in force under General William Howe, and by late summer in 1776, Washington's men endured a crushing defeat at the Battle of Long Island. A series of retreats followed, culminating in the British seizing New York City. Morale plummeted. Many soldiers deserted, others questioned Washington's competence. Yet in a bold move, Washington ordered a stealth evacuation across the East River during the night, ferrying thousands of troops and avoiding total annihilation. That partial salvation became an early example of his knack for improvisational retreats, a skill that may lack the glamour of offensive victories, but was crucial for the survival of the cause. In late 1776, with enlistments expiring and temperatures dropping, Washington orchestrated one of the Revolution's most dramatic strokes, crossing the icy Delaware River on Christmas night to surprise Hessian mercenaries at Trenton. The success at Trenton, followed by another victory at Princeton, rejuvenated the Patriot cause. Washington's leadership style in these moments combined meticulous planning with personal bravery. He rode at the front, encouraging his men, proving that cunning and audacity could offset numerical or logistical disadvantages. The morale boost was enormous, coaxing recruits to stay and new volunteers to join. Yet the Continental Army's tribulations remained abundant. The British sought to isolate New England by seizing the Hudson River corridor, while smaller armies skirmished in the interior. Washington clashed repeatedly with delegates in the Continental Congress who provided inconsistent funding and supplies. Reflecting the fragile nature of the young Confederation, he wrote endless letters pleading for shoes, blankets, and rations. Meanwhile, British raids and Loyalist sympathizers sowed confusion behind American lines. In 1777, Washington lost a key engagement at Brandywine, allowing the British to capture Philadelphia, the Patriot capital. Another setback at Germantown followed. Critics in Congress grew louder, questioning whether a different general might fare better. Yet Washington retained the loyalty of many officers, forging a sense of unity that transcended local affiliations. At Valley Forge, during the cruel winter of 1777 to 1778, the army endured starvation, disease, and freezing conditions. Thanks to the drilling expertise of Baron von Steuben, an ex-Prussian officer, Washington's troops emerged more disciplined, able to engage British regulars on nearly equal terms. At Valley Forge, the Continental Army underwent a significant transformation, transitioning from an unruly collection of militias to a functional fighting force. Washington also learned the delicate art of balancing alliances. The French, persuaded by the American victory at Saratoga, where Horatio Gates led the effort, not Washington directly, joined the conflict, providing naval strength and additional ground forces. Coordinating with French officers like the Marquis de Lafayette demanded diplomatic finesse. Washington adapted, forging trust with these foreign allies, even as inter-colony tensions threatened to fracture the American side. Through it all, Washington displayed a steadiness that became central to the army's identity. His men might groan about scarce supplies or ragged uniforms, but they trusted their general to hold them together. By the war's midpoint, Washington had solidified his role as the linchpin of American resistance. His direct battlefield successes varied. Some were brilliant, others disappointing, but his unshakable commitment to the cause, combined with an ability to pivot tactics and maintain unity, kept the rebellion alive. Emerging from these years of hardship was a sense that, whether revered or criticized, Washington was indispensable. He was no mere figurehead. The political apparatus and the army itself needed his steady hand at the helm if the revolution was to stand a chance of seeing final victory. As the Revolutionary War entered its later stages, Washington faced a new set of challenges that tested his leadership on multiple fronts. The conflict had become more sprawling, with battles in the south intensifying. British forces, hoping to exploit Loyalist sentiment, launched campaigns in Georgia and the Carolinas. Meanwhile, the Continental Army in the north still had to guard against renewed offensives from New York. Washington found himself juggling resource allocations and strategic oversight across a vast territory, all with limited manpower and meagre finances. One of his core strengths lay in understanding that victory did not necessarily require defeating every British unit on the battlefield. Over years of warfare, Washington recognised that prolonging the conflict, making it too costly for Britain to sustain, could be enough to force negotiations. As British public support for the war waned and the conflict strained the Empire's coffers, this strategy of endurance gained traction. He coordinated partisan warfare in the southern states, where generals like Nathaniel Greene used hit-and-run tactics and forced the British to overextend their supply lines. Washington might not have designed every manoeuvre personally, but his overarching directive emphasised wearing down the opponent rather than seeking a single. Grand triumph at all costs. Yet frustration still mounted. The Continental Congress, perennially short on funds, struggled to pay or supply the troops. Inflation ran rampant, and the paper currency they issued, known as Continentals, lost much of its value. Sometimes, entire regiments threatened mutiny over unpaid wages and lack of food. Washington wrote urgent letters, balancing pleas and warnings. Desertion could unravel the entire revolution, but the men's hardships were genuine. He balanced his empathy for his soldiers' suffering with the need to uphold discipline. Against this turbulent backdrop, French assistance played a decisive role. Following France's official entry into the war, Spain and the Dutch Republic also offered varying degrees of support to America, broadening the conflict into a larger global struggle against Britain. Washington worked with French admirals and generals who, like Admiral de Grasse and General Rochambeau, brought naval superiority and well-trained troops. Diplomatic synergy was crucial. Washington, never fluent in French, relied on interpreters and the goodwill of allies like Lafayette to maintain strong communication. Joint operations required patience and compromise. The French Navy's schedules and European political priorities often constrained quick action. The culmination of these alliances and strategies took shape in 1781 at Yorktown, Virginia. British General Cornwallis had entrenched his forces there, hoping for resupply by sea. Washington seized the moment. He feigned moves toward New York, but then swiftly marched a major portion of his army south. The French fleet under de Grasse blocked the Chesapeake, preventing a British naval evacuation. Trapped and under constant bombardment, Cornwallis surrendered in October 1781. The victory at Yorktown did not instantly end the war, but it was the decisive blow that shattered Britain's willingness to continue. Negotiations in Europe soon began, leading to the 1783 Treaty of Paris, recognising American independence. Washington's role in the final phase showcased two defining traits of his leadership: adaptability and a knack for collaboration. He was not a tactical genius in the mould of Napoleon, but he excelled in forging unity among diverse groups with clashing egos and conflicting interests. He also grasped the psychological dimension of war. Victory could be achieved as much through morale and diplomatic pressure as through battlefield conquests. Under his guidance, the Continental Army endured for 8 grueling years, culminating in a capitulation that many had deemed impossible. When peace was finally secured, Washington stunned the world by resigning his commission and returning to private life rather than seizing power. In a time when victorious generals in Europe often leveraged military success to become dictators or monarchs, his gesture was nearly unprecedented. He sent a farewell address to the army, bidding an emotional goodbye to the officers who had become like family through shared hardships. Then he returned to Mount Vernon, longing for quiet days overseeing his estate. In the public imagination, he became the embodiment of Roman republican virtue, akin to Cincinnatus leaving his plough to defend the nation and then returning to his farm. Yet the young republic soon discovered that independence would not solve every problem. War debts, disputes among the states, and a weak central government under the Articles of Confederation threatened the stability of the new nation. Calls for a stronger national framework grew louder, and once again, the gaze of the fledgling country turned to Washington. Would he remain a private citizen, or would he use his stature to help shape the governance of the country he had been so instrumental in forging? The next chapter of his life, and indeed of the nation's, would hinge on how he answered that question. After returning to Mount Vernon in 1783, Washington tried to refocus on his plantations, hoping for a respite from public affairs. Yet the fragile state of the post-war Union soon pulled him back into the spotlight. Under the Articles of Confederation, the federal government lacked authority to tax, regulate commerce effectively, or settle disputes among states. Economic turmoil loomed large. Debts from the war weighed on every state, and the absence of a cohesive national policy bred friction. Insurrections such as Shays' Rebellion in Massachusetts highlighted how easily unrest might spiral if the central government could not act decisively. Leaders across the states recognized the dire need for reforms, and Washington was a natural figure to help spearhead them. Though initially hesitant, he feared public service would once again swallow his private life. He came around to the idea that a stronger government framework was essential to preserve the Union. In 1787, he agreed to preside over the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia. This gathering, intended first to revise the Articles, soon morphed into a wholesale creation of a new constitution. Washington did not speak often during the debates, but his mere presence lent gravity to the proceedings. Delegates disagreed vigorously over representation, slavery, and executive power, yet most recognized that Washington's approval would be critical for winning public acceptance of any proposed constitution. His role was largely that of mediator and symbol of unity. He allowed men like James Madison, Alexander Hamilton, and Benjamin Franklin to articulate competing ideas. But whenever debate grew contentious, the image of Washington, seated at the front, reminded them that the revolution's integrity and the future of Republican governance were at stake. By September 1787, the delegates crafted a new constitution that incorporated a more robust federal government, tempered by a system of checks and balances. Although not perfect, it was a revolutionary experiment in structured liberty. Washington's endorsement carried enormous weight during the ratification process, especially in Virginia. Reluctant anti-federalists found it difficult to argue that the Constitution masked tyranny when Washington vouched for it. Once the Constitution became law, calls for Washington to serve as the first president were unanimous in their intensity. He was the linchpin who could lend immediate legitimacy to the new system. Despite personal reservations, he was aging, and the toll of public life was no small burden. He reluctantly accepted the role. The Electoral College elected him unanimously in 1789. In April of that year, he journeyed to New York City, the temporary capital, to take the oath of office. His inauguration was a subdued ceremony, reflecting a new nation's blend of optimism and anxiety. He stood on a balcony overlooking throngs of cheering citizens, placing in his hand on a Bible and swearing to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. In shaping the executive branch, Washington faced a blank slate. There was no blueprint for how a president should behave. He believed in setting careful precedents that would guide successors, and this cautious approach coloured his every decision. He formed a cabinet of advisers, including Thomas Jefferson as Secretary of State and Alexander Hamilton as Secretary of the Treasury. The ideological clashes between Jefferson, who championed agrarian democracy, and Hamilton, who pushed for a robust federal government and industrial growth, forced Washington to navigate a delicate balance. Balancing these factions, he aimed to prevent the country from splitting into partisan camps. Still, the seeds of political rivalry were planted, eventually sprouting into the Federalist and Democratic Republican parties. Washington's presidency also navigated foreign policy dilemmas. The young United States was militarily weak, financially indebted, and overshadowed by European powers. When the French Revolution erupted, many Americans felt they owed France a debt of gratitude for its wartime support. Yet Washington believed neutrality was crucial. Entangling the fragile republic in Europe's wars could spell disaster. His proclamation of neutrality in 1793 drew ire from those who wanted to aid France, but it shielded the new nation from a catastrophic conflict it was ill-prepared to handle. Domestic issues also tested the new administration. Hamilton's financial plan, which included federal assumption of state debts and the creation of a national bank, sparked fierce debates. Washington backed Hamilton, believing that fiscal stability was essential for national respectability. But Jefferson's faction decried these measures as threats to states' rights. Then, in 1794, the Whiskey Rebellion flared in western Pennsylvania, where farmers violently opposed a federal tax on distilled spirits. Washington, alarmed by the prospect of an armed insurrection, personally led troops to quell the rebellion, an act that showcased federal authority but also raised fears about militarized responses to dissent. Throughout these trials, Washington laboured to maintain a posture above partisan squabbles, though that position grew increasingly difficult. Newspapers, reflecting the rise of party-driven journalism, attacked or praised him depending on editorial leanings. Criticism stung the once revered hero, but he remained steadfast, convinced that the survival of constitutional governance required robust debate, even if it sometimes descended into vitriol. By the end of his second term, he yearned for retirement more earnestly than ever. The question was whether the country could sustain itself without him, or if his moral authority and balanced leadership remained indispensable. By 1796, Washington had served 2 terms as president and felt strongly that rotating leadership was essential to the Republic's health. Unanimously re-elected in 1792, he could likely have secured a third term, but he declined. In doing so, he established a precedent of voluntary executive turnover, later codified by the 22nd Amendment, that would profoundly influence American political culture. Recognizing the young nation's precariousness, he offered parting guidance in his farewell address. Published rather than delivered orally, it warned against the dangers of permanent foreign alliances and excessive partisanship. He urged Americans to cherish unity, keep religion and morality as public pillars, and remain wary of ideological factions that could fracture national cohesion. After leaving office in March 1797, Washington returned to Mount Vernon. A sense of relief washed over him, tempered by ongoing concerns about the fledgling nation's trajectory. He oversaw expansions at his estate, experimented with different crop rotations, and dabbled in various manufacturing ventures on site, such as a grist mill and a distillery. However, retirement did not provide an escape from moral dilemmas. Washington's wealth and plantation lifestyle had always hinged on enslaved labour. While he had privately expressed ambivalence about slavery, calling it repugnant in certain correspondences, he never publicly championed abolition. Only in his will did he arrange for the emancipation of his enslaved people after Martha's death, a move that became one of the most significant private emancipations of that era. But the structural system of slavery continued unabated across the South, highlighting the contradictions embedded in the new republic. Increasingly, foreign tensions threatened to pull Washington back into public life. Relations with revolutionary France deteriorated under John Adams's presidency, culminating in the Quasi-War at Sea. In 1798, Adams asked Washington to serve as commander of a provisional army should full-scale war break out. Washington agreed, though he delegated most duties to Hamilton. He remained on standby, hoping conflict could be averted. By 1799, the immediate threat passed, and Washington settled again into the routines at Mount Vernon. That same year, on December the 12th, Washington braved a cold, wet ride around his estate, checking fence lines and farmland. Later that evening, he developed a sore throat. Within days, his condition worsened into what many now believe was acute epiglottitis. Medical treatments of the time, bleeding, blistering, and gargling, only weakened him further. On the night of December 14th, 1799, George Washington passed away, surrounded by close friends and family. The news sent shockwaves throughout the country. Bells tolled in distant cities. Eulogies poured in from across political divides, reflecting the universal respect Americans felt for his leadership. Even in Europe, figures like Napoleon ordered tributes. Washington's death brought a collective reckoning. The man who had guided the nation through revolution, constitutional formation, and early governance was gone. But his legacy was already enshrined. Over subsequent decades and centuries, Americans would build monuments, mint coins, and compose hagiographic stories that sometimes obscured the complexity of his life. Myths multiplied. The cherry tree legend by Parson Weems became a fixture in school primers, overshadowing the more instructive lessons of Washington's real struggles and ethical dilemmas. The wooden teeth trope overshadowed the details of his expensive, painful dental apparatus made from various materials, including human or animal teeth and metal. Yet behind the shining marble statues stands a more nuanced figure. Washington was a man of his times, shaped by its limitations, particularly regarding slavery and class structures, but also capable of transcending narrow self-interest. He recognized the fragility of the American experiment and acted repeatedly to keep it intact, resigning his military commission in 1783, presiding over the Constitution's drafting in 1787, and stepping down as president after 2 terms. Each decision sent an unmistakable message that the Republic's longevity depended on checks against personal ambition. Washington's example stood out for a nation still refining its democratic values. He was neither a flamboyant speaker or a philosophical theorist, but he possessed a calm gravitas that could unify quarrelsome states. He understood how to maintain moral legitimacy in the eyes of both elites and ordinary citizens. And though he was not without flaws, the ownership of enslaved individuals being chief among them, he helped lay the groundwork for a political system capable of evolving beyond its founders' limitations. Today, more than 2 centuries after his passing, George Washington remains an essential symbol for an America that struggles with its historical contradictions. If we look beyond the simplified schoolbook portrayals, we find a person who navigated immense pressures with perseverance and humility, whose quiet strength and deliberate choice to relinquish power set a tone for Republican governance. The complexity of his legacy invites us to reflect on both the grand achievements and the unresolved tensions that were woven into the nation's birth. A poignant reminder that even foundational heroes stand on shifting terrain, forging a path for future generations to walk upon. In 1158, a 7-year-old noble boy named Conrad leaves his family manor to serve as a page in the castle of Duke Otto in the Holy Roman Empire. This experience is the beginning of his path to knighthood. Wide-eyed and anxious, Conrad enters the castle's enormous hall and quickly becomes immersed in castle life. As a page, he is kept busy from dawn until dusk. He must learn to sing hymns, serve at table with proper etiquette, and even assist in the castle's hunts and falconry sessions. Under the tutelage of the master-at-arms, Conrad and the other pages practice swordplay with wooden weapons and learn to ride ponies. The castle chaplain also guides their spiritual upbringing, so Conrad grows in piety alongside prowess. Nothing is wasted, even playtime in the courtyard, mock battles on stick horses and playful jousts with broomsticks, is training in disguise, building the boy's strength and coordination. Conrad idolizes the knights he serves. One friendly knight, Sir Reinhard, sometimes shares tales from the hearths of legendary warriors and battles, fueling Conrad's dreams of valor. Through hard work and keen observation, Conrad grows in both body and character. By age 14, he graduates to the rank of squire. He is now assigned as Sir Reinhard's personal attendant and protégé. His duties intensify. Conrad rises at dawn to help Sir Reinhard don his mail armour and spurs, tends to the knight's horse, and accompanies him everywhere. Being a squire resembles an apprenticeship. Conrad learns by doing, cleaning armour, sharpening swords, and practicing jousts with real lances under Sir Reinhard's guidance. In the afternoons he practices falconry, or joins Sir Reinhard in weapons training, aiming his lance at the quintain, a spinning target, to hone his accuracy on horseback. Mistakes earn stern correction, but also patient instruction. In quiet moments, Sir Reinhard stresses the code of chivalry. A knight must be brave, but also just and merciful. Conrad takes these lessons to heart, determined to one day embody those ideals. His first taste of real conflict comes at 16. While escorting a supply convoy through a forest, Sir Reinhard's party is ambushed by bandits. Conrad's heart pounds as he sticks close to his mentor. Amid the chaos, he uses his training reflexively. At one point, he even knocks a bandit off a horse with a well-timed lance thrust. Sir Reinhard proudly claps Conrad's shoulder after driving the bandits off. The young squire has demonstrated his bravery in the face of danger. This brief skirmish shows Conrad the stark reality of combat. Terrifying and brutal, yet his duty is to face it with courage. By age 21, Conrad has spent years in service, learning the arts of knighthood and the responsibilities that come with it. He has tended to Sir Reinhard in tournaments and on minor campaigns, steadily growing in skill and maturity. Now he stands on the brink of achieving his lifelong dream. All the years of training, mastering horsemanship, honing his sword arm, and learning courtesy and strategy have shaped Conrad into a worthy candidate for knighthood. As he helps Sir Reinhard prepare for a winter feast where several squires will be honoured, Conrad cannot help but feel a mix of excitement and nerves. The dawn of his knighthood approaches, and with it the life of honour and adventure that he has envisioned it, since that day he first arrived at Duke Otto's castle as a wide-eyed boy. The winter of 11 to 75 brings Conrad to a grand celebration at Duke Otto's castle. At 21, after years of training, he is to be knighted. The magnificent hall is decked with evergreen boughs and lit with hundreds of candles in honour of Christmas and the knighting ceremony. Dressed in a simple white tunic, symbolising purity, Conrad stands alongside other squires awaiting the rite. He feels his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and nerves. Sir Reinhard squeezes his shoulder in support, recalling his knighthood and assuring Conrad that he is ready. On the eve of the ceremony, Conrad undergoes the traditional vigil of arms. He bathes and dons a clean white robe and a red cloak, for the blood of martyrs and courage of a knight. All night he kneels in the castle chapel, his sword and armour placed on the altar before him. By flickering candlelight he prays, reflecting on the solemn vows he will take at dawn. Despite aching knees and little sleep, Conrad remains focused. This vigil is a spiritual purification, a time to seek God's blessing and contemplate the chivalric code he must uphold. He promises himself to be a just, loyal, and pious knight, devoted to protecting the weak and serving the church. At first light, Mass is celebrated. The squires confess their sins and hear a final blessing. Then comes the oath-swearing. One by one, each squire stands before the gathered nobles in the chapel. When Conrad's turn arrives, he declares his knightly vows in a clear voice. He will speak truth, uphold the faith, obey his lord, defend the helpless, and be honourable in all their things. Each promise rings out in the cold morning air, sealing Conrad's commitment to the ideals of knighthood. Even before the sword touches his shoulders, he feels the weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders. That evening, a formal knighting ceremony, the accolade, takes place in the great hall. Duke Otto, resplendent in fur-trimmed robes, calls Conrad forward. Conrad kneels on the rush-strewn floor before his lord. In the hushed hall, the Duke gently taps Conrad's shoulders with the flat of a sword and proclaims in French, "Soyez chevalier," meaning, "Be a knight." Conrad bows his head, overcome with emotion as those words transform him from squire to Sir Conrad. Applause breaks out among the assembled lords and ladies. Sir Conrad rises, heart swelling with pride and humility. All his years of hard work have led to this moment. He is now a knight of the realm. Following the accolade, Conrad is bedecked in the symbols of knighthood. Sir Reinhard fastens gilded spurs to his boots, the sign that Conrad is now a knight of the spur. Another attendant buckles on a sword belt holding a finely crafted sword. Conrad dons his family's coat of arms over his mail, and a herald announces his new title, Sir Conrad of Dornburg. Cheers echo in the hall. Conrad's father, who travelled here for the occasion, wipes proud tears from his eyes. Duke Otto then presents Conrad with the final symbol of knighthood, a heavy sword belted at his side. Fully clad in mail and armed, Sir Conrad mounts a waiting charger in the courtyard for the pas d'armes, a ritual display of martial skill. It is customary that after being dubbed, the new knights demonstrate their prowess in jousts or mock combat. Conrad guides the horse, feeling the strange yet empowering weight of his armour. He salutes the crowd lining the yard. Together with the other fresh knights, he participates in a friendly joust. His lance shatters against another knight's shield in a thunderous hit, and although unhorsed in a later round, he remounts amid applause. The exercises prove to all that these young men have the skill and courage befitting their new station. Conrad's face flushes with joy beneath his visor as he realizes his achievement is not training or pretend, it is real knighthood. His knighthood, won by merit and blessed by God and Lord. That night, the castle is alight with the celebration. At the banquet in the hall, Sir Conrad sits in a place of honour at Sir Reinhard's side. No longer does he serve. Instead, pages pour wine for him and the other knights. He toasts his mentors and shares in the camaraderie of the chivalric brotherhood. Gifts are bestowed. The Duke grants Conrad a fine destrier, war horse from his stables, and a new sword of Toledo steel. Minstrels compose a few witty rhymes in honour of the newly dubbed knights, eliciting laughter. Amidst the revelry, Conrad remains humble and grateful. He recalls the sacred vows from that morning and steels himself to live by them. When the Duke's steward offers him a purse of coins as the traditional knightly gift, Conrad quietly resolves to use some of it in alms for the poor, his first act of charity as a knight. Late at night, Conrad reflects on the transformation of this day as he doffs his armour and prepares to rest in a guest chamber, feeling strange without his usual place by Sir Reinhard's door. He entered the morning as a squire and now retires as a knight, with all the privileges and responsibilities that entails. With knighthood come privileges, the right to wear armour and bear arms publicly, to hold land in fief, and to sit at the high table with lords. However, there are also duties, leading men in battle if called, dispensing justice on one's land and serving loyally. The weight of his sword on the bedside rack is a reminder of both. Sir Conrad sleeps deeply that night, the vigil and excitement having exhausted him, unaware of just how soon his knightly ideals will be tested in the harsh reality of medieval warfare and politics. By 1177, Sir Conrad is serving at the imperial court of Emperor Frederick Barbarossa. Here, amidst glittering banquets and tournaments, he experiences the pinnacle of courtly chivalry. Minstrels sing of brave knights and pure ladies, and Conrad strives to exemplify those ideals. He is unfailingly courteous, rising when noble women enter, speaking only with respectful words, and behaving as the perfect knight in every social setting. The older courtiers sometimes chuckle that Sir Conrad still sees the world through rose-coloured lenses of chivalry, but they admire his earnestness. At a grand tournament held in Würzburg, Conrad has a chance to prove his valour. Clad in shining armour, he rides into the lists under Duke Otto's banner. In one joust, he unhorses a seasoned opponent with a well-placed lance strike, earning cheers from the crowd. Later, he restrains himself in the melee, the mock battle, showing mercy by not striking a fallen opponent. His skill and honour win him recognition. The presiding duchess awards him a silk favour, tying a ribbon on his arm as a token of esteem. Flushed with pride, Conrad feels he is living the very romances he heard as a boy. Yet beneath the pageantry, Conrad begins to notice troubling cracks in knightly behaviour. In whispered corners of the hall, he overhears petty jealousies, knights arguing over who deserves more credit for a minor skirmish or who should sit closer to the emperor. One night, he witnesses two renowned knights nearly draw swords at a banquet over an insult, only stopping when the emperor himself intervenes. This bickering disappoints Conrad. Were they not all sworn to brotherhood and honour? Worse, Conrad learns of outright violations of the chivalric code. A lady-in-waiting confides that a famous knight, who publicly boasts of defending the innocent, once forced himself on a peasant girl during a past campaign. Conrad is horrified. He realises that not all knights live up to the high ideals they proclaim. Chivalry, he sees, is often more praised than practised. This realisation hits hardest on a journey through the countryside. Riding between imperial castles, Conrad's party passes through a village recently raided by robber knights. The houses are charred and the villagers, mostly peasants, are destitute and terrified. Conrad is moved to compassion and urges immediate help, but one of his fellow knights merely scoffs, "This is none of our concern," and suggests the peasants likely provoked the attack by withholding taxes. Another knight tosses a few coins and rides on, indifferent. Conrad cannot fathom such callousness. He lingers to distribute food from his pack and promises the villagers he will report this outrage. Catching up, he challenges the other knights. How can they ignore their duty to protect the defenceless? They shrug off his idealism, saying a knight's first loyalty is to his prophet and lord. Conrad rides on in angry silence, his faith in the brotherhood of knights deeply shaken. Back at court, Conrad confides his worries to his mentor, Sir Reinhard. The older knight, now retired from battle, smiles sadly and says, "The world is flawed, lad. Be the knight that others fail to be. Hold yourself to the code, even if others fall short." Taking this advice to heart, Conrad intensifies his virtue. He gains a quiet reputation as a true and gentle knight. When other knights mock a servant or a jester, Conrad intervenes to stop the bullying. When a dispute arises over a contested inheritance, he speaks up for a fair compromise rather than siding blindly with a powerful lord. Some at court respect him for his actions, while others mock his scruples, but Conrad is unaffected by popularity. He is determined to practice what other peers only preach. During this time, Conrad also experiences the tenderness of courtly love. He becomes enamoured of Lady Adelinde, a kind and gracious noblewoman. Their affection is never openly declared. She is promised to another, but through exchanged glances and secret smiles, Conrad finds inspiration in her presence. He carries her silk favour on his arm during jousts and imagines himself her champion. Though their love remains chaste and unfulfilled, it deepens Conrad's resolve to uphold the knightly virtues that Lady Adelinde admires in him. The drums of war inevitably replace the songs and dances of court. By the late 1170s, Emperor Barbarossa calls his vassals to march into Italy, aiming to subdue rebellious city-states. Sir Conrad must leave the comfort of court and test his principles on the battlefield. On the eve of departure, Lady Adeline quietly ties a small embroidered token to his arm for luck. Conrad bows and promises to return with honour. As he rides south with the imperial host, he braces himself for real siege and battle, a place where many knights' ideals crumble. Conrad prays that he can carry the light of chivalry with him into the coming storm, not knowing how severely those ideals will be tried in the crucible of war. The year 1178 finds Sir Conrad engulfed in the brutal reality of warfare. Emperor Barbarossa's campaign in northern Italy drags on, and Conrad experiences siege warfare firsthand. The imperial army lays siege to a rebellious Lombard city, one of the many fortified towns defying the emperor. Conrad stands for hours in mud and blood before the city walls, ducking arrows and dodging stones hurled by the siege engines. He has exchanged the silken songs of court for the iron and screams of the battlefield. Nothing in his training fully prepared him for the brutality of a protracted siege. The defenders, desperate and fierce, rain down bolts and boiling water. Conrad witnesses comrades struck down beside him. One knight falls with a crossbow bolt through his eye, and another is crushed by a hurled boulder. Each day brings new horrors. Under orders, Conrad takes his turn in the assault rotations. In one attack, he climbs a ladder amid a storm of arrows and briefly breaches the battlements, sword in hand. Face to face with an enemy militiaman, Conrad parries a blow and with reflex born of years of training drives his sword into the man's side. The militiaman crumples, so Conrad has killed his first foe in single combat. There is no glory in it, only a numb shock as the dying man's blood spills on his mail. Conrad remembers his vows of mercy, but in the frenzy of battle there is little chance to spare opponents who fight to the death. He fights on to survive and protect his fellow knights, all while praying quietly for the souls lost on both sides. After months of siege, the starving city finally surrenders, but instead of chivalrous clemency, a grim spectacle unfolds. Despite promises of mercy, the victorious imperial troops loot and raze the city in a frenzy of vengeance. Conrad watches in dismay as discipline breaks down. Soldiers rampage through the streets, looting, tormenting and burning everything in their path. Civilians, the very people Conrad swore to defend, are not spared. Conrad does what little he can. He strikes down a marauder who is about to hurt a trembling old man, and he shields a terrified young woman who is ushering someone into a church. But Sir Conrad alone cannot halt the tide of cruelty. The sights pierce his soul. Families slain in doorways, homes in flames, and wounded individuals desperately seeking water. The scene is not the noble combat of knightly romances. It's a vision no one should see. Conrad treads over the corpses of both soldiers and townsfolk, the city a smoking ruin. He witnesses some imperial knights executing captive townspeople under the pretext of teaching a lesson. Conrad feels more kinship with the frightened survivors than with these rampaging victors. That night, Conrad tends to the wounded, enemy and friend alike, in a makeshift camp hospital. He offers water to a dying Italian footman who clasps Conrad's hand weakly and whispers a graze before passing away. Conrad ensures the man receives last rites, treating him as a fellow human soul rather than a foe. Such acts of compassion stand in stark contrast to the savagery he witnessed. By the end of this campaign, Sir Conrad has undergone a transformation. His once polished armour is dented and scarred. He himself bears a deep cut on his thigh and a burn scar on his forearm, lasting reminders of these brutal campaigns. More profoundly, a sober understanding of the true nature of war has tempered the idealism of his youth. Even so, Conrad's core values persist. He did not descend into wanton cruelty. He maintained honour where he could, sparing those who yielded and aiding the helpless amid chaos. Among the knights in Barbarossa's host, he becomes known, sometimes mockingly, sometimes admirably, as the one who will treat a wounded enemy or protect a peasant child. In an age of terror, Sir Conrad manages to keep a spark of chivalry alive. When Barbarossa finally makes peace with the Lombard League, Conrad is relieved. He survives the Italian wars, but at enormous cost to his spirit. Returning to camp after the final siege, Conrad kneels in private prayer. He asks God to forgive the atrocities committed and to guide him moving forward. He realizes that being a true knight in wartime is far more difficult than he ever imagined. It means doing what is right even when surrounded by darkness. And though he is scarred and weary, Conrad silently vows that he will not let the brutality of war extinguish the values that define his knighthood. The Third Crusade soon gives Sir Conrad a chance to seek spiritual redemption for the blood he has shed. In 1188, news spreads that Jerusalem has fallen to Saladin. Calls for crusade echo through Christendom. Despite his exhaustion from decades of fighting, Conrad takes the cross, swearing to journey to the Holy Land to liberate the sacred sites. It is both a duty and a deeply personal pilgrimage. Like many knights, Conrad hopes this holy endeavour will atone for past sins. The Pope promises remission of sins for those who crusade, and Conrad, haunted by the siege of the Lombard city, craves forgiveness and inner peace. He joins Emperor Frederick Barbarossa's mighty army of crusaders trekking overland toward Jerusalem. The journey is arduous, but also spiritually uplifting. The crusaders endure hunger, harsh desert heat, and skirmishes with hostile forces, which creates a challenging environment. Through it all, Conrad acts as a model of knightly piety. He leads evening prayers in camp, shares his water with those thirstier than he, and keeps the Crusade's holy purpose in his heart. Tragedy strikes in June 1190 when Emperor Barbarossa himself drowns while crossing a river in Cilicia. The shock of losing their legendary leader sends ripples of despair through the army. Conrad mourns the emperor deeply. This was the same Frederick who had knighted him and led him through so many battles. Many disheartened crusaders turn back after Barbarossa's death, but Conrad resolves to continue on to the Holy Land. He has sworn a sacred vow and will not abandon it. Taking up the banner of his fallen emperor, he presses on with the remaining German knights until they finally reach the walls of Acre. On the coast of Palestine in mid-1191, in the siege of Acre, Conrad faces battle again, but this time in a distinctly religious context. The atmosphere among the Crusaders is penitential. They fight not for conquest, but, in their view, for God's justice. Conrad, now one of the older knights, distinguishes himself by both courage and compassion. During assaults on Acre's walls, he protects unarmed camp followers from enemy arrows and lifts a wounded fellow crusader onto his horse to carry him out of danger. He also shows mercy to defeated foes. After Acre capitulates, he prevents some vengeful crusaders from massacring captive Muslim soldiers, arguing that killing prisoners would dishonour their Christian cause. Some knights sneer at Conrad's leniency, but others, including a devout Hospitaller brother, praise his consistency with the chivalric and Christian ideal of mercy. With Acre taken in 1191, the crusade largely succeeds in re-establishing Christian control of coastal strongholds. Conrad finally has the opportunity to fulfill his pilgrim's vow to visit the holy city of Jerusalem, which, through diplomacy, is open to Christian pilgrims even though it remains under Muslim control. Dressed in humble pilgrim robes rather than armour, Sir Conrad travels to Jerusalem alongside other knights-turned-pilgrims. Entering the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, he falls to his knees before the tomb of Christ. All the violence and hardship of his life seem to melt away in that sacred space. Tears stream down his face as he prays for forgiveness for any innocent blood he spilled, and for all the comrades and even enemies who lost their lives. He feels a profound sense of peace wash over him. The burden of guilt that he has carried lightens. Conrad reverently touches what is believed to be the nativity site in Bethlehem. Each holy place he visits is like balm on his warrior's soul, assuring him that God's grace is still attainable. Throughout his time in the Holy Land, Conrad also interacts with the church's clergy and military orders. He befriends a Franciscan friar who serves as a chaplain for the Crusaders, confessing to him the nightmares that still haunt his knights. The friar, in turn, gives Conrad absolution and counsel. Violence leaves scars on the soul, Sir Knight, but acts of love and penance will heal them. Conrad reflects deeply on these words. He spends part of his Crusader days helping at a field hospital run by the Knights Hospitaller, tending sick pilgrims. Although this humble service of washing wounds and distributing bread is far from the glory of battle, Conrad finds it deeply fulfilling. In caring for others, he reconnects with the core Christian virtues of charity and humility that are sometimes lost in a knight's life. By 1192, Sir Conrad begins his journey home to Germany, spiritually renewed. He returns with a few keepsakes from the Holy Land and, more importantly, with a heart that feels cleansed. Through the trials of crusade and pilgrimage, he believes God has granted him forgiveness and a chance to live anew. The aging knight rides back to his homeland not in triumph, but in quiet contemplation, determined to spend his remaining years living out the lessons of mercy and devotion he learned on this holy journey. Returning home to Germany in the 1190s, Sir Conrad finds a realm in political turmoil. Emperor Barbarossa's death has been followed by disputes over the crown. Rival factions of nobles support different claimants. One side backs Barbarossa's son, the Hohenstaufen heir, and another backs a Welf prince. The once united empire fractures into camps. As a knight who has served the empire faithfully for decades, Conrad is dismayed to see former comrades prepared to fight each other for power. Conrad's loyalty is tested when his lord pressures him to support a rival claimant. Conrad refuses. He will not betray the oath he swore to what he sees as the rightful king. His principled stand nearly costs him his lands and makes him powerful enemies, but Conrad holds fast while many other knights compromise their honour. The conflict that ensues, a brief civil war, plunges the land into chaos. Without a strong central authority, robber barons spring up across Germany, taking advantage of the disorder. Bands of rogue knights fortify castles and extort travellers and peasants. People say that Germany descends into a state of near anarchy, where robber barons operate without opposition. Sir Conrad, now in his 50s, can do little to influence imperial politics, but he becomes a pillar of stability in his district. When local knights feud or prey on merchant caravans, Conrad intervenes as a mediator. His reputation for honesty is well established by this point. Both commoners and nobles trust his counsel. On more than one occasion, Conrad rides out to confront a marauding Raubritter, robber knight, who has been terrorising villages. On one occasion, a rash young robber knight challenges him, only to be swiftly disarmed and shamed into repentance by the veteran. Word of Sir Conrad's fearless stand against lawlessness spreads. To peasants, he becomes something of a folk hero, the ageing knight who still protects them when others exploit them. Despite the chaos, Conrad never loses sight of the chivalric code. He advises the local abbey and town council on how to fortify against brigands without themselves committing excess. He hosts peace talks between quarrelling minor lords, invoking the old ideals of knighthood to shame them for shedding the blood of fellow Christians, while heathens nearly conquered the Holy Land not long ago. Some heed his words, others do not. Nevertheless, Conrad's presence is a stabilising force. Sir Conrad's conduct shines all the more brightly in an era where many knights tarnish their name with greed or cruelty. Civil strife subsides by 12 o'clock, marking the recognition of a new emperor, the young Frederick II. Tired of war and intrigue, Sir Conrad finally retires from royal service. He formally resigns his command, turning over his duties to younger knights. Many of those younger men grew up idolising Conrad's deeds. He spends time teaching them that true knighthood is not about ambition or ruthlessness, but about loyalty, justice, and restraint. Now in his early 60s, an old man by medieval standards, Conrad feels the weight of years. His joints ache from old wounds and long rides. He walks with a slight limp, a Crusader Turk's arrow wound that never fully healed. Yet his mind remains sharp and his spirit resolute. In these twilight years, Conrad focuses on his legacy. He strengthens the management of his estate to ensure his peasants are protected and prosperous. He quietly finances the rebuilding of a village church that was burned by raiders during the dark times, considering it an act of thanksgiving for his survival. With imperial peace restored, Conrad can at last lay down his sword. He spends his days quietly overseeing his lands, defending the weak in his jurisdiction, and advising his neighbours in matters of justice. The younger knights in the region often seek his counsel, and many salute him respectfully whenever he appears, a living legend of integration in their midst. Looking back, Sir Conrad realises that his life's true battles were often not determined by swords, but by the moral decisions he made. He has outlived most of his contemporaries and witnessed the worst and best of knighthood. Though the Holy Roman Empire will always have its strife, Conrad's steadfast example has influenced a generation in his corner of the world. And as he settles into a well-deserved retirement, he does so with his honour intact and his conscience clear, having navigated the shifting tides of politics and war without compromising the knightly virtues that define his very being. In the year 1215, Sir Conrad, a venerable knight of about 70, sits by the hearth of his manor. His hair is white and his hands tremble slightly, but his gaze is warm and clear. He spends his days in peaceful routine, walking among his fields, praying in the small chapel he built years ago, and sharing stories with his grandchildren and squires. He has become a beloved patriarch in his community. With his legacy in mind, Conrad makes sure to transmit the values he upheld. He has trained his only son, now a knight in his prime, to be just and compassionate. In a small private ceremony, Conrad even had the honour of dubbing his son a knight, tapping the young man's shoulder with the same sword Duke Otto had once placed on him. The circle of knighthood, from father to son, gives Conrad immense satisfaction. As the years press on, Conrad feels his strength fading. One winter, a persistent cough lays him low. He takes a bed in the sun, where sunlight falls gently on tapestries depicting saintly knights. Sensing that his final days are near, Conrad arranges his affairs with calm clarity. He sends messages of farewell and forgiveness to his old friends and even to his old rivals, wishing that no bitterness remain. A friar comes to administer the last rites. Conrad confesses whatever weighs on his soul, mercifully little, for he has lived uprightly, and receives absolution. His family and a few brothers-in-arms gather at his bedside. Sir Reinhard's son, now an old knight himself, is there, holding Conrad's hand. In his last hours, Sir Conrad addresses his son and the young squires present. His voice is weak but resolute. He reminds them that knighthood is not about glory but duty. Remember, he rasps softly, a knight's honour is worth more than his sword. Protect the innocent, be devout and true, and you will have a life worthy of praise. Tears glisten in many eyes as the dying knight imparts this wisdom. With a faint smile, Conrad asks his son to bring him his old sword and shield one last time. Despite his inability to lift them, Conrad gazes proudly at the familiar arms in his hands. These battered pieces of steel and wood are the witnesses of his long journey, from the eager page who first polished that shield to the seasoned warrior who bore it through countless trials. So Conrad breathes a final prayer. He thanks God for guiding him, and humbly prays that he might be welcomed into heaven, not by my deeds, Lord, but by thy mercy. As his family murmurs amen, Conrad closes his eyes. A final breath escapes his lips, and the life of this good knight quietly ends. He passes away surrounded by love and respect, with his sword still resting in his hand. News of Sir Conrad's death spreads through the region. Though he was not a prince or famous general, the mourning is widespread. Peasants light candles for the knight who defended them. The local abbot orders the church bells tolled at midday in Conrad's honour. At his modest funeral, villagers and nobles stand side by side in the small church he helped rebuild. The choir's final requiem leaves no one unmoved. As is custom, Conrad's shield, emblazoned with his coat of arms, is hung high on a pillar inside the church to commemorate him. Those who attend the service whisper that the world feels poorer without Sir Conrad's steady presence. Yet his legacy lives on in the lives he touched. His son carries forward his lineage and his principles, governing their lands kindly. The squires trained under Conrad recall his teachings when they themselves face moral dilemmas. In taverns and great halls alike, minstrels sometimes sing a verse about Conrad the Constant, the gentle knight, who remained true from youth to old age. The tale of his life, full of hardship and triumph, doubt and faith, war and peace, becomes an example to others. Thus ends Sir Conrad's story. He journeyed from a bright-eyed page to an old knight full of wisdom, navigating a changing world without forsaking his ideals. In an age of violence and uncertainty, he proved that a knight's true greatness lies not in the battles he wins, but in the honour, compassion and faithfulness with which he lives and dies. In the year 1215, Sir Conrad, a venerable knight of about 70, sits by the hearth of his manor. His hair is white and his hands tremble slightly, but his gaze is warm and clear. He spends his days in peaceful routine, walking among his fields, praying in the small chapel he built years ago, and sharing stories with his grandchildren and squires. He has become a beloved patriarch in his community. With his legacy in mind, Conrad makes sure to transmit the values he upheld. He has trained his only son, now a knight in his prime, to be just and compassionate. In a small private ceremony, Conrad even had the honour of dubbing his son a knight, tapping the young man's shoulder with the same sword Duke Otto had once placed on him. The circle of knighthood, from father to son, gives Conrad immense satisfaction. As the years press on, Conrad feels his strength fading. One winter, a persistent cough lays him low. He takes a bed in the sun, where sunlight falls gently on tapestries depicting saintly knights. Sensing that his final days are near, Conrad arranges his affairs with calm clarity. He sends messages of farewell and forgiveness to his old friends and even to his old rivals, wishing that no bitterness remain. A friar comes to administer the last rites. Conrad confesses whatever weighs on his soul, mercifully little, for he has lived uprightly, and receives absolution. His family and a few brothers-in-arms gather at his bedside. Sir Reinhard's son, now an old knight himself, is there, holding Conrad's hand. In his last hours, Sir Conrad addresses his son and the young squires present. His voice is weak but resolute. He reminds them that knighthood is not about glory but duty. Remember, he rasps softly, a knight's honour is worth more than his sword. Protect the innocent, be devout and true, and you will have a life worthy of praise. Tears glisten in many eyes as the dying knight imparts this wisdom. With a faint smile, Conrad asks his son to bring him his old sword and shield one last time. Despite his inability to lift them, Conrad gazes proudly at the familiar arms in his hands. These battered pieces of steel and wood are the witnesses of his long journey, from the eager page who first polished that shield to the seasoned warrior who bore it through countless trials. So Conrad breathes a final prayer. He thanks God for guiding him, and humbly prays that he might be welcomed into heaven, Not by my deeds, Lord, but by thy mercy." As his family murmurs amen, Conrad closes his eyes. A final breath escapes his lips, and the life of this good knight quietly ends. He passes away surrounded by love and respect, with his sword still resting in his hand. News of Sir Conrad's death spreads through the region. Though he was not a prince or famous general, the mourning is widespread. Peasants light candles for the knight who defended them. The local abbot orders the church bells tolled at midday in Conrad's honour. At his modest funeral, villagers and nobles stand side by side in the small church he helped rebuild. The choir's final requiem leaves no one unmoved. As is custom, Conrad's shield, emblazoned with his coat of arms, is hung high on a pillar inside the church to commemorate him. Those who attend the service whisper that the world feels poorer without Sir Conrad's steady presence. Yet his legacy lives on in the lives he touched. His son carries forward his lineage and his principles, governing their lands kindly. The squires trained under Conrad recall his teachings when they themselves face moral dilemmas. In taverns and great halls alike, minstrels sometimes sing a verse about Conrad the Constant, the gentle knight, who remained true from youth to old age. The tale of his life, full of hardship and triumph, doubt and faith, war and peace, becomes an example to others. Thus ends Sir Conrad's story. He journeyed from a bright-eyed page to an old knight full of wisdom, navigating a changing world without forsaking his ideals. In an age of violence and uncertainty, he proved that a knight's true greatness lies not in the battles he wins, but in the honour, compassion and faithfulness with which he lives and dies. The first thing you notice about waking up in old Kyoto is the quality of light. You're lying on tatami mats in a room where the morning sun filters through shoji screens, those ingenious paper windows that transform harsh daylight into something soft and golden, like honey being poured through cheesecloth. The light doesn't burst into your room demanding attention. Instead, it seeps in gradually, encouraging you to wake up slowly and naturally, the way humans did for thousands of years before alarm clocks came along to jolt us into consciousness. Your bed isn't really a bed at all, but a collection of thick cotton mattresses called futon that you spread out each night and fold away each morning. It's surprisingly comfortable once you get used to it, though you might find yourself missing your box spring for the first few nights. The Japanese have this wonderful philosophy that your living space should be flexible, transforming from bedroom to sitting room to dining room as needed throughout the day. It's like living in a very zen Swiss army knife, where every surface serves multiple purposes and nothing is wasted. The tatami mats beneath your futon feel cool and slightly springy under your feet, woven from rush grass that still carries the faintest scent of the countryside where it grew. These mats are works of art in their own right, each one precisely measured and fitted to create perfect geometric patterns on the floor. They're also natural air purifiers, absorbing humidity in summer and releasing it in winter, helping to regulate the temperature and air quality in your room without any mechanical systems at all. As you fold your bedding and store it in the built-in closets, another marvel of efficient design, you can hear your neighbours beginning their day. The sound of wooden shutters sliding open echoes down the street like a gentle percussion section warming up, followed by the soft splash of water as people wash their faces in wooden basins. There's no turning on a faucet here. Water has to be drawn from wells or carried from nearby streams in wooden buckets that have been worn smooth by countless hands over the years. The morning air carries the scent of charcoal fires being lit in clay braziers throughout the neighbourhood. You'll need to light your own soon, because there's no central heating in old Kyoto, just small hibachi heaters that provide concentrated warmth exactly where you need it. In winter, people become connoisseurs of charcoal, learning to distinguish between different types, and how to arrange them for maximum heat with minimum smoke. It's cosy in the way that camping can be cosy, except this is your everyday life, and you've gotten quite good at the delicate art of fire management. The ritual of lighting your hibachi becomes a meditation in itself. First, you arrange the charcoal pieces like a small architectural project, creating channels for airflow and heat distribution. Then comes the careful application of flame, watching as the charcoal catches and begins to glow with that distinctive red-orange colour that means warmth and comfort. The whole process requires patience and attention, qualities that modern life doesn't often demand but which were essential skills in old Kyoto. Your clothing for the day is laid out in neat piles, layers upon layers that would make an onion jealous. In old Kyoto, fashion was all about layering, partly for warmth and partly to show off your taste and wealth through the subtle interplay of colours peeking out at the sleeves and hem. If you're a woman, you might wear up to 12 layers of silk robes, each one carefully chosen to complement the others in combinations that have poetic names like Evening Cherry Blossoms, Autumn Mountain, or First Snow on Pine. The art of layering these robes is incredibly sophisticated, requiring not just an understanding of colour theory, but also knowledge of seasonal appropriateness and social context. You wouldn't wear spring combinations in autumn any more than you'd wear summer colours in winter. And the way the layers are arranged, which colours show at the wrists, how much of each layer is visible at the hem, communicates subtle messages about your education, your family background, and your understanding of aesthetic principles that were as complex as any modern dress code. If you're a man, your outfit is somewhat simpler, but no less thoughtful. You'll wear a kasode, a simple robe that's the ancestor of the modern kimono, under a hakama, wide-leg trousers that look remarkably like a very sophisticated skirt, and perhaps a hairy jacket over the top. The whole ensemble is held together with various cords and sashes, and getting dressed feels a bit like wrapping yourself in a very elegant origami project that somehow manages to be both formal and comfortable at the same time. But here's the thing about all these layers. They're not just for show or tradition's sake. Old Kyoto can be brutally cold in winter, with temperatures that drop below freezing and swelteringly humid in summer, when the heat seems to press down on the city like a wet blanket. These loose layered garments are actually brilliant at helping you regulate your body temperature throughout the day. You can add or remove layers as needed, open or close various gaps to let air flow through, and the natural fibres breathe in a way that makes even the summer heat bearable. Well, mostly bearable. The fabrics themselves are marvels of traditional technology. The silk is so fine it feels like liquid between your fingers, dyed with colours that seem to glow from within. The cotton is woven so tightly it's almost windproof, yet it still allows moisture to pass through. And the hemp used for everyday clothing is surprisingly soft and durable, getting better with each washing until it develops a texture that's almost sensual against your skin. Once you're dressed, it's time for breakfast, which in old Kyoto was a much simpler affair than you might expect, but no less satisfying. Rice, of course, forms the foundation of every meal, but not the fluffy white rice you might be thinking of. This is a hearty, slightly sticky variety that fills you up and gives you energy for the physical demands of the day ahead. The rice is cooked in wooden steamers over charcoal fires, and the process fills your house with a warm, nutty aroma that's better than any breakfast advertisement you've ever smelled. Alongside the rice, you might have some pickled vegetables, cucumbers or radishes that have been sitting in salt and rice bran for days or even weeks, until they've developed that perfect sour crunch that wakes up your taste buds better than any cup of coffee. These pickles aren't just condiments, they're essential sources of probiotics and vitamins, especially during the winter months when fresh vegetables are scarce. Each family has their own pickle recipes, passed down through generations and guarded as carefully as any trade secret. There might be some miso soup made from fermented soybean paste that tastes nothing like what you'd expect from its rather unpromising description. It's deeply savoury and warming, with bits of seaweed or tofu floating in the broth like tiny islands of flavour. The miso itself is aged in wooden barrels for months or even years, developing complex flavours that range from sweet and mild to rich and almost cheese-like. A good miso soup is like a warm hug in a bowl, providing both comfort and nourishment as you prepare for the day ahead. And if you're lucky, there might be some grilled fish, probably caught from Lake Biwa about an hour's walk to the east, or from the rivers that wind through the surrounding mountains. The fish is grilled over charcoal until the skin is crispy, and the flesh flakes apart with your chopsticks, releasing delicate flavours that speak of clean water and careful preparation. The interesting thing about meals in old Kyoto is that they're eaten sitting on the floor around a low table called a shabudai, with everyone using chopsticks that feel surprisingly natural in your hands after a few days of practice. There's something meditative about eating this way, something that makes you slow down and actually taste your food instead of mindlessly consuming it while distracted by other activities. The low table creates an intimate atmosphere where conversations flow naturally and everyone feels equally included in the meal. The chopsticks themselves are works of art, carved from bamboo or fine wood, perfectly balanced in your hand, and surprisingly versatile once you learn how to use them properly. They can pick up a single grain of rice, or grasp a slippery piece of fish with equal ease, and using them becomes almost automatic after a while. like any well-designed tool that eventually feels like an extension of your own body. After breakfast, you step outside into the maze of Kyoto's streets, and this is where the real adventure begins. The city is laid out in a grid pattern, borrowed from the Chinese capital of Chang'an. But unlike modern cities with their wide boulevards and traffic lights, these streets are narrow and intimate. The main thoroughfares are wide enough for ox-drawn carts and the occasional procession of nobles, but many of the residential streets are barely wide enough for two people to pass comfortably, creating a sense of coziness that's both welcoming and slightly mysterious. The houses line up along these streets like books on a shelf, each one sharing walls with its neighbours but maintaining its own distinct character through subtle differences in roofline, entrance design, or the arrangement of small gardens. Privacy isn't achieved through distance, as it might be in more spread out places, but through clever architecture and an intricate social code that allows people to live cheek by jowl without driving each other crazy. You'll notice that most houses present a fairly modest face to the street, wooden facades with small windows and simple doorways that give little hint of what lies within. This isn't because the residents are unfriendly, but because in Japanese aesthetics, true beauty is often hidden, revealed only to those who are invited in. It's like the city is full of people who understand the difference between being mysterious and being standoffish, between privacy and secrecy. The wooden walls of these houses have weathered to a soft grey that seems to glow in certain lights, and the natural aging process has given them a patina that no amount of artificial treatment could replicate. The wood itself comes from ancient forests in the surrounding mountains, cedar, cypress and pine that grew slowly in the mountain air, developing the tight grain and natural oils that make them resistant to weather and insects. The sounds of the city begin to build as the day progresses, creating a symphony that's completely different from any modern urban environment. You'll hear the rhythmic thock-thock-thock of someone splitting bamboo for baskets or screens, the scrape of wooden sandals on stone paths worn smooth by centuries of foot traffic, and the melodic calls of merchants advertising their wares as they make their rounds through the neighbourhoods. "Fresh fish from Lake Biwa," calls one merchant, his voice rising and falling in a musical pattern that carries clearly through the morning air. "Tofu still warm from the press," calls another, pushing a wooden cart loaded with blocks of fresh soybean curd wrapped in clean white cloth. These merchants don't have storefronts as you might expect. Instead, they carry their goods through the streets on their backs or in carts, bringing the market directly to people's doorsteps in a system that's both efficient and personal. The merchant calls are almost like folk songs, each one with its own rhythm and melody that identifies not just what's being sold but who's selling it. Regular customers learn to recognise their favourite vendors by sound alone, the way you might recognise a friend's laugh in a crowded room. There's something wonderfully personal about this mobile marketplace, where commerce is conducted face-to-face, and reputation matters more than advertising. Some merchants specialise in just one or two items, becoming true experts in their narrow fields. The vegetable seller knows which daikon radishes are best for pickling and which are better for grating fresh over rice. The fish merchant can tell you not just where each fish was caught, but what the weather was like that day, and how it might affect the flavour. This kind of specialised knowledge creates relationships between buyers and sellers that go far beyond simple transactions. As you make your way through the streets, you might decide to visit one of Kyoto's many temples or shrines. This isn't necessarily because you're feeling particularly religious, but because these sacred spaces serve as community centres, meeting places, and peaceful retreats from the bustle of daily life. The temples are scattered throughout the city like jewels on velvet, each one occupying a small oasis of carefully tended gardens and ancient trees that provide cool shade in summer and shelter from wind in winter. Approaching a temple, you'll notice how the very act of entering requires you to slow down and become more mindful of your surroundings. There's often a stone path that winds slightly, forcing you to meander rather than rush straight to your destination. The path might lead you past a small waterfall or a grove of bamboo, creating a sense of journey and discovery even in the heart of the city. You'll pass under a torii gate or through a temple entrance that frames your view of what lies ahead like a living painting. The architecture designed to create specific visual experiences as you move through the space. The transition from the bustling street to the quiet temple grounds happens gradually, like sinking slowly into a warm bath, allowing your mind to adjust to the different pace and atmosphere of the sacred space. The temple buildings themselves are marvels of wooden architecture, held together without a single nail through an intricate system of interlocking joints that allows the structures to flex during earthquakes rather than breaking apart. This building technique, developed over centuries of trial and error in a seismically active region, creates structures that can last for hundreds of years while remaining beautiful and functional. The wood has weathered to a soft grey that seems to glow in certain lights, and the curved roof lines create graceful silhouettes against the sky that change dramatically depending on the time of day and season. Everything is designed to work with nature rather than against it, from the way rainwater is channeled through decorative chains instead of being hidden in gutters, to the way buildings are positioned to catch cooling breezes in summer and shelter from cold winds in winter. The roofs themselves are architectural poetry, covered with clay tiles that were fired in kilns heated with pine wood, giving them subtle colour variations that create beautiful patterns when seen from above. The tiles are arranged in overlapping rows that shed rain efficiently while creating interesting plays of light and shadow that change throughout the day. In winter, when snow accumulates on these roofs, they look like something from a fairy tale, with white caps that emphasise every curve and angle. Inside the temple grounds, you might encounter monks going about their daily routines with a particular kind of purposeful calm, as if they have all the time in the world and yet never waste a moment. Their robes rustle softly as they walk, and their wooden sandals make gentle clicking sounds on the stone paths that seem to echo in harmony with the natural sounds of the garden. The trickle of water over stones, the whisper of wind through leaves, the distant chime of temple bells. Some monks might be tending gardens with the kind of focused attention that makes even weeding seem like a form of meditation. Others might be copying sutras with brushes and ink, their movements flowing and rhythmic as they create characters that are both spiritual practice and visual art. And still others might be sitting in meditation with a stillness that makes them seem like part of the temple architecture itself, as permanent and peaceful as the wooden pillars and stone lanterns around them. The gardens within these temple complexes are works of art in their own right, but they're not the kind of art you hang on a wall and forget about. These are living compositions that change with the seasons, with the weather, even with the time of day. A garden might feature a perfectly placed stone that catches the morning light in winter and provides a shady resting spot for a bird in summer, or a grove of bamboo positioned so that the sound of wind through the leaves masks the noise from the street, creating a pocket of tranquility in the heart of the city. These gardens follow principles that seem almost magical in their simplicity and effectiveness. Empty spaces are as important as filled ones, creating areas for the eye and mind to rest. Asymmetrical arrangements feel more natural and interesting than perfectly balanced designs, and everything is scaled to human proportions so that even the smallest garden feels spacious and complete rather than cramped or incomplete. You might spend some time sitting on a wooden bench or stone seat in these gardens, watching koi fish lazy their way around a pond or following the path of a single leaf as it falls from a maple tree. Time moves differently in these spaces, expanding and contracting in ways that seem to have nothing to do with clocks or schedules. Minutes can feel like hours, but somehow you never feel bored or restless. It's as if the garden teaches you how to simply be present, something that's increasingly difficult in our modern world of constant notifications and endless to-do lists. The water features in these gardens are particularly mesmerizing. A small stream might wind through the space, sometimes disappearing underground only to emerge again in a different location, creating the illusion of a much larger water system than actually exists. The sound of water moving over carefully placed stones creates a natural soundtrack that masks urban noise while providing the kind of white noise that helps the mind relax and focus. When you eventually leave the temple and return to the streets, the contrast helps you notice details you might have missed before. The way sunlight filters through the wooden slats of a shop front, creating patterns that shift and dance as the day progresses. The careful arrangement of stones around a tree planted in the street, each one placed not just to protect the roots, but to create a small moment of beauty for anyone who happens to notice. The shop fronts themselves are studies in understated elegance. Instead of bright signs and flashy displays, most shops are identified by simple wooden signs with elegant calligraphy, or by the goods displayed in their front windows. A sake brewery might be marked by a ball of cedar branches hanging from the eaves, while a textile shop might display bolts of silk in subtle gradations of colour that catch the light like captured rainbows. By now, it's probably time to think about lunch, and this is where you'll discover one of the great pleasures of life in old Kyoto, the neighbourhood soba shop. These small restaurants are tucked into buildings that might once have been someone's home, with low ceilings blackened by decades of cooking smoke, wooden floors worn smooth by countless feet, and the kind of atmosphere that makes you want to settle in and stay a while. The soba noodles are made fresh daily by the shop owner, who starts work before dawn to have everything ready for the lunch rush. The process begins with grinding buckwheat flour in a stone mill, creating a coarse meal that is then mixed with just enough water to hold together. The dough is rolled out thin and cut by hand with a knife that's been sharpened to razor precision, creating noodles that have the perfect thickness and texture to hold onto the broth without becoming mushy. The broth itself is a masterpiece of subtlety, made from kombu seaweed that's been dried until it's almost black, and bonito flakes that have been shaved so thin they look like wood shavings from a master carpenter's plane. When hot water hits these flakes, they dance and curl in the pot like tiny sea creatures before settling into the depths to release their smoky, oceanic flavour. The art is in knowing exactly how long to steep these ingredients. Too little, and the broth lacks depth. Too much, and it becomes bitter. The shop might also serve tempura, made from vegetables or prawns that are dipped in the lightest possible batter and fried in oil that's been heated to exactly the right temperature. The result is crispy and light, almost ethereal, with the natural flavours of the ingredients enhanced rather than masked by the cooking process. The oil used for frying is often sesame oil, which adds its own subtle, nutty flavour to the finished dish. You sit at a low table, probably sharing the space with a few other customers, maybe a merchant taking a break from his rounds, his wooden cart parked outside loaded with bolts of fabric, or a craftsman grabbing a quick meal between projects, his hands still bearing traces of the materials he works with. The conversations are quiet and comfortable, the kind you might overhear in any neighbourhood restaurant anywhere in the world, full of local gossip, gentle complaints about the weather, and discussions of family news. The soba arrives in a simple ceramic bowl, handmade by a local potter whose family has been making dishes for generations. The noodles are nestled in clear, fragrant broth, with perhaps a few slices of green onion floating on top like tiny lily pads, or a piece of kamaboko processed fish cake, cut into decorative shapes that add both flavour and visual interest to the dish. You lift the noodles with chopsticks and slurp them enthusiastically, and yes, slurping is not just acceptable here, it's encouraged and practically required. The sound helps cool the noodles as they enter your mouth and actually enhances the flavour by drawing air across your taste buds as you eat. It's like having a built-in cooling system and flavour amplifier all in one, and once you get over any initial self-consciousness, it becomes a natural part of enjoying the meal. The broth that remains after you finish the noodles is often mixed with the hot water that was used to cook the soba, called sobayu, creating a lighter, more delicate soup that helps you digest the meal and provides additional nutrients from the buckwheat. It's the kind of practical wisdom that makes perfect sense once you understand it, turning what might seem like waste into an additional course that's both healthy and satisfying. After lunch, you might take a stroll through one of Kyoto's markets, and this is where you really begin to understand how different commerce was in old Japan. These aren't the sprawling supermarkets you might be used to, with their fluorescent lights and endless aisles of packaged goods. Instead, they're intimate collections of small stalls and shops, each one specialising in just a few items but doing them exceptionally well. The fishmonger knows every fish in his display case like old friends, able to tell you not only where each one was caught and when, but how best to prepare it for your family's dinner. He might recommend grilling the small river fish whole over charcoal, or suggest that the larger sea bass would be perfect for making a clear soup with just a few drops of soy sauce and some fresh herbs. The vegetable seller can tell you which daikon radishes are best for pickling and which are better for grating fresh over rice, which persimmons are sweet enough to eat out of hand, and which need to be dried first to concentrate their flavours. Her knowledge comes from years of handling these products, but also from close relationships with the farmers who grow them, often in small plots just outside the city. The market is a feast for all your senses, but in a gentle way that doesn't overwhelm. The colours are incredible. Deep purple eggplants that seem to glow from within, bright orange persimmons hanging like lanterns from wooden stands, and greens in more shades than you knew existed, from the pale silver green of young bamboo shoots to the deep forest green of mature vegetables that have absorbed summer sunshine. The sounds blend together into a gentle symphony of commerce. Vendors calling their wares in musical voices, customers asking questions about preparation methods or seasonal availability, wooden crates being moved and stacked with hollow thuds that echo off the covered walkways, and underneath it all, the constant soft shuffling of feet in wooden sandals or cloth-soled shoes, creating a rhythm that seems to match the heartbeat of the city itself. The smells are something else entirely, a complex layering of aromas that would be impossible to replicate artificially. Fresh fish mingles with fermented soybeans, flowering herbs blend with wood smoke from cooking fires, and underneath it all is the clean scent of well-swept wooden floors and bamboo baskets that have been scrubbed until they're almost white. You might stop to watch a craftsman at work, perhaps someone making traditional brushes, binding together animal hairs with silk thread in combinations that have been perfected over centuries of experimentation. His hands move with the kind of automatic precision that only comes from years of repetition, but his eyes stay focused and alert, checking each brush for balance and spring. There's something deeply satisfying about watching someone who has mastered their craft, who can create something both beautiful and functional with nothing but simple tools and practice skill. Or you might encounter a potter working at a wheel, his hands covered in clay as he shapes a bowl or vase with movements that seem almost like dancing. The clay responds to his touch, growing taller or wider as he guides it, and you can see how the final form emerges not from a predetermined plan, but from a conversation between the craftsman and his material. Each piece he creates is unique, bearing the subtle marks of his hands and the particular qualities of the clay he's working with. The textile workers are equally fascinating to watch, whether they're spinning thread on wooden wheels, weaving fabric on looms that click and clatter in rhythmic patterns, or dyeing cloth in vats of indigo that turn the water almost black. The colours they achieve are subtle and complex, created using natural materials like plants, minerals and even insects, and the results have a depth and richness that synthetic dyes can't match. As the afternoon wears on, the light begins to change, taking on that golden quality that photographers love and painters try their whole lives to capture. This is when Kyoto reveals some of its most magical moments, as the low-angled sun transforms ordinary scenes into something that looks like a woodblock print come to life. Shadows grow longer and more dramatic, turning narrow alleys into mysterious corridors, and making even the simplest buildings look like subjects for poetry. The paper windows of houses begin to glow from within, as people light their oil lamps and candles, creating warm rectangles of light that seem to float in the gathering dusk. These windows don't provide the harsh illumination of electric lights, but rather a soft, honey-coloured glow that makes every building look welcoming and mysterious at the same time. This is also when many of the city's craftsmen and artisans emerge from their workshops, either heading home for the day or making deliveries of finished goods to their customers. You might encounter a potter carrying a wooden box of freshly fired tea bowls, each one wrapped in silk and nestled in rice husks for protection. Or a textile worker heading home with arms full of silk that catches the afternoon light like captured rainbows, the fabric so fine it seems to float rather than hang from her arms. These aren't people producing goods for some distant market or anonymous consumers. They're creating things that will be used by their neighbours, their friends, people they see every day at the market or the temple or in the narrow streets of their neighbourhood. There's something profoundly satisfying about living in a place where so many of the things you use daily are made by people you know, or at least people you could know if you wanted to. Your rice bowls were shaped by someone who lives 3 streets over, a potter whose family has been working with clay for 6 generations. Your wooden sandals were carved by a craftsman who buys his vegetables from the same vendor you do, and who knows your preferences well enough to adjust the fit without being asked. The silk obi that holds your robes in place was woven by a woman who sits in the sun, outside her shop in the afternoons, working on pieces that will take months to complete. There's also something deeply reassuring about the continuity of these traditions, the way knowledge and skills are passed down from parent to child, from master to apprentice, in an unbroken chain that stretches back centuries. The wooden comb you use each morning was carved using the same techniques that were perfected hundreds of years ago, by craftsmen whose names are forgotten, but whose innovations live on in every tool that's made today. As evening approaches, you begin to think about dinner, which in old Kyoto is often a more elaborate affair than breakfast or lunch. This is when families gather to share the day's news and enjoy more complex dishes that require longer preparation and more careful attention to detail. The rice is still the foundation of the meal, but now it might be accompanied by simmered vegetables in delicate broths, grilled fish seasoned with just enough salt to enhance their natural flavours, delicate egg custards that are more like savoury puddings, and an array of small dishes that turn the meal into a kind of edible landscape. The preparation of dinner is often a community activity, with family members working together in the kitchen, each taking responsibility for different dishes according to their skills and preferences. There's something meditative about the rhythmic chopping of vegetables, the gentle bubbling of simmering broths, and the careful arrangement of food in serving dishes that are chosen as much for their beauty as their functionality. No one is rushing to get dinner on the table by a certain time. Instead, the meal develops organically, with dishes appearing when they're ready and people gathering as they finish their day's work. Children might help by washing vegetables or setting out the dishes, learning the rhythms of meal preparation that they'll carry with them into their own adult lives. The kitchen itself is a model of efficiency, with everything designed to make the most of limited space and simple equipment. Knives are kept razor sharp and are treated with the respect due to precision tools. Cutting boards are made from single pieces of wood and are scrubbed clean after each use. Pots and pans are made from clay or iron, materials that heat evenly and retain warmth long after they're removed from the fire. The clay pots used for cooking rice are particularly ingenious. They create steam pressure that cooks the grains perfectly, while the clay itself adds subtle mineral flavours that enhance the taste of the finished dish. These pots often develop a patina over years of use that makes them more effective and gives each family's rice a slightly different character. When you finally sit down to eat, the low table is covered with small dishes, each one containing just a few bites of different foods. There might be tiny whole fish grilled until their skin is crispy and their flesh sweet and flaky. Vegetables simmered in dashi until they're tender but still retain their shape and bright colour. Pickles that provide sharp, acidic notes to balance the gentler flavours of the other dishes. And always, somewhere on the table, a small dish of grated daikon radish mixed with a dot of fiery wasabi that will clear your sinuses and wake up every taste bud in your mouth. The meal proceeds slowly, with conversation flowing between bites and pauses for appreciation of particularly well-prepared dishes. People take turns serving each other, and there's a complex etiquette around who pours whose tea and when to offer the choicest morsels to others at the table. It's not stuffy etiquette, though. It's the kind of gracious behaviour that makes everyone feel cared for and included. The social lubrication that allows groups of people to share food harmoniously. Tea is served throughout the meal, not the strong black tea you might be expecting, but delicate green tea that cleanses the palate and aids digestion. The tea ceremony, while not always formal, follows certain principles of mindfulness and respect that turn even casual tea drinking into a meditative practice. The teapot is warmed before the leaves are added, the water is heated to exactly the right temperature for the type of tea being served, and the first pour is discarded to awaken the leaves before the actual tea is prepared. After dinner, as the last light fades from the sky, the city begins to transform once again. Paper lanterns are lit and hung outside shops and houses, creating pools of warm light along the dark streets. The lanterns don't provide much illumination by modern standards. You certainly couldn't read by their light, but they're not really meant to. They're more like beacons, marking human presence and activity in the darkness, creating a sense of community and safety without banishing the night entirely. The lanterns themselves are works of art, made from bamboo frames covered with handmade paper that's often decorated with painted designs or calligraphy. The light from the candles or oil lamps inside creates beautiful patterns on the paper, and the gentle flicker of the flames makes the whole neighbourhood seem alive and breathing in the darkness. This is when you might take an evening stroll, something that's both practical and pleasant in old Kyoto. The narrow streets that seemed intimate during the day become mysterious and almost magical in the lantern light. Shadows deepen and shift as you walk past them, and you can hear the sounds of family life filtering out through the paper windows, the clink of dishes being washed, children's voices raised in play or protest, and the soft murmur of adult conversation punctuated by occasional laughter. The night air carries different scents than the day. The lingering aromas of dinner preparation, the clean smell of water being used for washing, and the faint incense smoke that drifts from household shrines where families make their evening offerings. There's also the earthy smell of the city settling down for the night, a mixture of wood, stone, and the indefinable scent of human habitation that's somehow comforting rather than unpleasant. You might pass a tea house where the sound of a shamisen drifts out into the night, its 3 strings creating melodies that seem to capture something essential about Japanese aesthetics, spare, elegant, and somehow both melancholy and hopeful at the same time. The music doesn't dominate the night sounds, but weaves through them, adding another layer to the evening's gentle symphony of human activity and natural sounds. The shamisen music is often accompanied by singing, voices that rise and fall in patterns that mirror the inflections of spoken Japanese, creating a form of musical storytelling that doesn't require understanding the words to appreciate the emotions being conveyed. The songs might tell of separated lovers, changing seasons, or the simple pleasures of daily life, themes that are universal even when the musical traditions that carry them are specifically Japanese. Or you might encounter a group of people returning from a festival at one of the local shrines, still dressed in their festival clothes and carrying small souvenirs or treats, perhaps paper fans decorated with the shrine's emblem, or small clay figurines that are supposed to bring good luck in the coming year. Their voices carry the particular happiness that comes from shared celebration, and they move through the streets with the loose, relaxed gait of people who have spent the day among friends and neighbours. Festival days in Old Kyoto are community events that break the normal rhythms of daily life, bringing people together for shared rituals that connect them to their history, their neighbours, and the changing seasons. Even if you don't participate directly in the religious aspects of these festivals, they provide a sense of belonging to something larger than your individual life, a reminder that you're part of a community that has been celebrating these same events for hundreds of years. The festival foods are special too. Treats that are only made on certain occasions, using recipes that require skills and ingredients that aren't part of everyday cooking. There might be mochi, rice cakes, pounded by hand in wooden mortars, their texture completely different from anything made by machine, or special sweets made from beans and sugar, moulded into shapes that represent seasonal themes like cherry blossoms in spring or maple leaves in autumn. As you make your way home through the quiet streets, you begin to notice how different night feels in a place without electric lights. The darkness is deeper and more complete than anything you experience in the modern world, but it's not frightening or uncomfortable. Instead, it feels natural and restful, like a soft blanket settling over the city after a day of activity and productivity. The stars, when they're visible between the roof lines, seem brighter and closer than they do in our modern world of light pollution. You can actually see the Milky Way stretching across the sky like a river of light, and the moon, when it's visible, provides enough light to navigate by, casting everything in silver and black that makes even familiar streets seem mysterious and beautiful. Back in your house, you light a small oil lamp that provides just enough light to see by without destroying the peaceful atmosphere of evening. The flame flickers slightly in whatever breeze manages to find its way through the building's gaps and joints, creating dancing shadows on the wooden walls that seem almost alive in their constant motion. The lamp itself is a simple clay vessel filled with vegetable oil and fitted with a cotton wick, but in its simplicity lies a kind of perfection. It does exactly what it needs to do without waste or complication. You begin the process of preparing for sleep, which involves spreading out your futon again and arranging your clothes for the next day. But this isn't the rushed routine of modern bedtimes, where you're already thinking about tomorrow's obligations while going through the motions of getting ready for bed. Instead, it's a deliberate winding down, a conscious transition from the active energy of day to the restorative quiet of night. The ritual of laying out your futon becomes a meditation in itself. You smooth the tatami mats, checking for any irregularities that might make sleeping uncomfortable. You arrange the cotton mattresses in exactly the right configuration for your body and the season, more layers in winter for warmth, fewer in summer for cooling. You position your wooden pillow filled with buckwheat hulls that conform to the shape of your head, while providing firm support for your neck. Your clothes for tomorrow are folded and arranged according to a system that makes perfect sense once you understand it. The innermost layers go on the bottom, the outer layers on top, so you can dress efficiently in the morning without having to sort through everything. The colours are chosen not just for their aesthetic appeal, but for their appropriateness to the season, the weather you expect and the activities you have planned. But before you settle in for the night, you might spend a few minutes sitting quietly in your room, perhaps looking out through your paper windows at the gentle glow of your neighbours' lamps, creating warm rectangles of light in the darkness. There's something profoundly peaceful about this time of day in Old Kyoto, when the busyness of daily life gives way to quieter rhythms, and the mind naturally begins to slow down and reflect on the day's experiences. You can hear the settling sounds of wooden houses cooling after the day's warmth, creaks and sighs that speak of natural materials responding to changes in temperature and humidity. There's the distant splash of someone washing dishes in a wooden basin, the sound carrying clearly through the still night air, and occasionally the soft rustle of fabric as people move about their evening routines, preparing for sleep in dozens of households throughout your neighbourhood. This is when you really begin to understand what life was like in old Kyoto, not just the external details of clothing and food and architecture, but the internal rhythm that governed people's days and gave structure to their lives. Without electric lights extending the day artificially, people's activities had natural boundaries that modern life has largely erased. Work began with sunrise and wound down with sunset. Energy levels followed these natural cycles, rising and falling with the light in ways that probably made people feel more connected to the natural world and more attuned to their own biological rhythms. The absence of artificial lighting also meant that sleep came more naturally and was probably deeper and more restorative than what many people experience today. Without the stimulation of bright lights and electronic screens, the body's production of melatonin followed its natural patterns, preparing the mind and body for rest as darkness fell. Without television or radio or internet, entertainment was more participatory and social than the passive consumption that characterises much of modern leisure time. People told stories, played games, made music, and talked to each other in ways that required active engagement and creativity. Children learned traditional songs and stories from their parents and grandparents, creating links between generations that helped preserve cultural knowledge and values. The games people played were often simple but surprisingly sophisticated, requiring skill, strategy, and social awareness. Go, the ancient board game that's still popular today, was a favourite among adults, its complex strategies providing hours of mental challenge. Children played with tops, stilts, and various ball games that developed coordination and social skills while providing physical exercise and fun. Music was an integral part of daily life, not something that happened only at special events or in dedicated venues. People sang while they worked, played instruments in their homes, and gathered informally to share songs and stories. The shamisen, koto, and various flutes and drums were common household instruments, and learning to play them was considered an important part of a well-rounded education. Without automobiles or other mechanized transportation, the physical scale of life was more human and intimate than what we experience today. People walked everywhere, which meant they knew their neighborhoods intimately. Every shop, every house, every tree along their regular routes. They ran into the same people regularly, creating a web of casual relationships and daily interactions that gave texture and meaning to ordinary activities. This walking-based lifestyle also meant that people were generally in better physical condition than many modern urbanites. Daily activities like fetching water, chopping wood, and walking to markets provided natural exercise that kept bodies strong and healthy. The physical demands of daily life were integrated into normal routines rather than requiring separate time and facilities for exercise. The pace of information and communication was also fundamentally different from our modern experience. News travelled slowly, allowing time for reflection and consideration before forming opinions or making decisions. Rumours and gossip spread through personal networks rather than mass media, which meant that information often came with context and interpretation from people you knew and trusted. This slower pace of information flow had both advantages and disadvantages. People were less likely to be overwhelmed by distant crises they could do nothing about, but they were also less aware of events and opportunities beyond their immediate community. The trade-off was between depth and breadth, between knowing your local world intimately and being connected to a global network of information and relationships. Perhaps most importantly, without the constant pressure to optimize and improve and achieve that characterizes much of modern life, people could find satisfaction and dignity in simple competence and consistent contribution to their communities. The soba maker who could produce consistently excellent noodles, the carpenter who could join wood without nails, the gardener who could coax beauty from a tiny plot of land. These people had a kind of purpose and fulfillment that came from mastering their chosen crafts and serving their neighbours' daily needs. The social structure of old Kyoto, while not without its problems and limitations, provided a kind of security and belonging that many modern people struggle to find. Everyone had a place in the community hierarchy. Everyone had roles and responsibilities that were recognised and valued, and everyone was connected to networks of mutual obligation and support that helped them through difficult times. As you finally settle into your futon for the night, pulling the cotton covers up to your chin, you might reflect on how different this life feels from our modern existence. It's slower, certainly, and in many ways more physically demanding and less convenient. But it's also more connected, to neighbours, to seasons, to the simple rhythms of sleeping and waking, working and resting, eating and sharing food with others. The bedding itself tells a story about this different way of life. The cotton has been grown, processed and woven by hand, probably by people who lived within a day's walk of where you're sleeping. The dyes used to colour the fabric came from plants that grew in local gardens or were gathered from wild places in the surrounding mountains. Even the threads used to sew the bedding together were spun from fibres that were produced locally, using traditional methods that had been refined over centuries. Your wooden pillow, while it might seem uncomfortable to someone used to modern foam and springs, is actually perfectly designed for the climate and sleeping style of old Japan. The buckwheat hulls inside provide firm support that keeps your neck aligned while allowing air to circulate, preventing the build-up of heat and moisture that could make sleep uncomfortable in the humid summers. The hulls also conform to the shape of your head and neck, creating a custom fit that's more supportive than it initially appears. The sounds of the night in old Kyoto are gentle and reassuring, creating a soundscape that promotes rather than disturbs sleep. No traffic noise, no air conditioners humming, no electronics buzzing in the background. Just the soft sounds of a community settling in for the night. The rustle of bedclothes, the creak of wooden floors, and occasionally the distant sound of someone's wooden sandals on stone as they make their way home from some late errand. You might hear a temple bell in the distance marking one of the traditional divisions of the night with its bronze voice rolling across the city's tiled roofs before settling into silence. These bells serve not just as timepieces but as reminders of the spiritual dimension of daily life, marking the passage of hours with sounds that have been heard in this place for centuries. Or you might hear the call of a night bird, perhaps an owl hunting in one of the temple groves, or a nighthawk diving through the air above the rooftops. These sounds connect you to the natural world that still exists within and around the city, reminding you that human habitation is just one part of a larger ecological community that includes plants and animals, streams and mountains, changing weather and cycling seasons. The air in your room is fresh and clean, flowing freely through the gaps in the wooden construction that modern builders would consider flaws, but which actually help regulate temperature and humidity naturally. In summer, these gaps allow cooling breezes to flow through the house, while in winter they prevent the build-up of stale, humid air that could lead to mould or other problems. Your cotton futon is surprisingly comfortable once you get used to it, moulding to your body in a way that feels supportive without being too soft. The tatami mats beneath provide just the right amount of cushioning, and their faint grassy scent is oddly soothing, like sleeping in a meadow that's been perfectly prepared for human comfort. The natural materials breathe and adjust to your body temperature, keeping you comfortable throughout the night without the need for mechanical climate control. As you drift towards sleep, your mind might wander over the day's small pleasures and encounters, each one taking on a particular sweetness in the peaceful darkness of your room. The perfect temperature of your morning tea, served in a ceramic cup that was warm to the touch and perfectly shaped for your hands. The way sunlight fell across a temple garden, creating patterns of light and shadow that seemed to shift and dance with each passing cloud. The smile of the tofu seller when you complimented his product, a moment of human connection that brightened both your days and created the kind of small social bond that makes communities feel friendly and welcoming. The satisfaction of a simple but perfectly prepared meal shared with others, where every ingredient was fresh and carefully chosen. Every dish was prepared with attention to both flavour and appearance. These aren't the dramatic highs and lows of modern entertainment, the artificial excitement of movies and television and video games. Instead, they have a different kind of richness, the deep satisfaction that comes from a life lived at a human pace, in harmony with natural rhythms and in connection with a community of people who know and care about each other. In old Kyoto, you were never anonymous, never just another face in the crowd or another customer in a long line. You were someone's neighbour, someone's customer, someone's fellow worshipper at the local shrine. Your daily choices, what to buy, how to dress, how to treat others, mattered not just to you but to the web of relationships that made up your community. It was a kind of accountability that modern life has largely lost, but also a kind of support and meaning that many of us are still searching for. The craftsmen who made your household goods knew their work would be used by real people, not sold to anonymous consumers in distant markets. The farmers who grew your food lived close enough that you might know their names, their families, their challenges and successes. The merchants who brought goods to your neighbourhood had reputations to maintain and relationships to preserve, which meant that quality and honesty were essential to their long-term success. This interconnectedness created a kind of economic system that was both more personal and more sustainable than what we know today. Goods were built to last, because the people who made them had to stand behind their quality. Waste was minimized because resources were precious and had to be used efficiently. And economic relationships were embedded in social relationships, which meant that commerce was conducted with attention to fairness and community welfare, not just individual profit. The last thing you might notice before sleep takes you completely is how quiet your mind has become in this peaceful environment. Without the constant input of news and entertainment and advertising, without the pressure of endless choices and opportunities, your thoughts have space to settle and clarify like sediment settling to the bottom of a still pond. Problems that seemed overwhelming in our modern context of information overload and constant stimulation become manageable when viewed from the perspective of a life lived one day at a time, one task at a time, one season at a time. The human mind, it turns out, is much better at dealing with immediate concrete challenges than with abstract worries about distant possibilities or complex global issues that are beyond individual control. And so you fall asleep in old Kyoto, surrounded by the gentle sounds of a community at rest, breathing air scented with wood smoke and temple incense, your body relaxed on simple bedding that has served countless generations before you. The darkness is complete and restful, broken only by the occasional flicker of a neighbour's lamp or the distant glow of a temple lantern marking a sacred space in the sleeping city. Tomorrow will bring its own rhythms and pleasures, the morning tea ceremony that starts each day with mindfulness and gratitude, the friendly merchants making their rounds through neighbourhoods where everyone knows everyone else, the beautiful temples with their peaceful gardens providing refuge from the world's demands, the satisfying work that connects you directly to your community's needs, and the shared meals that turn eating from mere consumption into social ritual and cultural expression. It will bring the evening walk home through lantern-lit streets where every house glows with warm light and human activity, where the sounds of family life create a gentle symphony of community, where the darkness is welcoming rather than threatening because it's populated with neighbours and friends rather than strangers and threats. It's a life that might seem simple by our standards, limited by lack of technology and modern conveniences, constrained by social expectations and traditional roles. But in that simplicity lies a richness that our complicated modern world sometimes struggles to provide. The richness of knowing your place in a community, of mastering skills that serve real human needs, of living in harmony with natural cycles, and of finding joy and meaning in the small daily encounters that make up a truly human existence. And perhaps, as you settle into sleep in this imagined past, you carry some of that wisdom with you back to whatever time and place you call home. The understanding that happiness often comes not from having more choices or more stimulation, but from paying closer attention to the choices you have, from finding beauty in simple things, and from creating meaningful connections with the people and places that surround you every day. You know that neighbour who always seems to have everything together? Despite having a perfect lawn, a shiny car, and kids who seem to never fight, they still manage to find time to bake cookies for the entire neighbourhood. Then one day, as you drive by, you notice a for sale sign on the lawn, weeds emerging through the cracks in the driveway, and you find yourself thinking, what transpired? Ancient empires were a lot like that neighbour. From the outside, everything looked magnificent. Sprawling cities, impressive armies, and trade routes stretching across continents. But underneath all that marble and military might, the same kinds of problems were quietly eating away at the foundation that eventually brings down any household, just on a scale that would make your mortgage broker weep. The thing about empire collapse is that it's never really sudden, despite what the history books might tell you. It's more like watching your favourite sweater slowly unravel. One observes a loose thread here, a small hole there, yet one continues to wear it because, after all, it remains largely functional as a sweater. Until one day, you don it, and your arm passes through what was once a sleeve. One day, you put it on, and your arm pierces through what was once a sleeve. Take the Western Roman Empire, for instance. Everyone talks about how it fell in 476 CE, but that's like saying your marriage ended the day you signed the divorce papers. The real breakdown had been happening for decades, centuries even. The Romans had been dealing with inflation that would make today's grocery prices look reasonable. Barbarian groups moving in like relatives who come for a weekend visit and never leave, and an army that was increasingly made up of the very people they were supposed to be fighting against. But here's what's fascinating. None of these problems was secret. Roman writers were complaining about the same issues your local newspaper editorial section gripes about today. Corrupt politicians, economic inequality, infrastructure falling apart, and young people who didn't respect traditional values. Sound familiar? The Romans had their own version of kids these days don't know how good they have it. The real mystery isn't why empires collapsed, but why they held together as long as they did. Think about it. You're trying to manage territories that span thousands of miles, dozens of different cultures, languages you can't pronounce, and local customs that range from perfectly reasonable to wait. They sacrifice what to which god? All of this occurred with communication technology that made smoke signals appear advanced. Imagine trying to run a modern corporation where messages between the CEO and branch managers took months to deliver, where half your employees spoke different languages, and where your biggest competitors were nomadic groups who could pack up their entire civilization and disappear into the steppe faster than you could say, quarterly earnings report. Yet somehow these ancient empires managed to keep the lights on, metaphorically speaking. They hadn't quite figured out electricity yet, for centuries. If you consider both halves of the empire, the Romans alone managed to sustain their operations for over a millennium. That's longer than most Fortune 500 companies stay in business, and they don't have to worry about Visigoth raids or volcanic eruptions that block out the sun for months. The secret wasn't that ancient peoples were somehow more competent than us, though they definitely knew how to build things that lasted longer than your average smartphone. The secret was that they understood something we sometimes forget. Empires aren't just political entities. They're basically giant ecosystems, with all the complexity that implies. Just like in nature, when one part of the system starts failing, it affects everything else. A drought in Egypt meant less grain for Rome, which meant higher bread prices, which meant angry citizens, which meant nervous politicians, which meant higher taxes to pay for more soldiers, which meant even angrier citizens. It's the ancient equivalent of a supply chain crisis, except instead of waiting longer for your Amazon package, people starved. Perhaps you've never considered the extent to which the weather influences your mood, but ancient empires were essentially subject to the whims of every passing cloud. Bad weather wasn't just about cancelling picnics. It could literally topple civilizations. The Maya, for instance, built one of the most sophisticated civilizations in the Americas. We're talking about people who calculated the movement of Venus more accurately than Europeans would manage for another 1,000 years, who invented the concept of zero independently, and who built cities that made medieval European towns look like suburban strip malls. These weren't people who gave up easily. But then the rains stopped coming. They didn't stop abruptly. That would have been too visible. Instead, the situation resembled a restaurant gradually cutting costs. First, they water down the soup a little. Then they start using cheaper ingredients. Before you know it, you're wondering why you ever thought this place was special. But it happened so gradually you barely noticed each step. The Maya faced what climatologists call the terminal classic drought, which sounds like the kind of thing that should come with dramatic music and special effects. In reality, it was probably just a series of years where people looked up at the sky and muttered, "Come on, not again." But when your entire civilization depends on rain-fed agriculture, not again can quickly become not ever again. What's particularly heartbreaking is that the Maya saw it coming. Their records show they were deeply worried about the relationship between their kings and the rain gods. They tried everything: more elaborate ceremonies, bigger sacrifices, and constructing additional temples. It's like turning up the thermostat when your heating system is broken. You're addressing the symptoms, not the problem. But when you don't understand the problem, the symptoms are all you have to work with. The drought didn't just mean less food. It meant cities that had supported hundreds of thousands of people suddenly couldn't support tens of thousands. It meant trade networks that had connected regions across Central America started to fray as everyone focused on their survival. It meant the elaborate political alliances that had held Maya civilization together began to crack like dried mud. Meanwhile, halfway around the world, the Bronze Age was ending in what historians dramatically call the Bronze Age collapse. Picture this. At some point around 1200 BCE, advanced civilizations across the Mediterranean and Near East started falling like dominoes. The Mycenaeans in Greece, the Hittites in Turkey, and cities in Syria and Palestine, all of them either destroyed or abandoned within a few generations. For the longest time, historians blamed mysterious sea peoples for this collapse. as if a number of ancient pirates had decided to tour the Mediterranean and trash every major city they came across. It's a compelling story, mysterious raiders appearing from nowhere, bringing chaos and destruction, then vanishing back into legend. However, the reality likely amounted to a combination of unfavourable circumstances, unfavourable weather patterns, and unfortunate timing. Recent research suggests that the Mediterranean region experienced a significant climate shift around this time. Cooler, drier conditions would have meant crop failures, which meant hungry people, which meant social unrest, which meant political instability. Under such pressure, it doesn't take mysterious sea raiders to escalate the situation. Sometimes the raiders are just your people, desperately looking for somewhere better to live. The fascinating thing is how quickly complex societies can unravel once the process starts. The Bronze Age civilizations had taken centuries to develop writing systems, complex trade networks, specialized crafts, and sophisticated government structures. However, they lost much of this knowledge within a few generations. All that meticulous construction vanishes in mere moments, akin to a wave striking a sandcastle. This scenario is where climate change becomes particularly scary for modern civilizations. We think we're tougher than ancient people because we have better technology, but we're also more connected and specialized. When ancient farmers had a poor harvest, they might starve, but they still knew how to grow food. If our complex supply chains break down, how many of us actually know how to produce the basics we need to survive? Let's talk about money, because nothing brings down an empire quite like financial problems. And before you start thinking this doesn't apply to you, remember that empires are really just very large, very old versions of households trying to balance their budgets while maintaining their lifestyles. The Roman Empire had what you might call the world's first credit crisis. By the 3rd century CE, they were facing inflation that would make modern economists reach for the antacids. The issue began innocuously, as the Romans had been gradually decreasing the silver content in their coins to extend their resources. It's the ancient equivalent of watering down the milk to make it last longer, except everyone in the empire eventually noticed. When people lose trust in the currency, things unravel remarkably quickly. Imagine if you woke up tomorrow and everyone suddenly decided that your dollars were only worth 50 cents. Not just you, everyone. Overnight your savings, your salary, your mortgage, and everything would be thrown into chaos. That's essentially what happened to Rome, except they didn't have economists on television explaining what was going wrong. Roman soldiers, who were the backbone of the empire, started demanding payment in goods rather than coins. When the army loses faith in the currency, you're essentially paying for protection with groceries. It works for a while, but it's not exactly sustainable when you're trying to project power across 3 continents. But Rome's financial troubles weren't just about bad monetary policy. They were also dealing with what economists call imperial overstretch. Basically, they had taken on more responsibilities than they could afford. It's like buying a house that's technically within your budget if you don't eat much and never get sick, and your car never breaks down and you never want a vacation. The Romans had committed to defending thousands of miles of frontier against neighbours who kept getting more organised and more aggressive. They had to maintain roads, aqueducts, and public buildings across an area larger than the United States. They had to keep grain flowing to cities that couldn't feed themselves, because hungry citizens have a tendency to riot, and riots are bad for business. Meanwhile, the tax base was shrinking. Constant warfare had devastated agricultural regions. Plague had reduced the population in many areas. The wealthy had become expert at avoiding taxes, some things never change, which meant the burden fell increasingly on people who were already struggling. It's a well-known phenomenon that during difficult times those with the greatest financial means tend to avoid providing assistance. The Han dynasty in China faced similar problems around the same time. They had expanded to control territory stretching from Korea to Central Asia, which sounds impressive until you realise they were trying to govern it with horses and handwritten messages. The Silk Road trade networks brought wealth, but they also brought enormous administrative costs and military commitments. The Han emperors found themselves trapped in what modern economists call the resource curse. The wealthier their empire became, the more expensive it was to maintain. Success bred obligation, and obligation bred expense, and expense bred the need for more success to pay for it all. It's like getting promoted to a job that pays more, but requires you to spend so much on professional clothes and longer commutes that you end up with less money than before. What's particularly tragic is that many of these empires understood their financial problems and tried to solve them. The Romans attempted currency reforms, tax reforms, and administrative reforms. The Han tried to reduce military commitments and streamline the bureaucracy, but by the time the problems were obvious enough to demand action, they were often too deeply embedded in the system to resolve without causing even more disruption. It's like trying to renovate your house while you're still living in it. In theory, you can do it, but in practice, every fix reveals 3 more problems, and meanwhile, you're living with plastic sheeting instead of walls, and wondering why you didn't just move somewhere else. The lesson here isn't that expansion is always bad, or that empires are doomed to fail. Success creates its own problems, which must be handled as carefully as the original issues. Growth without planning is just another word for crisis waiting to happen. You might be surprised to learn that foreign armies did not conquer the majority of ancient empires. They were brought down by their own military forces or by the very people they had hired to protect them. It's like finding out your security system has been helping burglars case your house. The late Roman Empire is the classic example of this phenomenon. By the 4th and 5th centuries, the Roman army was increasingly made up of what they called federates, basically entire barbarian tribes who had been hired as mercenaries or allowed to settle within Roman territory in exchange for military service. On paper, it was a brilliant solution to 2 problems. The Romans needed soldiers, and the barbarian tribes needed land and steady pay. In practice, it was like hiring your teenager's friends to babysit while you're out of town. Sure, they know the house rules, and they seem responsible enough, but their ultimate loyalty is to their interests, not yours. And when things go wrong, you might come home to discover they've invited all their friends over and decided they like your house better than their own. The Visigoths, Ostrogoths, Vandals and other groups didn't set out to destroy the Roman Empire. Many of their leaders had Roman military ranks, wore Roman uniforms, and genuinely considered themselves part of the Roman system. But when the empire couldn't pay them regularly, or when better opportunities presented themselves, their priorities shifted in perfectly understandable ways. It's important to understand that these weren't savage raids by uncivilized hordes. These were organized political entities making rational decisions about their survival and prosperity. Alaric, a former Roman general, led the Visigoths who sacked Rome in 410 CE. Alaric attacked Rome not out of hatred for Roman civilization, but because the Roman government owed his people money and refused to repay it. The Tang dynasty in China faced a remarkably similar problem during the An Lushan rebellion in the 8th century. An Lushan, a general of Central Asian origin, held immense authority over the northeastern frontier. He was precisely the kind of person the Tang needed, someone who understood both Chinese administrative systems and the nomadic peoples they were trying to control. But here's the thing about giving someone that much power. They start to realize they don't actually need you anymore. And Lushan commanded armies that were larger and better trained than the forces available to the emperor. He controlled territory that was wealthier and more productive than many entire kingdoms. When political tensions arose, he had the resources to do something about it. The rebellion lasted 8 years, and devastated much of northern China. Even though the Tang dynasty technically survived, it never fully recovered its previous strength or unity. It's like surviving a heart attack. You're still alive, but you're never quite the same afterward. What's particularly intriguing is how these military problems were often the result of previous successes. The Romans recruited barbarian federates because their earlier conquests had made traditional Roman military service less attractive to Roman citizens. Why risk your life on the frontier when you could make money in trade or administration in the comfortable interior provinces? Similarly, the Tang dynasty relied on non-Chinese generals like An Lushan because their expansion into Central Asia required people who understood local conditions and cultures. Chinese generals from the heartland were often ineffective in frontier regions, where the rules of warfare and diplomacy were entirely different. But success in solving one problem often creates new ones that are harder to solve. Once you've hired foreign troops, you have to keep them happy, which usually means paying them more than your citizens are willing to accept for the same work. Once you've given frontier generals autonomy, you have to trust that they'll continue to use it in your interests rather than their own. The most sobering aspect of these military collapses is how reasonable they look from everyone's perspective. The central government was trying to maintain control over vast territories with limited resources. The foreign allies were trying to secure better lives for their people. The individual generals were trying to advance their careers and protect their soldiers. Nobody was trying to destroy civilization. They were all just trying to make the best of difficult circumstances. Yet the cumulative effect of all these rational decisions was the collapse of political systems that had maintained peace and prosperity for centuries. It's a reminder that beneficial intentions and rational behaviour don't always lead to advantageous outcomes, especially in complex systems where individual decisions can have far-reaching unintended consequences. Nothing quite puts life in perspective like a good pandemic, and ancient empires had more than their share of both. But unlike modern disease outbreaks, ancient plagues didn't just kill people. They unravelled the entire social fabric that held civilizations together. The Antonine Plague hit the Roman Empire in 165 CE, and basically didn't stop for 15 years. While some modern historians believe it was smallpox, others argue it was measles, demonstrating the long-standing tradition of academics debating deadly diseases. What we do know is that it killed somewhere between 5 and 10% of the entire Roman population, which is like wiping out every person in California and Texas combined. But here's what makes ancient plagues particularly devastating. Ancient economies were almost entirely based on human labour. When you lose 10% of your workforce overnight, you don't just have 10% less productivity. You have a complete breakdown of the systems that depend on having enough people to make them work. Think about your workplace. If half your co-workers suddenly disappeared, you wouldn't just be doing more work, you'd be doing completely different work, probably badly, while also trying to figure out which of their responsibilities were actually important and which were just bureaucratic busywork that nobody will miss. Now imagine that scenario playing out across an entire empire in every town, on every farm and in every workshop. The plague hit Rome just as Marcus Aurelius was trying to combat major barbarian incursions along the Danube frontier. Instead of having the resources to mount an effective military response, he found himself managing a civilization that was quite literally dying. Tax revenues collapsed because there were fewer people to tax, and many of the survivors were too busy dealing with immediate survival to worry about paying taxes. The military recruitment system broke down because the traditional sources of soldiers, young men from rural areas, had been hit particularly hard by the disease. As merchants died or decided that travelling to potentially infected cities was a poor business strategy, trade networks frayed. It's like watching a complex machine lose crucial parts one by one until it finally just stops working entirely. Meanwhile, across the empire, people were trying to make sense of why their gods had apparently abandoned them. The Roman state religion was based on the idea that proper rituals and sacrifices would ensure divine favour and protection. When plague devastated the empire despite all the appropriate ceremonies, it raised uncomfortable questions about whether the old gods were still paying attention. This spiritual crisis paved the way for new religious movements, especially Christianity, which provided alternative explanations for suffering and diverse forms of hope for the future. The plague didn't create Christianity, but it certainly helped create conditions where Christian ideas about divine justice and eternal life became more appealing to people who were watching their world literally die around them. The Justinian plague, which hit the Byzantine Empire in the 6th century, was even more devastating. This was probably bubonic plague, the same disease that would later become famous as the Black Death. It arrived in Constantinople aboard grain ships from Egypt, which is a reminder that trade networks that bring prosperity can also bring catastrophe. The plague killed an estimated 25 million people across the Byzantine Empire and surrounding regions. Emperor Justinian himself contracted the plague but survived, although he was reportedly never quite the same afterward. Emperor Justinian had to drastically scale back his grand plans to reconquer the Western Roman territories as the empire focused on simply staying alive. What's particularly striking about the Justinian plague is how it changed the entire trajectory of European and Middle Eastern history. Before the plague, the Byzantine Empire was probably strong enough to reclaim much of the former Roman territories and re-establish a unified Mediterranean world. After the plague, that possibility disappeared forever. The demographic collapse also shifted the balance of power between the Byzantine Empire and the rising Islamic states to the south. A healthy, populous Byzantine Empire might have been able to stop, or at least significantly slow, the Arab conquests of the 7th century. The plague-weakened empire could barely defend its heartland. But plagues didn't just affect empires directly through death and economic disruption. They also changed how people thought about government, religion, and social organisation. When established authorities can't protect people from invisible threats, those authorities lose legitimacy. When traditional explanations for how the world works fail to account for catastrophic events, people become more open to new ideas and new forms of social organisation. In this context, plagues often acted as catalysts that accelerated changes already in progress. The Roman Empire was already dealing with military, economic and political pressures when the Antonine Plague hit. While the plague didn't initiate these issues, it intensified their complexity and spawned new challenges that overextended the system. Sometimes empires don't collapse gradually, sometimes they just disappear. The Maya cities of the southern lowlands were abandoned so quickly that archaeologists observed dinner plates still sitting on tables, as if people just stepped out for a moment and never came back. It's like finding a ghost town where the ghost forgot to take their belongings. The speed of these sudden collapses is what makes them so mysterious and so frightening. We often believe that complex societies are resilient, capable of bending without breaking, and that there is a plan in place for when things go wrong. But the archaeological record is full of civilizations that seemed perfectly fine one day, and were empty ruins the next. Angkor, the capital of the Khmer Empire in Cambodia, supported over 1 million people at its height in the 12th century. The temple complex at Angkor Wat remains one of the most impressive architectural achievements in human history. The hydraulic engineering system that supported the city was so sophisticated that modern engineers are still figuring out how it worked. This was not a civilization that seemed likely to just pack up and leave. Yet by the 15th century, Angkor was largely abandoned. The jungle was already beginning to reclaim the temples and palaces. The elaborate canal system that had supported the massive population was falling into disrepair. What had been one of the world's largest cities became a ruin so overgrown that European explorers in the 19th century initially thought the temples were natural rock formations. What happened? The truth is, we are unsure of the exact cause, which adds to the terror of the sudden collapse. Current theories focus on climate change, specifically a shift from the medieval warm period to the Little Ice Age that disrupted the monsoon patterns the Khmer depended on for their water management system. But climate change alone doesn't explain the speed of the abandonment. After all, the Khmer had dealt with variable weather patterns for centuries. They had built redundancy into their water systems precisely because they understood that droughts and floods were inevitable. Something must have shifted the perspective from difficult but manageable to abandon everything and flee. The most likely explanation is that Angkor suffered from what systems theorists call cascading failure. The water management system was incredibly sophisticated, but that sophistication made it fragile in unexpected ways. When one part of the system failed, it stressed the others, which then failed, and so on. It's like when your computer crashes. Usually it's not because of one catastrophic error, but because a series of small problems interact in ways that overwhelm the system's ability to cope. The difference is that when your computer crashes, you can restart it. When a civilization crashes, the knowledge of how to restart it often dies with the people who flee. The Bronze Age collapse provides another example of sudden widespread system failure. Around 1200 BCE, the entire eastern Mediterranean world seemed to fall apart within a generation or two. Cities that had flourished for centuries were destroyed or abandoned. Trade networks that had connected regions from Greece to Mesopotamia simply stopped functioning. Writing systems were forgotten in some areas for centuries. What makes this collapse particularly puzzling is that it affected regions with very different political systems, economies, and cultures. The Mycenaean palaces in Greece had little in common with the Hittite cities in Turkey, yet they both collapsed at roughly the same time. It seemed as though someone had abruptly ended an entire civilization, yet no one had the authority to do so. Recent archaeological evidence suggests that the Bronze Age world was much more interconnected than previously thought. The palace at Pylos in Greece contained records of trade relationships stretching across the Mediterranean. Egyptian tombs contain objects made from materials that could only have come from Scandinavia or Afghanistan. The Uluburun shipwreck off the coast of Turkey contained goods from at least 7 different regions. This interconnectedness was a source of strength during productive times. It allowed for specialized production, efficient resource allocation, and the spread of beneficial technologies and ideas. But it also created vulnerability. When one part of the network failed, the failure could cascade through the entire system faster than anyone could respond. Economists increasingly believe that supply chain failure caused the Bronze Age collapse. When the network of trade relationships that supported Bronze Age civilization was disrupted, whether by climate change, political instability, or simple overextension, The entire system collapsed because no single region could produce everything it needed locally. The implications for our own interconnected world are sobering. We depend on global supply chains that are far more complex and extensive than anything the Bronze Age civilizations could have imagined. Our food, our energy, our technology, our medicines, almost everything we need for modern life depends on systems that span the globe and involve millions of people we'll never meet. What happens if those systems fail? The Bronze Age collapse suggests that the failure might be sudden, comprehensive, and very difficult to reverse once it begins. After spending thousands of years studying why ancient empires collapsed, you'd think we'd have learned something useful. Instead, we keep making the same mistakes, just with better technology and more sophisticated ways of justifying them. The most dangerous myth we tell ourselves is that collapse is always someone else's fault. When we study ancient empires, we focus on external threats, barbarian invasions, foreign conquests, and natural disasters. It's comforting to think that civilizations fail because of forces beyond their control, because that means our civilization's problems are temporary setbacks rather than systemic flaws. But the truth is messier and more uncomfortable. Most empires collapsed because they couldn't solve problems that were entirely predictable and largely self-inflicted. The Romans knew their currency was being debased. The Maya knew their cities were growing beyond what their agricultural system could support. The Tang dynasty knew that giving too much power to frontier generals was risky. They knew, but they couldn't act on what they knew because acting would have required short-term sacrifices for long-term benefits, and political systems are notoriously poor at making those kinds of trade-offs. It is more convenient to postpone problems and rely on future solutions from others. Sound familiar? We know that climate change is real and dangerous. We know that economic inequality is reaching levels that historically lead to social instability. We know that our political institutions are under stress, and that public trust in government is declining. We know that our infrastructure is aging and that our social safety nets are underfunded. But knowing and acting are different things, especially when acting requires admitting that some of our most cherished assumptions about how the world works might be wrong. The Romans never admitted that their empire had grown too large to govern effectively. The Maya never acknowledged that their agricultural system was unsustainable. We have our own blind spots that future historians will probably find equally obvious and equally frustrating. The second myth is that technology will save us. We assume that because we have better tools than ancient peoples, we'll be able to solve problems that defeated them. However, technology can have both positive and negative effects. It can solve problems, but it can also create new problems that are harder to solve than the original ones. The Romans possessed superior military technology compared to their enemies, but this advantage allowed them to conquer more territory, leading to administrative and economic problems that ultimately overwhelmed their ability to manage these issues. The Maya developed sophisticated astronomical and mathematical knowledge, but they used it to build cities that were ultimately unsustainable given their environmental constraints. Our technology is far more advanced than anything ancient peoples could have imagined, but it's also created dependencies and vulnerabilities that they never had to worry about. When Roman communication systems failed, messages took longer to deliver. When our communication systems fail, global financial markets can crash in minutes. The third myth is that collapse means the end of everything. In reality, collapse is usually a process of simplification and reorganization, rather than total destruction. When the Western Roman Empire fell, the people didn't disappear. They adapted to new political arrangements, developed new economic systems, and found new ways to organize their communities. The Dark Ages weren't actually that dark. People continued to farm, to trade, to build, to learn, and to create art. They just did it in different ways and at smaller scales than their imperial predecessors. Often, the end of empire meant the beginning of more sustainable and more responsive forms of social organization. This isn't meant to minimize the genuine suffering that often accompanies collapse, or to suggest that we should welcome the end of our own civilization. But it is meant to point out that human societies are remarkably adaptable, and that the end of one way of doing things often opens up space for better ways of doing things. The final myth is that we can prevent collapse by learning from history. The uncomfortable truth is that knowing how empires collapse doesn't necessarily help you prevent your own empire from collapsing. The problems that bring down civilizations are usually obvious to people living through them, but they're also usually embedded so deeply in the system that solving them would require changing the very things that make the system successful in the first place. The Romans couldn't solve their military problems without giving up the territories that made them wealthy enough to pay for their military. The Maya couldn't solve their environmental problems without abandoning the intensive agriculture that supported their large populations. We can't solve our climate problems without changing the industrial systems that provide our standard of living. This doesn't mean that collapse is inevitable, or that we should give up trying to solve our problems. It means that solutions require us to be honest about the trade-offs involved, and willing to accept that some changes might make us less powerful or less wealthy in the short term, to make us more sustainable in the long term. The real lesson from the collapse of ancient empires isn't that all civilizations are doomed to fail. It's that civilizations that refuse to adapt to changing circumstances are doomed to fail, while those that can find ways to transform themselves have a chance to survive and even thrive. The question isn't whether our civilization will face existential challenges. It will. The question is whether we'll be wise enough to change before change is forced upon us, and humble enough to learn from the mistakes of the past while we still have time to avoid repeating them. Sleep well. Tomorrow is another day to build something better. Over 2,000 years ago, in 469 BCE, Socrates was born in Athens, Greece. Athens was a city at the heart of the ancient world, a centre of art, culture, and intellectual thought. Socrates' early life, however, was modest. His father, Sophroniscus, was a stonemason, and his mother, Phaenorete, was a midwife. From these humble beginnings, Socrates would grow to become one of the most profound thinkers in human history. As a young man, Socrates likely followed in his father's footsteps as a stonemason, learning the craft of shaping stone and building structures. Yet, even then, his curiosity about the world and human nature set him apart. Socrates was not drawn to wealth or power. Instead, he found fulfillment in observing life, questioning beliefs, and seeking wisdom. Unlike many of his contemporaries, Socrates did not write books or leave behind written records of his teachings. Instead, we know about his life and philosophy through the writings of his students, particularly Plato. Through these accounts, we gain insight into Socrates' unique method of teaching and his relentless pursuit of truth. Socrates' approach to philosophy was deeply rooted in dialogue and inquiry. He believed that wisdom began with recognizing one's own ignorance. To him, admitting that we do not know everything opened the door to learning and growth. This idea became the foundation of the Socratic method, a process of asking and answering questions to stimulate critical thinking and uncover underlying truths. Socrates spent much of his life walking the streets of Athens, engaging in conversations with people from all walks of life. He would approach artisans, politicians, and everyday citizens, asking probing questions that challenged their assumptions and beliefs. These discussions were not meant to humiliate or demean, but to encourage reflection and deeper understanding. Despite his humble appearance, barefoot, dressed simply, and often unkempt, Socrates' intellect and charisma drew people to him. Many young Athenians admired his wisdom and became his students, eager to learn from his insights. However, his habit of questioning authority and exposing contradictions in people's beliefs also earned him powerful enemies. Socrates believed that a life worth living was one dedicated to virtue and the pursuit of truth. He often spoke of the importance of the soul and the need to care for it through ethical living. To Socrates, material wealth and social status were insignificant compared to the value of living a just and honourable life. Athens, during Socrates' lifetime, was a city in flux. It faced political turmoil, military conflicts, and shifting cultural values. Socrates' teachings, which encouraged critical thinking and challenged traditional norms, were seen by some as a threat to the stability of society. His questioning of the status quo made him a controversial figure, admired by many but also viewed with suspicion and hostility by others. In 399 BCE, when Socrates was 70 years old, he was brought to trial on charges of corrupting the youth and impiety, essentially for not recognizing the gods of Athens and introducing new ones. His accusers painted him as a dangerous influence who undermined the fabric of society. During his trial, Socrates stood firm in his beliefs. Rather than plead for his life or renounce his teachings, he used the opportunity to defend the principles he held dear. He argued that his questioning and discussions were a service to Athens, pushing its citizens to think critically and live virtuously. The trial was both a demonstration of Socrates' unwavering commitment to truth and a reflection of the political tensions in Athens. Despite his eloquence and integrity, the jury found him guilty. He was sentenced to death by drinking a cup of hemlock, a poison that would end his life. In the days leading up to his execution, Socrates remained calm and composed. Surrounded by his closest friends and students, he continued to discuss philosophy and the nature of life and death. He viewed death not as something to fear, but as a transition to another state of existence, where the soul might find true knowledge. On the day of his execution, Socrates drank the hemlock with dignity and courage, accepting his fate without bitterness or resentment. His final moments were spent in conversation, a testament to his belief that the pursuit of wisdom and truth transcended even the boundaries of life itself. Socrates' death marked the end of his physical presence in Athens, but his ideas lived on through his students and their writings. Plato in particular dedicated much of his work to preserving and expanding upon Socrates' teachings, ensuring that his philosophy would endure for generations to come. Today, Socrates is remembered as the father of Western philosophy, a thinker whose commitment to truth and virtue continues to inspire. His life teaches us the importance of questioning, of seeking knowledge, and of living with integrity. As you reflect on Socrates' journey, let his story guide you into a state of relaxation and peace. His dedication to wisdom reminds us that the pursuit of understanding is a lifelong journey, one that brings meaning and purpose to our lives. Imagine the streets of ancient Athens, the soft light of the setting sun casting long shadows on the stone buildings. Hear the murmur of conversations as Socrates walks among the people, his questions sparking thought and introspection. Let this image fill your mind with a sense of calm and wonder. As you drift into sleep, let the wisdom of Socrates' life inspire your dreams. His legacy reminds us that even in the face of adversity, the pursuit of truth and the care of the soul are endeavours worth striving for. Let the story of Socrates settle gently in your mind as you relax deeper into rest. His life, though lived so many centuries ago, carries timeless lessons that resonate in every moment of reflection and inquiry. Socrates reminds us that the simplest question can lead to the most profound discoveries, and that truth, even when difficult, is worth pursuing. Picture Socrates standing in the agora, the bustling marketplace of Athens. The air hums with activity, merchants calling out their wares, philosophers debating ideas, and citizens discussing the affairs of the city. Amid this lively scene, Socrates stands calmly, engaging those around him with his thoughtful questions. His unassuming presence and sharp intellect captivate those who stop to listen, drawing them into conversations that challenge their deepest beliefs. As the sun sets over Athens, the city quiets, and Socrates continues his discussions under the glow of oil lamps. The stars above twinkle faintly, a reminder of the vast universe beyond, as his voice carries the gentle rhythm of inquiry and understanding. Socrates believed that philosophy was not just an intellectual pursuit, but a way of life, a commitment to questioning, learning, and living with integrity. Imagine his students gathered around him, their faces illuminated by the soft light as they listen intently. Among them are young minds who would carry his teachings forward, shaping the future of philosophy and ensuring that his legacy would endure. The scene is serene, filled with the quiet joy of shared knowledge and the timeless beauty of human connection. Socrates' belief in the power of dialogue teaches us the importance of listening as well as questioning. In a world often filled with noise and haste, his approach encourages us to slow down, to reflect, and to seek clarity in our thoughts and interactions. His humility, his willingness to admit his own ignorance, and his tireless pursuit of understanding are qualities that inspire us to approach life with openness and curiosity. Now, as you drift closer to sleep, picture Socrates walking along the quiet shores of ancient Greece, the waves gently lapping at the sand. The moon casts a silver light over the sea, and the cool breeze carries the scent of salt and earth. Socrates walks slowly, his thoughts as calm and steady as the rhythm of the waves. In this peaceful moment, his dedication to truth and wisdom feels as vast and eternal as the ocean itself. Feel the serenity of this image envelop you as you rest. Socrates' life reminds us that even in moments of uncertainty, The search for meaning and understanding brings us closer to the essence of who we are. His courage to stand by his principles, even in the face of great adversity, is a gentle reminder to live with integrity and purpose. As you relax further, imagine the soft sound of sandals on stone as Socrates ascends the steps of a temple, the sky painted with the warm hues of dawn. The first rays of sunlight illuminate the ancient city, a symbol of renewal and the endless possibilities that come with each new day. Let this image fill you with a sense of hope and calm, a quiet reassurance that the pursuit of truth is always worth the effort. As you drift into a deep and restful sleep, carry with you the wisdom and spirit of Socrates. His life teaches us that even the simplest questions can open the door to profound insights, and that the search for understanding is a journey without end. As the gentle rhythm of Socrates' life story echoes in your mind, allow yourself to relax even further. His life, dedicated to the pursuit of wisdom and the betterment of the human soul, is a profound reminder that every question we ask is a step toward understanding the world and ourselves. Socrates believed that knowledge was not about having answers, but about the courage to ask and to seek. Picture the calm stillness of ancient Athens at night, the soft glow of lanterns lining narrow streets. Socrates, with his simple cloak draped over his shoulders, moves quietly among the people, his presence as humble as it is impactful. Each conversation he sparks is a journey into thought, a reminder to those around him that wisdom begins with wonder. Socrates' approach to life was marked by an unshakable commitment to virtue. He often spoke of the importance of living a life in harmony with one's values, of aligning actions with principles. To him, the care of the soul was the highest purpose, far more important than wealth, fame, or material success. This philosophy reminds us that true fulfillment comes not from external achievements, but from inner growth and ethical living. As you rest, let the wisdom of this teaching soothe your thoughts. The idea that our choices shape not just our lives, but the essence of who we are, encourages us to approach each moment with intention and care. Socrates' belief in the transformative power of self-reflection invites us to look inward, to nurture our inner lives with the same dedication and compassion we offer to others. Now imagine the gentle breeze of a spring morning in ancient Greece, the hills around Athens bathed in golden light. Socrates walks with his students along a quiet path, the sounds of birdsong and rustling leaves creating a peaceful symphony. Their conversation flows naturally, filled with questions and ideas that challenge and inspire. This idyllic scene captures the essence of Socrates' philosophy, a life lived in connection with nature, community, and the endless pursuit of knowledge. As you drift deeper into relaxation, think of Socrates' courage in facing the end of his life. His calm acceptance of his fate, his willingness to stand by his beliefs, even in the face of death, is a testament to the strength of his character. He taught his students not to fear death, but to view it as a natural part of existence. A transition that, like life itself, holds the potential for learning and growth. Feel the serenity of Socrates' perspective as it envelops you like a warm blanket. His unwavering faith in the value of a life well lived reminds us that even in moments of uncertainty, we can find peace by staying true to our values and seeking the truth within ourselves. His life, though marked by challenges, was ultimately one of profound purpose and enduring legacy. As the night deepens, imagine Socrates standing on a hill overlooking Athens, the city lights twinkling below like stars fallen to earth. The wind carries with it the faint sounds of laughter and conversation, the echoes of a city alive with thought and creativity. In this quiet moment, Socrates reflects on the beauty of a world filled with questions and possibilities. Let this image guide you into a deep, restful sleep. The story of Socrates reminds us that life's greatest journeys are not measured by distance, but by the depth of our exploration. His commitment to wisdom, his humility in the face of the unknown, and his courage to challenge convention inspire us to live with authenticity and purpose. As the soothing story of Socrates carries you further into relaxation, let the timelessness of his teachings resonate deeply within you. His belief in the transformative power of questioning and reflection is a reminder that growth begins when we dare to examine our lives. Socrates once said, "The unexamined life is not worth living," a sentiment that invites us to seek meaning and purpose in even the smallest moments. Picture the serene landscape of ancient Athens at dawn. The first light of the sun spills over the Acropolis, painting the marble temples in soft hues of pink and gold. Socrates stands with his students in the quiet morning air, his voice calm and steady as he shares his thoughts. The city begins to wake, its streets gradually filling with life, but in this tranquil moment, the exchange of ideas feels timeless, as if the wisdom being shared is as eternal as the sun's light. Socrates' method of teaching was not about providing answers, but about encouraging others to think for themselves. He believed that through dialogue, one could uncover deeper truths and challenge assumptions. His way of guiding others with questions was both gentle and profound, a reminder that sometimes the best teachers are those who help us find our own way. As you let these thoughts settle, imagine the peaceful simplicity of Socrates' life. Despite living in a city known for its grandeur, Socrates valued humility and lived with few possessions. He found joy not in material wealth, but in the richness of thought and the connections he forged with others. This simplicity is a reminder that contentment often lies not in having more, but in appreciating what truly matters. Now, as you drift deeper into rest, imagine the stars above Athens twinkling